Please get up. Who asked you to sit? Who? Lydia asked you to sit. But she wasn't part of us. So how would she ask you to sit? All right, you can take your seat. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, he will be the first person we will want to take the opportunity to introduce the members of the vetting panel.
My name is Ahmed Rufai Shaibu, President, School of Nursing, and the vetting committee member. Thank you.
My name is Elvis Asante. I'm a level 100 student and part of the vetting panel.
I am Haj Mudassir Yakub, the team president, JIMSA president as well, and a member of the vetting committee.
My name is Prince A.A. Sadat, chairman of the legal advisory committee and a member of the panel.
I am Francis Asiedu Anson, a member of the panel.
My name is Nano Fusu, GAPS treasurer, a member of the panel. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Kwesi Akwa. I'm the steering committee chair and the chairman for the panel. You are warmly welcome. So you are welcome. Please use the microphone.
Thank you.
The distance is good, so you can take off your nose marks. All right. Who are you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Vifa Kenneth David Selassie, BA Communication 300 upper student of Wisconsin International University College.
Hold it.
Okay, I'm someone who loves excellence, and I make sure not to be mediocre in everything I do. I aspire to achieve much in life and also be the best I can.
All right, Mr. Kenneth. You're aspiring to become the PRO of this noble institution when given the nod. In the first place, who is a PRO?
Thank you very much, member of the panel. Firstly, a PRO is a person who fosters the relationship between an organization and its stakeholders. The PRO makes sure that there's a good communication channel and a good relationship between the organization and the and its stakeholders. That's where PRO is.
All right. Per the Constitution, you are supposed to be the mouthpiece of the SRC when giving the nod. I would like to ask, how are you going to come out with a comprehensive communication plan to foster, what do you call it, or to make sure that students get to hear of SRC activities?
Sorry, please, can you take the question?
My question is, how are you going to come out with a comprehensive communication plan just to make sure that all SRC activities are well propagated to the student population?
Okay. Thank you very much, member of the panel. With my knowledge in public relations so far, yes, this has been an issue whereby students seldomly partake in SRC activities. So with my communication plan, I'm going to start by making a research on why students don't engage in these activities. Yeah, I'll try and have polls, online polls, surveys to come up with a well-defined research of why they don't partake. After I've arrived at my research, the result of my research, I'm going to make an analysis of the factors that runs through the research that I've done. So after I've found out the factors, I'm going to speak with my other executives so that if there are any other strategies and tactics that should be put in place to attract more students to engage in activities of SRC, that will be done.
If I understand, you are a communication student.
Yes, please.
So my question is, how are you going to come out with a comprehensive communication plan? I want the strategies that you are going to use.
Okay, so that will be a detailed one. Okay, so after I've come up with a research, which right now I don't have, but looking at it, I'm going to make sure that there's enough publicity. So that will be one of my strategies. There's enough and attractive publicity that will make students able to join or partake in the activities that are going on, that have been planned by the SRC. Another strategy that I'll put in place is the rewards. So we are going to make sure that there's a reward system for students who partake in activities. So this is going to be a way of encouraging other students to partake. So let's say, for example, there's a debate that goes on. I'm going to speak with my other executives so that there will be a reward system for all those who partake, not only debates, but other activities as well. When there's a reward system like this, it's going to attract a lot of students to be able to partake in SRC activities. So those are some of my strategies and tactics in my comprehensive plan for attracting students to be able to partake in SRC activities. Thank you.
Vifa David Kenneth Selassie.
Yes, please.
Your name seems to be too long. How old are you?
Please, I'm 21 years old.
21.
Yes, please.
And you know you are coming to deal with people with variety of age gap.
Yes, please.
People who are above 40 years, those in 30s, and those who are below you.
Yes, please.
Don't you think you are too young to be able to handle people who are old enough to be your father?
Yes. When you look at it on foresight, that is what it seems. I'm young. But what is going to help me to relate with people who are in the age brackets of 30 and 40 is that I'm going to make sure that I'm proactive in what I do, such that I take time to learn about what I'm doing and make sure that I practice it well and practice it effectively. So when I do that, although I'm 21 years old, as far as I'm doing the right thing, it's going to inure to the benefit of those who are in the 30s and 40 years bracket. So I'm a tenacious person who likes challenges and likes to make sure that I learn ways of doing things better, because I know, this is not going to be an easy road for me because of my age limit, but I'm going to put in the determination to make sure that I learn and I also practice to make sure that I'm doing well for the masses.
Okay. Our current SRC constitution, have you taken the pain to go through it?
Yes, please.
Do you think it's fit for the purpose of governing the administration of Wisconsin Student Union?
Yes, please. After going through the SRC, looking at its content, I saw that it was almost like the model of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. So I feel it's very good for the governing of the student body of WIUC.
So you don't think there's a need for it to be amended?
Yeah, there are some places I recommend for amendment, because I feel it makes the work a bit clumsy for especially the chairpersons of the boards and committee. However, I feel as of now it's good, but if God willing I'm able to be given the nod, I think I'll talk with my executives and make sure that there's an amendment if possible.
Does executives amend constitutions?
No, please.
You indicated that you were going to talk to your executives to amend it.
Okay. After speaking to my executives, I'm not going to tell them to amend it, but they will speak to Parliament so that they take the process of the amendment.
Thank you.
Kenneth.
Yes, please.
Okay. Assuming you are tasked to publicize Aquaba Week
Yes, please.
for students who are not interested in traveling, but Aquaba Week is about traveling,
Okay.
how would you go about it?
This is quite a tough one. Okay, so trying to publicize the Aquaba event week to students who are not interested in traveling. So this has to be a very strategic publicity on my part, such that I'm going to make sure that this is not, in my publicity, I'll present it that this is not just a traveling event where you go out to have fun, but this is a traveling event where you get to learn this and that. This is a traveling event where you get to liaise with other students and also meet SRC executives. And also, I'm going to attach side attractions that will attract them to like to be part of the travel. I have to make it very attractive to those who don't even travel on the regular by adding extra components that will make it worthwhile.
Okay, thank you. Earlier on, you said you are going to have some research being done when you come
Yes,
to
please.
power.
Yes, please.
Question is, what stops you from starting now if you really want to make a change?
The reason why I haven't started is because if I engage in a formal research, I don't see ways in which I can make it implemented. But for now, I'm engaging in informal research by speaking to students and observing trends. But I feel when I come into power and I make a formal research, that is when it's going to be more effective and I can implement those research results that I have.
Mr. David Kenneth Selassie Wiafe, right?
Vifa.
Vifa,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes, please.
Do you have a copy of your CV with you?
A copy of my CV resume?
Yes.
No, please.
Oh, okay. But I can go on and ask questions on it. You have it.
Yes,
head.
please. You can
Thank you.
ask about it.
Okay. But with your CV here, there are no referees. I don't know if the one you have there, you have referees in there.
Reference.
Reference.
Are you saying reference?
I'm saying referees.
Referees.
Yes, please. Do you know what a referee is in a CV?
No, please. I don't know.
You know reference.
Yeah, I know reference.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to educate you. So, when you talk about referees, there are people who, when you prepare a CV, we call on them to ask questions, and so it's not reference, it's referees.
Oh, okay, I thought that was reference.
No, reference is when it comes to academic writing and other things. That's where we have references. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the education.
Yes, sir. There are no referees in here, and
Yes,
you see, we are growing, and we should do things right.
Yeah.
You can't prepare a CV without referees. Okay, so in your next time you want to prepare a CV, you should do well to add referees to it. Okay,
Yes,
and your CV appears to be so clumsy. Trust me.
Yes, please.
Do you agree with me?
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Let me just ask questions on it. Okay. So let's go to computer skills.
Yeah.
You said you have a skill in Microsoft Word,
Yes,
right?
please.
Have you have an? Do you really have skills in it?
Yeah.
So I can ask.
I do my assignments through Microsoft Word.
Okay, so you know the shortcut for cut.
Yeah, cut. I know shortcut as control.
Please don't lie to me. I want just one attempt. If you
Okay.
lie to me, to be. Do you know it for a fact?
I normally don't use
Do you
shortcut.
know it?
No,
Do you
please.
know it?
No, please.
Thank you. So meaning you don't have a skill in Microsoft Word. Do you agree with me?
I have. Okay. I agree with you.
Thank you very much. Again, let's move to your action plan. Okay.
Okay.
The action plan, session C, the one I have here.
Yeah.
Please, if someone can get him one copy, so that I want to ask him a question on it. The forms, yeah. So the form. Please, I'm talking about the action plan, so vetting committee members can go there. The action plan 2. Please, can you read what you have there for me?
Yeah, the action plan to being a liaison between the student body and SRC representatives by receiving complaints.
It's okay. What is wrong with this statement? Please, if you don't know, you can tell me you don't know. I don't want to waste
Please,
time.
I don't know.
Yes, so being, there's a difference between BEIN and BE.
Okay.
Do you agree with me?
I agree.
So the next time when you're writing it, you check it well and write it well.
Yes,
Thank you.
please. Thank
Again, let's move to your your action plan.
Okay.
You're saying that the 5.5. You said you are going to organize general meetings per semester with the aim of giving students the chance to interact with SRC executives and voice out complaints and suggestions.
Yes, please.
do you think is the best way to go about things? Because I believe you have a parliament house where students have elected reps to sit there. So their grievances will be brought before parliament to be discussed. Do you agree with me?
I agree with you.
So meaning your policy can't work because members from the various departments come with their challenges students face. So if you tell me that you are even going to, you let's assume that you are going to even organize general meeting, it should be something like the State of the SRC address, in which the SRC president will address grievances he has received from students.
Yes, please.
Do you agree with me?
Please, I agree.
So your policy is flawed. Do you agree? You can choose to disagree,
Okay.
my brother.
Please, I disagree.
Thank you very much.
Because the reason I disagree is, we have the floor of parliament where class reps and association heads voice out their complaint.
So that makes it easier.
Yeah, but this is an informal way of connecting with students. That's why I made it per semester. Because what I've discovered in Wisconsin is that most students are like, where's the SRC? We don't see them. This is just an informal way of executives meeting students once a while so that they...
Thank you. I understand. I understand. Do you know about the State of the SRC address? Do you have some in Wisconsin International University?
State of address.
The SRC address.
Yes, please.
You have some. Who addresses it?
The president addresses
What things does he address? Complaints from students, right?
Yes. No. He addresses what they have done so far.
So he doesn't address anything on complaints from students.
Yeah, he also addresses something.
So
on
I'm
that.
saying that your policy is flawed again. Do you agree with me?
Please
Never
answer.
mind, my brother. Let's move to action plan 4.
Okay.
You say write a monthly report on the performance of the SRC on the handling of student affairs.
Yeah.
That should be the duty of the SRC secretary. Do you agree with me? And are you going to put, let's even assume your policy is good. Are you going to put those reports out for student consumption?
Yes, please.
It shouldn't be so. It's a report from the SRC, so it should be directed towards the dean of students, not the student body.
Okay. So this one is not going to be a report on. Like,
do you know the SRC secretary is the administrative head of the SRC?
The SRC secretary is the administrative head.
Yes, please.
Of the SRC.
Yes, please.
Please no.
Okay. I'm fine.
Okay.
David,
Yes, please.
you look good.
Thank you.
As the PRO,
Yes, please.
who are you responsible to?
As a PRO, I'm responsible to the student body of WIUC.
Who supervises you directly? Under who do you operate?
I operate under the SRC Council, which is headed by the SRC President.
Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
Something happened. You need to communicate to the student body. But you couldn't have the authority from the SRC Council, or the power be that be the president, or maybe delegated by the secretary, general secretary, who is the administrator. What will you do? Students are pushing you for information.
Okay, so if there's a crisis and students want, if I get you right, students want information, but I'm not supposed to give information.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Student wants information.
Yes, please.
You haven't met leadership. What
I can
you
hear
haven't meant leadership.
Okay, yeah.
What will you do?
I would gather the courage and wait. I won't act on impulse. Because what I know about information is that when you send it out, it can be retrieved. And information is such, what I know in PR, you have to be careful with the information you put out. So I'm going to make sure that I meet who I'm supposed to meet before I put out the information, no matter the pressure that is being placed on me.
How many social media handles does the previous SRC have?
The previous SRC, that was Raj time. They had the Instagram.
Please pause. I want to get the statement correct.
The previous SRC, which was the Raj administration.
No. Go back for the third time before I correct you.
The previous...
His Excellency, the former president.
Yeah, sorry. The previous administration led under His Excellency, the former president, Kwame Raj. And they had the Instagram account and a Facebook account.
Is that the only account?
Yeah, those are the accounts I knew.
Okay. Are you sure students follow these accounts?
According to my little informal research, students don't really follow those accounts.
What different are you bringing on board?
The difference I'm bringing on board is that I'm going to make sure that social media accounts, there are strategies and ways through which we'll make sure that students are involved. So for example, when we are having events, we are going to take the social media account of students and tag them in posts. So we will use other strategies to make sure that the social media account use becomes very attractive and effective.
Hello. Please, you're talking about research. Did you do field research or you just... what kind of research did you do to ascertain that students do not really go into the... do not really access the social media pages?
Yes, please. That's why I said, according to my informal research, that's my observations. But
so you have a power support system that used to check students who access the...
No, please. But when I come, I would make a formal research.
So what is the informal research you're talking about? That's my question.
Informal research is the observations I make.
So how do you observe?
I go online, look at the Instagram account, the following, the likes, and I compare it to the
But do you agree with me? Someone can go on the social media and look at it and not like.
Yeah, I agree.
So is that what we call a research?
No, but...
So it's not a research. Do you agree with me?
Okay, I agree with you.
Thank you very much.
We also had a Twitter account, just for the record.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vifa, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Vifa, in 2020, you were, I think, the Deputy Public Relations Officer, right?
Yeah.
During 2020?
Yeah, for the COMSA.
Okay. So during your term of office, I want to know the impact and then the achievements you made during your era.
Okay, some of my achievement during that era was to represent the association in meetings which my president wasn't around. We also managed to convince a couple of communication students to join the Communication Student Association, which was not compulsory to communication students.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vifa, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah. When you are being elected into office, right?
Yes, please.
And then actions of the student or the actions of the SRC goes against the administration, what are you going to do to solve this problem?
Please, the question again.
I said, when you are being elected into office,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And then actions of the SRC and then the students per se goes against the administration, what are you going to do to solve this problem?
Okay, so with this kind of crisis, what I'm going to do to solve it is that I'm going to look for the roots or causes of the problem. Then after I find the root or causes, I'm going to speak with my other executives and have a plan on how we intend to resolve it. And we are also going to make sure that we reach out to administration to make sure that there's a form of mediation between us so that the problem is gradually solved, maybe not instantly.
Yeah, I get you very well.
Yeah.
But what if the actions of the SRC is right?
If the actions of the SRC is right, but it ends up not being in favor of the administration, I think although we are for the student body, we also have to have a good relationship with the administration. So I will still make sure that we reach out to the administration and make sure that we give them our reasons or explanations for our actions.
Okay, Mr. Vifa, what are you going to do to bridge the gap between the SRC and the administration?
What I'm going to do and bridge the gap between the SRC and the administration of Wisconsin is that I'm going to make sure that I have meetings with my executives and find out issues which are being faced by students. And we are going to look for not a harsh way, but a very meaningful way of getting it to the administration. And we are also going to update administration on events that are going on in the school. We are going to try to form a bond with them over the period that will be in office so that there's that cordiality.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Kenneth,
Yes, please.
show me how you address a letter to the registrar.
Okay.
In fact,
So
I had wanted you to use the board, but my marker is not ready. That's why I'm asking you. The marker is there. Please clean the board. Please go to the board. Address a letter to the registrar, telling the registrar the students want to see improvement in the Wi-Fi connectivity on campus
okay.
in less than 2 minutes. So don't worry, this is your letterhead. Don't do the Wisconsin bit of it. You are writing a letter addressing to the registrar, telling him or her that the students want improvement in the Wi-Fi system. Kenneth, thank you. Come and have a seat. Please get us a better marker, please. Get us a better marker. Kenneth, whom did you address the letter to? Are you abreast with the SRC system, how letters are addressed? Would you agree with me, per the line of questioning, you are not up to the task for a PRO of the SRC?
Please, I don't agree with you, humbly.
Convince me.
Yeah, the reason why I don't agree with you is that with some of these processes, they are linked when you are giving the note, because I know how to write formal letters, but as we are going into the position, you find the format as well. So when giving the note, it's something that I'm going to learn within a short possible time because it's a need.
Kenneth, having had interest in the portfolio you are seeking for, you have mentioned time and time again that you have made your observations. When the panel member asked you to change your narratives on research, you said observations instead of research, right?
Yes, please.
So having had that passion to lead the SRC as the PRO, you did not have any interest in trying to know how letters are addressed?
I've had interest in it.
And is that what you found?
No, please. I've not.
Have you cited any communique that has been issued by the SRC?
Have I cited any?
Any communique that has been issued by the SRC to the general students populace?
Yes, I've cited some.
Was that, did you see anything of such?
I didn't take a critical look at the format.
So if I tell you you are not ready to be the SRC PR, will you agree with me?
No, please. I don't agree with you.
Are you a multitask person?
Yeah, I'm a multitask
You are being called by the president of the school, Dr. Finn.
Yes, please.
At that same time, the SRC president is waiting for you in the office. Which one of them will you attend to first? If you don't know, just tell me. You can't say.
Coming. Let me think about it. I'll meet my SRC president first.
Why?
Because I operate under him.
Okay.
And they operate under administration. So after I meet him, then I can go meet.
Are you married?
No, please.
Do you have a child?
No, please.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No, please.
Are you faithful?
Yes, please.
Are you faithful?
Yes, please.
Everybody has left the SRC office. You have 2,000 Ghana cedis to manage the affairs of the SRC office. Your incoming wife is seriously sick at the hospital.
Yes, please.
The doctor has called you to pay 2,000 Ghana cedis into the account for your wife's operations. Will you use the money, the SRC money?
I will not. It will not even cross my mind because I'm a person who is afraid of crime, stealing, pilfering.
What
SRC
makes
money.
it a crime when you use that money to defray that
It's a
cost?
crime because according to the constitution, one of the functions of student executives is to
So
make
you
sure
allow your wife to die whilst the money is in your hands? Will you allow your wife to die?
If it's a critical situation that she's about to die, I'll look for other ways to gather the money, but I won't use.
You are
the
supposed
SRC
to
money.
operate under 1 minute and take that decision where you don't have the opportunity to call any other person, but the money is in your hands.
I won't use the money because I
So
believe
you
in
allow
integrity.
your wife to die?
Yes, please.
Okay.
My follow-up was on the letter you wrote. Actually, I was very disappointed in it. a letter without a date, and who you are even sending the letter to. But the question I wanted to ask was, aside the social media you talked about as PRO, do you have any network that you'll be able to market Wisconsin SRC beyond social media?
Beyond social media. Currently, I don't have any network that I can manage, that I can promote Wisconsin apart from social media.
All right, Bifa. Who is the current Greater Accra Regional Minister?
The current Greater Accra Regional Minister is Mr. George Cotty.
Mr.
Henry Cotty.
Harry?
Cotty.
Okay. Who is the former immediate past Attorney General? Immediate past.
If you don't know, just say
Please,
no.
I
You
don't know.
Who is the information minister?
Please, Honorable Kodjuro Upon Nkrumah.
Who is the press secretary to the president?
Please, I don't know.
All right. You are discharged. Thank you very much. Wait, sorry. Gallery, do you have any question? One? No question. There's a question, right? No.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very
Kenneth
much.
Rifa.
Yes, please.
I would like to know what you have done right now, or even days before we started the vetting, to encourage students to take part in SRC, because we can see that students are not interested in SRC activities. So I would like to know what you have practically done to even announce these vetting process to the student body.
Yeah, what I practically did about the vetting process was posting the poster of the vetting on my status, and I also placed it in my platforms for my members and also my colleagues of WIUC to follow and make it a point to come.
All right, thank you very much. You are discharged. Thank you for coming.
Thank you much,
We
Chairman.
wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
Would you prefer to sit or you prefer to stand?
I prefer to sit.
You prefer to sit. Why?
Oh, because I can see there's a seat available. So
you can take off your mask.
As here, I can see there's a seat here. So
the seat is not meant for you.
Okay, so
this is our office.
Yes, sir.
So we decide whether or not you sit.
Yes,
so
sir.
telling us you want to sit means you want to impose on us what you want to do.
You gave me an option whether I want to stand or I want to sit. It means there's an availability of a chair for me to sit.
Okay. You can take your seat.
Thank you. Which of the seats?
You can take.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Let me do this. Please take your microphone. Who are you, please, and why are you here?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel members. So, my name is Nobu Ebenaita Kufi Salombat, formerly known as Nobu Ebenaita, but most of my colleagues on campus know me as Selom, because it's very easy to pronounce, because Ebenaita is kind of as usual. So, I'm a student of Wisconsin, level 300, BSc IT student of this noble institution, a proud member of WIUC Tutors. Okay. So, I'm Selom, but officially known as Ebenaita Nobu, a level 300 BSc IT student, and one of the aspiring candidates for. Okay. I am Selom. Okay, so Selom is a student of this school, an easy to get to guy, the people's friend. I'll be glad if you enlighten it more for me.
We have every detail from your mother to your ancestors. You've provided it.
Yes, sir.
Who is this Selom that we have here? Who is he?
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, he's a student who is aspiring to be the public relation officer, who thinks he's able to identify problems and solve it. That is who he is. What problem have I been able to solve in my life? Okay. So, the last one I remember solving was when COVID came. The school was on lockdown and students were finding it difficult on how to write their exams. So, as a concerned student, with the permission of the previous SRC administration, led by Mr. Bernard Kwame Jakwasu, popularly known as Kwame Raj, he gave me the permission. I was able to have an online seminar for students, took them through how to access your mail, get your this. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Ahmed Rufai Shaibu, School of Nursing President and a veteran member. Selom, who are you responsible to if you've been given the nod to be the PRO for Wisconsin SRC? Who are you responsible to?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel member. So, per the Constitution, the PRO is responsible to the SRC Council. So, the SRC Council, being like the Executive Council, is part. So, as and when information comes in, information is supposed to go out. You get information from the senior executive, that is the president, through direct to you or through the SRC secretary to lay information. So, you report directly to the SRC Executive Council, which is also a member of the SRC Council.
How many social media handles does SRC operate?
So the Wisconsin SRC operates actively on the Instagram page, but we have the Facebook, the Twitter account, then the active one, the Instagram. But recently, until last year when His Excellency Kwame Raj introduced the SRC app, and previously His Excellency Bridget Bonnie introduced the SRC website. So ideally, these are the platforms, the SRC, social media platforms the SRC operates on.
Is WhatsApp platform part of those handles?
Okay, WhatsApp is not necessarily an official platform for the SRC to operate on. In as much as people, the SRC, WhatsApp is opened in a sense that you might have how will I put it? People not getting information in real time. So personally, WhatsApp, I won't rate it as one of the SRC. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. No, the SRC, per my knowledge, don't have an official WhatsApp account.
Okay. WhatsApp platforms, the Instagram, the Facebook, which one do you think students are following for information about SRC?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Panel Member. So, per my knowledge, which students are following the most? I would say actively, every student belongs to every group, and the students are the SRC. So, informal, I'll say it's the WhatsApp platform, because the SRC don't really manage it. Once information is gone out, I, as an individual, might choose to share it with my friend. So, actively is the Instagram account that when anything is posted, the students, an average of 100 students are actively involved with the Instagram account.
Which one would you recommend? Because we are targeting the students and we want the information to go across. Which one do students respond? If you are conversant with their social media handles that belongs to SRC, which one do they respond to quickly?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, panel member. So ideally, I also thought of it that if the SRC is having an official WhatsApp number, not group or anything, if the SRC is having an official WhatsApp number registered in the name of the SRC, where students can communicate directly to the SRC. Okay, the taps in our washrooms are not flowing. I take my phone. We have an SRC number where every student will have it, irrespective of the regime. This number doesn't belong to anybody. The number is on the phone or a phone, an SRC phone, where it's always so. If water is not flowing in my district, the PRO messages come, PRO communicates to the Executive Council. If there's information, the PRO has a broadcast list of all students. So once, with a push of a button, I am sending this message. It goes to all registered students of the school. So I would advise that if achievable, the SRC should get a registered WhatsApp number, since everybody, one way or the other, owns a smartphone.
So, per your explanation, that means we've downplayed the WhatsApp platform. Do you agree?
No, I have not downplayed the WhatsApp platform. All I said was the SRC is not having an official WhatsApp account. It's just groups. And with my knowledge, I belong to plenty SRC Wisconsin group, i.e. Wisconsin Social Plus, Wisconsin Social Plus Plus, Wisconsin Fan Page, Wisconsin New Chapter, Wisconsin SRC Week, and all of them, you won't have almost all students on it, but with a single number that belongs to the SRC. So when there's a message, okay, today the president wants to, there's this information that needs to get to students, the PRO will just, the secretary drafts whatever is supposed to be drafted, send it to the PRO packages it with a click of a button, it goes to every student at the same time. So as and when you come back, it will still be distributed to the other groups, but you have it in your mail if you want to reply, because with the groups, I might have to come to your PM, and maybe you might not know me. And maybe the way somebody will react to you is different from the way somebody will react to know that, okay, this Asimesi, this person is from the SRC. Anything I'm saying is going directly to the SRC. You telling me, maybe it's not the PRO that will share it in our group. Your colleague who is not part of the SRC council will share it to that group.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nobu, right? Mr. Nobu?
Yes, please, Mr.
Right.
Nobu.
Yeah, you look very good this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It was actually my attack to church today.
Oh, okay, that's very nice. You see, the official communication or the official communique for this one, for informations in the school, is sentence on the school's email, right? And then the other platforms or other social media platforms aren't well recognized. So I want to know if you have like a good platform which, aside this one email, you are going to initialize to students also. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel member, for the question. If I've also, I sat down and I realized that, okay, it's not everybody that is having data in real time. Maybe at this day, I'm having data. When emails are sent, I might not have internet as at that time to witness. So in my policy statements, one of the things I will hope to achieve is the SRC will register upon consultation with the Executive Council. If approved, we'll get an SMS, a bulk SMS platform. And how are we going to get that bulk SMS platform? We are going to liaise with Parliament. So I'm going to do a collaborative work with Parliament. Parliament comprises of class reps. So we'll just task all parliamentarians to get numbers of active members of their class, like registered students of their class, real-time data. Why am I saying real-time data? We might say we have the database, but the database might be old students. So once class reps gives us real-time data of students in their class, we collate all those data, get a service provider. Once there's information to be distributed, there's those SMS, we send email, then we send WhatsApp. So at every point in time, each student will get information in real time. Because with SMS, you don't need data. You just need a working mobile phone. And you submitted a working number to your class rep to be submitted for you to be informed.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's very nice. Are you a fan of, do you like entertainment?
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the question. Do I like entertainment? In my first year in the school, I was privileged to be part of those who organized the SRC. That was in 2017, 2018 academic year. I happened to be privileged to be part of the Entercom again, of which I was honored by the SRC as the head of publicity for that SRC week. Then again, I was privileged again to be a member of the immediate past SRC administration. So for entertainment, every young person likes entertainment. Even our daddies also like entertainment. That's what some of us used to release stress and just to cool down our temper. So entertainment, yeah, you are talking to the right person.
No, okay, that's very nice.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nobu, I know it will be called Salom.
Yes, please.
I can't find the Salom here.
When I was introducing myself, before I was told to cut and go straight to the point. Salom is part of my name, but it's not an official name because Ebenezer sounds, when you mention Ebenezer, people will be like, and mentioning your name to Ebenezer, it's sometimes frustrating.
All right.
So,
all right.
Salom is more of like.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kita.
The Volta region?
Yes, please.
Are you conversant with your culture?
I won't say yes, neither will I say no.
That's fine. I know you are a DJ.
Yes,
and
sir.
you are very familiar with microphone.
Yes, sir.
Is it the appropriate way to handle microphone?
Is it the appropriate way to handle microphone? Yes. Okay, so if I'm permitted, this is a multi-directional microphone. So in respect of how you hold it, there are microphone dynamics. I can choose to hold the mic like this, but it will be a disadvantage to people who might be streaming us now because they might not be able to hear. So I thought it was that I draw it close to my mouth.
Are you aware of gestures and mannerisms?
Say again.
Gestures and mannerisms.
Yes, please.
Are you aware in Ghana?
Ghana.
You don't point at people with your left hand.
Yes, please.
And what are you doing now?
I'm a bit confused.
You have your microphone in your right hand, and you are using your left hand to do the gestures and mannerisms, right?
Yes, because I'm a right-handed person, and I feel comfortable holding the microphone in my right hand.
In Ghanaian culture, especially in the Akan culture, they won't find it very likely with you using your left hand to direct on people.
Oh, okay.
So I think it will be appropriate to use your left hand to hold the microphone and the right hand to do your directions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. I want to know, as a PRO, what will be your comprehensive communication plan when giving a nod to market SRC activities?
Okay. So I believe in the principle of teamwork make the dream work. So the SRC itself, headed by the president, have their own visions. So what I want to do is I want to start a collaborative way of communicating. 1 with Parliament, 2 with associations, 3 with content creators and bloggers. There are students who have active following on social media. So once you engage them, you engage the content creators, then with the bulk SMS, I think information will reach everything.
The question is a comprehensive communication plan, not your tactics.
A comprehensive communication plan.
Yes. For instance, there's going to be an Aquaba week, okay? The Aquaba week, you have your activities from Monday to either Sunday or Friday. Monday activity include, what do we call it? Let's say Jamas night or Jama night. How are you going to market this Jama night to the student populace?
Okay, so thank you very much. As a creative designer myself, I think young people are attracted to creatives. So with the whole SRC week, first you get infographics of all content. So from Monday to this, then you focus on Monday. Monday, what are the activities? If it's Jama, okay, so then you can get students. You can get students who are not the entire students. So you get 3 or 4 students. If it's a video you want to shoot, you shoot a video. You publicize it. You push it to the socials, i.e., Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Something everybody will want to watch. Because as young people, we always like exciting things. Even the old also like. Nobody hates something that is exciting and nice. So with focus, when you focus on it, so then maybe you can use
Mr.
influencers.
Selom, will you agree to me that you don't know what comprehensive communication plan is?
Comprehensive will be relative in this context. In this context, in the sense that what you might think, somebody might think that, okay, driving a BMW M5 is very fast.
Sorry.
So that's the tactics
you use to get. You're an IT student, right?
Yes, please.
Sorry, you don't need to answer that question. You were part of the IMC.
Yes, please, as a member.
Why was it dissolved?
I was an executive member of the IMC. First, let's put it on record. I was a member, and when the IMC was commissioned, there was some brouhaha where there was a court injunction that the IMC can't operate. It wasn't commissioned properly because an individual thought stakeholders were not properly contacted before the IMC was formed. So there was a court injunction. So when upon further management thought it wise that okay, maybe you just have to close it down. Because since
who commissioned the IMC?
The dean of students. Per my knowledge,
and why did it take the what do you call it? The school to dissolve it?
The management.
Management to dissolve it.
That matter in court.
Yes. So
it was sent to court. So I don't want the panel
to speak to that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DJ Selom. Let me continue from where my brother stopped off. You said you are a creative content designer. Am I right?
I'm a creative designer. Yes.
Okay. If you get the opportunity to become PRO of Wisconsin SRC, will you give that creative designs to SRC for free?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel member. Like I said, I've served the SRC for quite a number of years now, and a student volunteer at Wisconsin Radio. So if there's a need, there are some designs or there are some content where it might just have to be paid for, not even to myself. Because it's not, sometimes you might need something and it needs to be outsourced to somebody to be paid for. But with myself, as a member, it will just have to come as and when the need be.
For free?
For free.
That was the specific.
Because in one of my policies, I said I was going to release newsletters. And newsletters, it has to be attractive. It's not just text. We are tired of text. So you just have to make it attractive where if somebody is reading it, the person knows that.
I'm not interested in how attractive is it. will it be for free?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
That is if it's coming from me. Yes, I said it that some of the designs need to be outsourced. So if I'm the one doing it, it's not paid for. But if I'm not the one, by you, by me. Yes, I will do it for free.
You know,
yes.
As PRO, you are head of the Publicity Committee.
Yes, please.
And I might be a designer myself, but by virtue of you being PRO, you will decide to do it. Probably my designs will be better than yours, but you being at the helm of affairs decide that you will do it. That's the reason of my emphasis of it being free. Either than that, it has to go through a competitive process. So those that you are saying you don't do, it has to go through a competitive process for other people to also submit bids for it. My substantive question, are you familiar with the SRC Constitution?
Not entirely, but as a student, you just need to be abreast with the Constitution. So
the Constitution in its present state, do you think that it represents SRC of Wisconsin fairly?
Okay, so thank you, Chair, thank you, panel member. Per my observation, as a creative designer, one thing caught my attention from the Wisconsin Constitution 2000, as amended 2017. The logo in the Constitution is not the current SRC logo. That's one. So then, two, upon reading, I saw something, I don't know, it maybe I might seek legal counsel, the position of the WUCOM. It wasn't stated clearly that the person should be a woman. Because if I'm a woman advocate, I think I'm also in the right position to contest. So I think there are some petty anomalies that if upon legal consultation by the SRC Judicial Council, I didn't say, but if in the case I might be an advocate for women.
You agree with me that
yes,
the Constitution needs to be amended?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. PRO, you spoke about social media, i.e. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, to the extent of WhatsApp, and aside those ones, do you have any network that you can market the school beyond social media, i.e. through television, online publications, radio?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel member. As a volunteer of Wisconsin Radio, I think apart from social media, the radio is there, and I'm a member of also of a content creating group called Cool Peeps. So Cool Peeps, that one is also there. I've been an active writer, a representative from Wisconsin, where I try my little way to promote the school on coolpeeps.com and Echo House. Then I think I have networks that we might engage as and when matters are arising, where there's a need for the school to go out on national radio and national TV. We can also negotiate for that, just to put the school out there.
Okay. What's your current GPA?
My current GPA is 3.33.
And you think it matters for a PRO position?
It matters. It matters because I'm hoping to improve upon myself. I know I can do more, and the PRO won't be a reason why my GPA should come down.
That's not my question. Do you think that someone need a GPA of 3 and above to be a PRO?
Per the Constitution, for you to run for any SRC president, I think you should have a GPA above 3.0 or above, just so you are in right standing.
Don't you think you should be looking at other assessment criteria rather than GPA? I might be a very outspoken person, very good in communication, but when I'm putting pen to paper, I'm unable to put out what is in me. As a result, my GPA is 2.5. And I'm unable to contest for PRO because I don't have a GPA of 3.0. Is it fair?
Okay, so there's one thing I believe that you are first a student. First, you're a student, even before SRC or any position. First, you're a student, and this is a learning environment. So if averagely your GPA is like below 3.0, let's take it that way, and now you come to add SRC responsibilities. You have all the qualities, but your GPA is not being. It means that maybe with my small experience in SRC, at times the SRC president is in class, then he's called, or any of the SRC executives are in class, then you are called. So now that then times that you are in a class, and it's not going on well. So now that you are coming to add another responsibility, how sure are we that at the end of the day you won't go out and say, because I was doing SRC work, because I was doing SRC work. So I think ideally the 3.0 is okay. Personally, I think the 3.0 is okay. 3.0, notwithstanding 3.0, you are second class upper. So second class upper, graduating with second class upper is cool.
Do you think everybody need a second class upper or even a second class lower to graduate?
Not everybody that needs it, but I'm not sure everybody wants to fail. Same way nobody wants to graduate with a third class or a pass.
Probably you don't want. If I get a third class, I'm okay with it. Because I don't need a second class lower to certify my life.
Yes, notwithstanding, we have people that have passed but are successful in life, and people that have first class and are struggling.
So you don't think there's a need to review the GPA?
Personally, I don't think there is a need for the GPA.
Thank you.
For Salom. Or Salom.
Yes, sir.
Who is the deputy PRO for WIUC Tutors?
So the deputy PRO for WIUC Tutors, I think that's Edem. I only know her as Edem. She's the secretary and the acting deputy. So.
Okay. Which academic year are we in?
So we are in the 2020-2021 academic year.
Okay. Per section E of the document you filled,
yes, please.
You claim to be deputy PRO of WIUC Tutors.
Yes, please.
And here you are mentioning another name.
Yes,
why?
Please. On paper, the deputy, but because of one or two things, I asked them to step in.
On paper,
yes, please.
You are deputy.
Yes, please. So I asked them to step in for me. That's why when you asked me, I mentioned her name. Because of, I just have to step down. So I was, per the document, I said I was.
A follow-up question.
Do you have a resignation letter to that effect?
I wasn't given an appointment letter either.
You're not given an appointment letter?
Please.
So you're working in vacuum. So you work in vacuum.
Oh,
so your members are going to appoint, you're not going to give them appointment letters. Is that what you are saying? Was that the right way?
Please, your question again.
Was that the right way,
so
that you come and work without an appointment letter?
So WIUC Tutors,
was that the right way?
I'm not in a position to say yes or no to that question.
So what do you think?
So I think ideally we just have to rectify that error and correct it.
So it was wrong. Do you agree with me?
Yes, it was wrong.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Action plan. Use of bulk SMS to reach students. Who will take that course?
So the SRC is supposed, the SRC generally is supposed to serve the student. And the PRO as an individual.
Please. The question is, who will take that course?
The SRC will bear the cost.
Okay. Would you agree with me that WhatsApp is much better and safer than SMS?
No.
Why?
WhatsApp might be better, but it's not efficient.
Why?
Why? As of now, my data is off. So if I wasn't here, or there's a communique from the SRC that's supposed to take effect in the next 30 minutes, I might not receive that information. as and when I get data, as at 5:50 p.m. today, that's when I'll get the information. As at that time, the information came on time, but it wasn't efficient, and as at that time, it's not relevant.
Okay. Salom. Education, pay your CV. Pay your CV.
Yes, please.
You offered DIT, Diploma in IT,
yes, please.
From 2017 to 2019.
Yes, please.
Pay your CV also.
Yes, please.
You are offering Diploma in IT from 2019 to 2022.
I think
Hello. Please, did you prepare the CV yourself?
Yes, please. I think it was just an oversight.
It's an oversight.
Yes, please.
It's your CV.
Yes, please.
Do you know what a CV is?
Yes, please.
What's a CV?
So a CV is just a summary of who you are.
So that's what you have here, right? So we should grade you based on this. What you've given us.
I believe that as human as I am, I'm prone to mistakes, and I'll
So you are making a mistake about yourself. So how can we entrust a whole public relation of the Wisconsin International University SRC into your hands when you make mistake about yourself?
Okay, so I believe you can entrust the SRC in my hands in the sense that before I give a communique, upon consultation by the SRC secretary, because this one I prepared it and maybe those I gave it to, it was also an oversight. But ideally, I think.
But don't you agree with me that the CV is yourself? So
yes, the CV is
you
myself.
should know better.
Yes, I should know better. And
you should be able to correct every mistake inside before.
Not every mistake. There are oversight mistakes.
About yourself, you make mistakes.
At some point.
About yourself, you make mistakes.
I won't say about myself. I made mistake. It was just a typo. So I'll just.
So you made a mistake.
Yes, I made a mistake.
Thank you.
Skills, programming languages. Verbally. What will be the name of a website that you are designing for SRC Parliament?
What will be the name of the website?
Yeah. As in a domain name.
As a domain name. So if I just want to ask a follow-up question, just to be clear. Are we assuming? No, I'm just saying because there's an existing SRC website. Yes. Clarification, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so for clarification, are we assuming or in reality? Because there's an existing SRC website, so.
Active website.
Yes, the domain is still active, so it's an active website.
Okay, so we are assuming.
Okay, so if we are assuming, I'll just go for WIUCSRC.com. www.wiucsrc.com.
Okay. It's a website, I stated, for Parliament.
Is it Parliament? Okay,
that's what I said.
Okay,
Parliament.
So if it's Parliament, I'll just go for WIUCSRC, then PAR.com.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll move away from the IT. I'm not a very good IT person. No, I'm not coming. So please, my first question is related to general knowledge. Okay, do you know the Deputy Information Minister of Ghana?
No, please.
Oh, okay. So what's the latest political news in Ghana?
The question again.
The latest political news in Ghana.
The latest political news in Ghana.
Yes, please.
That the Vice President and the Chief Imam visited the Jura to assess whatever is happening on the ground, and the Vice President made.
That's fine. That's fine. you are from your CV, you are known to be a good content writer, right?
Yes, please.
Can you do something for me right now about the story, a draft story? Can you just do something?
Okay, so my headline will be the Vice President donates 20,000 to bereaved families, each bereaved family at Ejura. So then, that's my headline. Then my starting paragraph will be the Vice President and the Chief Imam with other members of the council visited Ejura yesterday to ascertain happiness on the ground.
That's fine. That's fine. So after your tenure, if you are to win the SRCPR after your tenure, what do you want to be remembered for?
Making the SRC known and relevant.
So at this point in time, the SRC is not being known and relevant.
The
Is that
SRC
what
is
you are
relevant,
saying?
but it's not properly known.
So how will you rate the current IMC?
Please, there's no IMC.
The steering committee.
Okay.
Sorry.
How will I rate the steering committee?
Yes, their performance over the past few months.
Over
10.
Over 10. I'll rate them 7.2.
7.2.
Yes, please.
So how do you rate today's performance of yourself?
Of myself?
Yes, please.
Humanly as I am, I don't think anybody
Please,
wants to look
just
down
go
on
straight
himself.
to the point. I don't
so how
want
am I
that.
going to rate myself?
Yes, over 10.
7.
7.
Yes, please.
So you are using this 15, is it 15 minutes? About 7 minutes performance. You are rating yourself high over a steering committee that has said for
please, I
the
said
past.
7.
But I said 7.24.
Yes, please.
And you are using just about 5 minutes to give yourself 7. You are giving a steering committee which I said for about 2 months.
That's my personal
You are
opinion.
giving.
That's my
So
personal
they didn't do anything. Do you agree with me?
I said they did 7.2.
They didn't do anything.
No, they did something. They are able to organize, if not for any reason, they are able to organize this event of which I am part of.
Thank you. Do you know about the state of the SRC address? Do you know? Have you heard something about it?
Yes, so the state of address.
Do you know about it?
Yes, please.
Yes. Who addresses it?
The president, please.
The president.
Yes, please. The president of the SRC.
Okay. Do you have suggestion box in Wisconsin International University currently?
Yes, please. There's a suggestion box.
But in your policies, you said something about suggestion box.
Yes.
Is it that it's not working or what? Can you throw more light on it?
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Chair and panel member. The reason why I said that was we only have one suggestion box. That's in front of the SRC office. But I said we are going to put suggestion box at vantage point, i.e. block D, block C, and in front of block A, if necessary, the academic block, where students use more of the time. Because if I'm going to drop suggestion in front of the SRC office and any of the SRC member is coming from the washroom and the person sees me that I'm dropping something, the person will know that I am the one. Maybe I want to remain anonymous. The person will know that this is the person doing this. And if there's anything can happen. So I suggested we put it at vantage points at all the time, which will be regularly checked.
Please, what is references? References. Have you heard that word before?
References.
Yes, please.
References. Yes, please.
Where did you? What was the meaning of reference?
I think the right word is reference. Reference. I think I'll go for reference because references sounds not too correct.
Okay, so what is reference?
Reference is in the sense that maybe I want to refer to something. Where?
Do you know that for a fact, or you just? Yes. Do you know? Please come again. You said something about references.
Yes, please. Just have to maybe. You might need an information about me.
That's fine. Do you know about referees when it comes to CV writing?
Yes, please.
What's referees?
Referees are people who stand in for you.
So are they the same?
They might not be the same, but they might be similar.
Are they the same?
I can't give a yes or no answer to that.
So what is, when you are writing a CV, what do you put there?
I've seen CVs with reference. I've seen CVs with referees.
So you
are telling us that when drafting a CV, instead of referees, you use reference.
I didn't say that.
So what is the difference between a referee and a reference?
I didn't say. I said they are not the same, but they might be similar.
What is the difference?
Okay. Which of them will I write? I think I'll go for, depending on what I'm writing, I might go for reference. I'll go for reference, personally.
Thank you, thank you. The chairman, he has, I want to give him a CV, so he looks at what he wrote in there.
Also, I'll go for reference.
You go for referees.
Yeah, reference.
Referees. Are you going for reference or referees?
I'll go for reference.
Reference.
Yes, please.
So, define reference.
Right now, yeah, I don't think I have a definition of it.
No, but you are putting something on your CV.
Yes.
Which you don't know what it is. Then
yes,
what?
I might have I read it. How I happened to appear on my CVs. I went for a workshop, and the facilitator was like, "You can use reference and referees." So that was where I prepared my CV.
So we can also decide that the reference there are authorities that you intend to rely on. Not people, but authorities.
Authorities, okay.
Based on their works.
Okay.
Not your work.
Based on their works.
Yeah, because that's the definition we may give to it. Because it's vague. You stated reference.
Yes, please.
Yes, what?
You said you can define it.
Yeah. No, because the reference there is vague. It's ambiguous.
Oh, okay.
Let me take this opportunity to just educate you about it, okay?
Thank you.
When you're writing CVs, you don't ask the panel available upon request. It is not done, okay? It's yourself. You are supposed to provide a detailed referees, okay? It's not references, it's referees. References is used for academic writing, okay? When you rely on people's work and other things, do you understand? And referees are people you can put your foot there for that people can tell us more about you and other things, okay, to confirm that what you've written there is correct. Okay. Thank you.
Chair.
No, not.
So, which provision in the Constitution establishes the office you are aspiring for? I mean WIUC Constitution.
I might not remember it offhand, but can I make reference to it? Because the Constitution is, I can't have all offhand. So I know what's under it, but with provision like the clause, I'm not really like a law student to understand. Wait, please.
Hello. Are you really prepared to contest the position of public relations officer?
Yes, please.
And you are telling this panel this honorable panel that you didn't take time to go through the Constitution to ascertain your duties or know which article you will be working from. Is that what you are telling us?
No, please.
So what are you telling us?
I only said I don't have it offhand.
So you don't know the article in which you work from, right?
Right now, I'm trying to remember my song coming.
Okay. So you are saying that you didn't take notice of the provision in the Constitution. Okay, fair enough. So what are the mandated constitutional function of a public relations officer of WIUC SRC?
Okay, so one is upon consultation by the SRC Council, there's supposed to be a formation of the public relations officer who is supposed to be the communicating point.
Wait, I asked a specific question, so I want a specific answer. I'm saying that what are the mandated obligation of a public relations officer of WIUC SRC? That's all.
It's to inform
students. Just list them. You can state them or list them. Yeah. I don't need where you were established because you cannot even pinpoint the provision in the Constitution for me.
Okay. So you're supposed to be the communicating point between the bridge between the students and the SRC. Organize presses for the SRC, designs. You being the head of the publicity team of the SRC. So. A question again. You are supposed to be the gap between the president, the SRC council and the student. Yeah, the communication gaps where you inform students and you hear from students. So ideally, I think that's. Okay. You can ask a question based on the Constitution, or I might not have everything in my head. Yes, please. It's Article 5. Yes, Article 5. Yes, please. Please, it's 5. Article 5, Executive Officers. E. E. Okay, so per the Wisconsin SRC Constitution as amended 2017, the public relations officer will be the responsibility of dates, events, and programs of the SRC. Will be an automatic member of the protocol committee and editorial board, coordinate all media and public relations of the SRC. Then in the absence of the vice president, the public relations officer will coordinate all activities of committees and bodies set up or registered under this constitution. In the absence of the vice president. Okay, so in my policy, I stated I was going to, in one of my plans, I stated I was going to do a collaborative public relation work. A collaborative one in a sense, I was going to collaborate with parliament, collaborate with association heads, collaborate with churches, like as part of the association heads. Yes, church organizations, because they meet on a smaller scale. Because if you're supposed to coordinate activities, you have to get everybody involved. There was one thing we tried sometime, and I think it worked, was when there was this social trend, 10 years. When I say we, I was head of publicity for the 2018-2019 academic year, where there was a trend of 10 years past.
Thank you.
So we consulted them.
Thank you. Take a deep breath. Are you a multitask person?
Yes, please.
How many things can you do in a space of 2 minutes?
In a space of 2 minutes?
Yes. How many things can you do?
It's determinant on what I'm doing.
Okay, get up. Take a marker from her. Put your microphone down. Okay, the marker is there. Please communicate to the student's body a meeting of the SRC which addressed sanitation on campus. Communicate to the student's body as the PRO a meeting with the SRC Council that addressed sanitation on campus. So please, you have your board there, you have the marker, write that to us. You don't need the microphone. No, you are writing. You don't need to say anything. Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel member. Per the Constitution, I know that, okay, the PR is not the one supposed to draft.
Mr. Salom, write to the student populace communicating a meeting with the SRC Council, telling students how you were addressing or you will address sanitation on campus. Thank you.
Which platform am I using? Which platform am I using to address the students? Well, if I'm permitted to talk again, the PRO won't draft communique. If I can make reference to it. So if I communicate anything to the student, I have to get instructions from the president, the SRC president, through the secretary. So as at that time, the secretary might have drafted whatever I want to.
All right, thank you very much. You chose not to communicate to the student populace on a meeting through letter writing. We are very much grateful. Sit down.
Yes, please. Yes, please. No, please.
No.
Yes, please.
Do you know how PRs work?
Yes, please.
Generally?
Yes, please.
So what do?
They keep a good image of whoever they represent. Upon consultation.
You stated earlier on that the vice president went to a draft with the chief imam. When the issue about what happened, the first communique that came out was a PR from Ghana Armed Forces, Public Relations Office. It was drafted by the Director of Public Relations. So you cannot say that it is the secretary that ought to draft communication to the student. The secretary has his functions or mandate under the Constitution. The primary role of a PRO is to communicate to the outside body, that is the organization he is working for and the student populace. So it is your duty to draft those communiques to defend the interests of the student body or to communicate information to the student body when the need arises. So you don't have to rely on the secretary to do that.
Just the last question. Mr. Sello, how do you do?
How do you do?
My question is, tell this honorable panel the difference between a public relation officer, a communication officer, and a communication director. Should I come again?
I'll be happy. Ask for the question again and you give the mic.
You can choose not to answer, or you didn't hear the question.
I didn't hear the question.
What is the difference between a public relations officer, a communications officer, and director of public affairs, and a communications director?
I might not be able to give the answer here. I'll just have to rethink of it properly to give the answer.
Okay. Mr. Salom, what are you here in the school? What are you doing?
BSc Information Technology.
Do you agree that course is a professional course?
That course is yes, please.
It's a professional course?
Yes, please.
Okay. You are an IT student, right?
Yes, please.
Writing a letter or a document, a Word document, what is the font size?
Okay, so writing a formal letter, the font size is between 12 and 14. 12 and 14.
Between 12 and 14?
Yeah, depending on who you are writing it to.
Okay,
so
fantastic. 14. Is that your CV in my hands?
Yes, please.
Is that your CV in my hands?
Yes, please.
Do you take this panel as a formal or informal composition or sort? Do you regard us as people that you need to address formally?
Yes, please.
So what is the font size of your CV?
So my CV is it has a font size of 12 and it has a font size of 16.
And you think it is the professional way of addressing a panel like this?
So earlier on I said I went for a workshop in CV writing and he was a facilitator. I actually drafted this CV at the workshop, and it was sorted, and it was like, okay.
Thank you very much. You said a format for a professional or an official document.
Letter.
Should be like between letter. 12 and 14.
Last letter.
So what is the font of this CV?
The font sizes is there are two different font sizes, a 12 and a 16.
Are you sure?
It's a Tacoma 12 and a Tacoma 16.
Do you use Tacoma for an official letter?
Yes, please. Some organizations use Tacoma for official letters.
I am not referring to your organization. I'm
not referring to my organization.
An official letter to an official function or panel.
Please. I've received an official letter of which the font was in Tacoma.
What did your lecturer taught you or teach you? What did they teach you?
Fonts are relative. As a creative designer.
What is the official font for an official letter?
In Wisconsin.
Not in Wisconsin.
Not.
It is a standard.
Okay, so what I know is with project works, official is you use Times New Roman and you keep it 12.
Why did they refer to project work as an official document that demands font size 12 and New Times Roman?
Okay, so project work is for academia purposes. So for academia purposes, you go that way. Like I said, I've received an official document with the font size, with the font type.
We are not making references to you as Mr. Selo. We are making references to an official document.
Yes, it was official from the government.
From
a state institution. Let me put it that way. From a
you think it's right?
I wasn't in a position to question
as somebody in academia, you think it's right?
It's relative.
Okay. Mr. Salom, will you agree with me that with all your skills, when it comes to communications, as a PR person, you don't have it?
Yes.
You don't have it. You agree with me?
In form of like, I want to get the question right before I answer.
In all your skills, regardless of all the good things you've said about yourself, about your expertise and all that, when it comes to communication, as in communicating to people, you don't have it.
I think I'll disagree with you.
You disagree?
Yeah, I think
okay.
I'll disagree with you.
You were not able to write a communique to the student populace when I asked you to do that. Yes, and you chose not to write.
I didn't choose not to write. I think it's when you are supposed to address the students, you don't use 1 minute to write.
Who is the former SRC PRO?
The former SRC PRO.
The immediate past.
Please, Frimpong. I know Mr. Frimpong.
Frimpong?
Yes, please. Because that's what we popularly know from Mr. Frimpong.
Okay. Who is Gideon Goku?
Say again.
Gideon Goku.
Gideon Goku is a level 200 evening IT student.
Who is he to you?
He's a faculty member. He's in my department. He belongs to my department, and I happened to tutor him before. So
he endorsed your forms?
Yes, please.
What did you tell him to endorse your forms?
Okay, so I met him on his way to class. Mm-hmm. So I was like, okay, Gideon, this is it. I'm contesting to run for PRO. So what do you think? And I was like, oh, cool. So I was like, what can he do? And I was like, oh, as I need someone from his class to endorse. Then he was like, okay.
Are you telling me Goku endorsed your forms on the basis of you being his friend and a course mate, but you did not convince him to accept you who can be the right person for the job? Do you agree with me?
I didn't force him. He opened up willingly.
Not by way of forcing. You did not convince him to accept you to be the right person to be the PRO of the SRC.
If I'm permitted to speak to you, I say I depend on. So I didn't need plenty convincing because he has witnessed and he has been a beneficiary of.
You are not going to be the PRO of the SRC because your friend is Goku. Do you agree?
No.
You are going to be the PRO of the SRC because you are supposed to communicate every communication to the student populace.
Yes, please.
But you failed to communicate to the student populace when the opportunity was given to you.
It was on short notice and like with reference to my
It was
CV,
on short notice.
I was given a
Do you have a girlfriend?
Do you have a girlfriend?
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes.
But you are not married?
I'm not married.
But you have a girlfriend?
Oh, yes, I have a girlfriend.
Okay. And the SRC Council are not in office. 2,000 Ghana cedis belonging to the SRC. Your girlfriend is seriously sick in the hospital. The doctor has called you, confirm the amount of 2,000 Ghana cedis so that they can operate on her, else she's dying under 1 minute. Will you use the money?
My girlfriend is not broke. She has money. So I think she's in right financial standings. The doctor won't call me to ask for money. But in other situations, I'll look for other alternatives. Because that money is not my money. It's students' money. And I'm not a financial controller to have access to students' money. Neither am I the president to be a signatory to the... What if there's no alternative? So touching the money is also not an alternative. What am I going to do? So if there are no alternatives, one, I think MTN is being fair to Ghanaians. You can take quick loan. You can take quick loan because touching SRC money.
Mr. Salom. Okay.
That money, see, I'm the PRO. I'm the PRO, not the financial controller,
Mr. Salom,
not the president.
answer to my question.
Okay.
Answer to my question.
Okay.
Are you faithful?
Am I faithful?
Are you faithful?
Faithful.
Are you
as
faithful?
A Christian?
Are you sincere? Are you an honest person?
Honest.
Are you honest?
Yes, please. If it's A, I'll say A. If it's B, I'll say B.
Are you telling me that you are convinced in your mind that you have SRC's money of 2,000 Ghana cedis?
Wait,
your girlfriend
in my pocket.
Mr. Salom, you can't ask me two ways when I'm asking you a
Okay.
question. Thank you. Take a big breath again. Should we offer you a water? Your girlfriend is sick. The doctor needs 2,000 to operate on her. Will you use SRC money for that?
No.
Why?
Like I said, I'm in a good financial standing. My girlfriend is also in good financial standing. So there's no
fantastic, fantastic. So using the SRC money that was practically in your hands to defray that cost, does it mean that you have stolen SRC money?
I won't use SRC money.
So assuming you have used it,
I will stop assuming.
Is that?
I won't assume. I won't assume. Because it's money we are talking about here. I might touch that SRC money. Then what if I might not be able to refund it in time? It means it's theft.
All right. Thank you. Any question?
A monthly newsletter. Yes, please. The rest is with the SMS, with the bulk SMS. The reason I put it there is as and when information comes. When information comes, we draft what is supposed to be sent out. Because, like I said, informations are sent via a digital space, via internet. So there might be a group of students that might not be online in real time to witness a timed information where, okay, in the situation where the steering committee was going for McDan, Honorable Kojo Opon Kroma, Mr. Eugene Ahin, Mr. Eugene Ahin.
As a PRO, per the education we had from the panel, you are supposed to send information. Immediately you have it. Do you need to consult the SRC Council? Let's say students want to demonstrate. Do you need to consult the council? Because you have to send a communique. Students are demonstrating. The school is on you to say something. You can't reach the president. You can't reach the general secretary. No leader is picking the call because there is tension. PRO, what do you do? Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel. As a PRO, I don't operate in my own capacity. I have the high authority I report to. So when information, I don't think the school will call the PRO. In as much as they might, whoever is in charge might have my number. It's not in right position. If the person calls me, I'll be like, it's unfortunate, I can't act on whatever you said because I take instructions from the SRC president or the SRC council. So, because anything I put out there is coming from the SRC, of which the president is the head. So it means that the president is so much aware.
Thank you. Between your academics and service to the student's body, which one will you choose? At the extreme end, that will cause your GPA. Which one will you choose?
Okay, so which one will I choose? Service.
Don't ask me.
No, I'm just asking myself, just to. So I don't think I'm in a position to choose right now because when it gets, we have time.
I didn't hear you. Is that what?
I said I'm not in a position to choose because he said if between the student front and my
between service to students
and service to my books.
Your academics.
Yes, please.
Which one will you choose? That will affect your GPA. Which one will you choose? If you can't choose, tell me you can choose.
I don't think I can make a decision now.
You don't think you can make a decision?
Yes, please.
So can I tell you that you are not an honest person?
Maybe there will be, if I get more clarification on me not being honest.
Are you ready to serve?
Yes, please.
What is service? Are you a Christian?
Yes, please.
What does the Bible says about service?
You serving people.
You serving people. All right, thank you very much. Gallery, please, do you have any question? Okay. Mr. Nobu Ebenaita. Ebenaita.
Yes, please.
Okay. AKA Salom.
Afu Salom.
We are grateful for your coming. You are discharged. Please put off the microphone. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, madam. Welcome. How are you? You can take off your mask because of good social distancing. All right. Please, why are you here? Please use the microphone. Would you want to sit or you prefer standing?
I'm in your office, so if you offer me a seat, I'll gladly take it.
All right, thank you very much. Please take your seat. Can you please tell us who is sitting in front of me?
Thank you, Chair. So I am Claudia Santoa Kakari Boateng, a level 300 BSc midwifery student.
Yeah, we are listening. Are you done? Who is she? Who is she? Who are you? Are you done introducing yourself? Are you done? So tell me, who are you?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I am Claudia Santoa Kakari Boateng.
No.
Who am I? Who is Claudia? Okay, so Claudia is a level 300 upper student of Wisconsin University. I'm studying midwifery now. I'm a nurse at the moment, but I'm studying to be a midwife.
All right.
I am 28 years. No, I'll be 28 years very soon. And I am the second born of my parents.
Madam Claudia, we have all this information in your CV. We want to know who Claudia is.
It's just me. I'm just a
Okay, thank you.
person.
Thank you very much. My name is Ahmed Rufai. Do you know me? Who am I?
Yeah, the WIMSA president.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Which article of the SRC Constitution legitimizes the portfolio you are going for?
Article 10.
That's good. Use the microphone.
Article 10.
Okay, thank you. Is your action plan smart?
Yes. I believe in myself, so obviously it's smart for me.
Do you have it off head? Because I want to,
Yes,
to either to mention or to read one, and you tell me how smart that particular action plan is. Women empowerment. Is it smart?
Yes, it is.
Tell me how smart women empowerment is. The timeline, the outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe that where we are going as a country, as a world, like people will say the future is female. I believe in that statement so much, in as much as so the males are dominating in our world now, and so we need to empower women to also get there. So women empowerment is a very smart move. We need to empower women in all ways to make them, so for us to also get there. Thank you.
Okay, but what I wanted to hear from you is that timeline. What activity are you planning to do? Because you are supposed to have an activity or an action plan that will be approved by Parliament for you to implement. So what exactly are you going to do step by step to make sure that women empowerment on campus is achieved?
Thank you. So from the action plan, what I wrote, the second one, I wrote something about
Women entrepreneurship.
Yes. It also goes into empowering women. So for me, we are going to, if giving the nod and in consultation with the council, if it's accepted, we are going to organize programs that is going to look at giving women, females on campus, the skills to do other things apart from academic works. that can give them something, a sort of income at the end of the day.
So, have you identified a particular area of interest for women on campus? I don't know whether you've done a survey or you've been observing or gathering information. Which area do you think you want to work with? Because women empowerment is a very big area. Which area are you going to concentrate on?
Thank you for the question. So one of the areas I would want to concentrate on is getting a lot of women into, I don't want to use politics, but for lack of a better word, let me use politics. Like, for instance, in this SRC bid, a lot of women, like, I was assuming that a lot of people will come on board to contest for this position, but it looks like the women were a little bit laid back. So I'll use this as an opportunity. If given the go-ahead, I'll use that as an opportunity to mobilize women, and then we will encourage women, female students, to participate in things like this. Thank you.
I'm Elvis Asante. Madam Asantua, right?
Yes, please.
Or Madam Boatin, to be precise. Okay. In your action plan, you made mention of health screening. I want you to brief me on that.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mentioned health screening, and I emphasized on breast cancer and cervical cancer. So in consultation with the council, if I'm given the power to be the women's commissioner, and then the council accepts it, because as per my functions as a women's commissioner, we are supposed to organize programs and activities that is in the interest of females on campus. So if I'm giving the nod and in consultation with the SRC council, I would want to organize the health screening, because breast cancer as a whole is killing a lot of people, and the awareness is not so much now, because some people, they come to the hospitals and they come at the moment where the cancer is almost not curable. You can do nothing about it, you get it? So when we want to create the sensitivity, like want people to know about it, want people to check, we want to screen people so they will know their status, and then we move from there. Thank you.
Okay, you made mention of cancer. That's the known, this one, like that's the known thing you made mention of, right? Are there other things you are going to do? Because as you were talking, you made mention of only cancer. We have HIV and the rest.
Yes.
How are you going to help?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I made emphasis on cancer because for the other diseases, we have the sexually transmitted diseases and the BPs and all that. Those ones, for those ones, I believe that the awareness has been created. The awareness has been created. But for the cancer, especially cervical cancer, the awareness is kind of on a low. People do not really know about it. They do not know about it. So that's why I made emphasis on the cervical and the breast cancer. Even for breast cancer, people know how to check. You know, immediately there is a lump in your breast, you go to the hospital or you go and check. But for the cervical cancer, it's a little bit, is a way. So you have to do the pap smear or something before it will be known that you have the cervical cancer. That's why I made emphasis on that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. So, with the networking, we are, if given the power in consultation with the council, and like I said, as the Women's Commissioner, you have the mandate to be organizing programs and activities that are in the interest of the people, the females on campus. So we are looking at bringing females who have reached there, like who are at a certain level in the don't necessarily, maybe academia and in the professional world, because at the end of the day, as students, we are going to school to become professionals at the end of the day. We all want most of us, if not all of us, we want the white collar job. So we have people who have reached there, people who are there and are females that we can look up to. So that's with the networking. We can bring people on board, and even from other universities, the females from other universities, you mingle with them, because sometimes in school, people will say that it's not about the grades, it's about the people you meet and how you are able to, the networks you are able to build socially and professionally. It's going to help you in the long run. Thank you.
Yeah. You said networks, right? I want you to give me 3 or 4.
I don't think I'm getting your question well, but if I am getting it well, I'm saying that the networking is about is more of like socialization, bringing people who have females who have reached there where we want to get to in life, bringing females who have gotten there and have the experience. You get it? For example, you see the youngest MP in Ghana now, Honorable Francisca Otemensa. She's so young. She might be younger than some of us on campus, but she's an MP. We can bring her on board. You get it? To speak to people, to speak to the females, so that if you have dreams or you feel like giving up, her story can inspire you. That's what I mean by the network. We are bringing people with a professional know-how. Thank you.
All right. My good friend, it's good to meet you again.
Thank you.
You made mention of Francisca Otemensa. What is her constituency?
She's in the Ashanti with Kwabre something. Excuse me.
Kwabre what? We have Kwabre East and North. Which of them?
I think she's Kwabre East.
Sorry.
It's not there.
She's in the North. If given the opportunity, I would like to ask you just one question. Describe yourself with just one word.
I'm a go-getter.
Go-getter?
Yes, please.
Not gold-digger?
No, not at all.
Okay. I think on this one, no, please. My good friend, handling of microphone, that's what I've observed, okay? You handle microphone with your right hand. It shouldn't be so. The microphone should always be in the left hand.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Miss or Mrs. Claudia?
Miss, please.
Miss, okay. So you are still in the market. Yeah, it's a question.
Please, no.
Yeah, no, you are off the market.
I am taken.
Stephen, she's off the market. You spoke about women participation in politics.
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you let me understand what you meant by that?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So, if you heard me well, I said for lack of a better word, I would want to use politics. That was what I said. If you want further explanation, I would say that what I meant was like, for instance, this SRC thing, one way or the other, is a political avenue for students to come on board, to be voted for, and to be in positions to help or to serve other students on campus. So that was what I meant by politics. Thank you.
Not partisan politics.
No, please, not at all.
Then I think you started on a wrong premise, because if it's politics, I think women are more empowered in politics than men. Do you agree with me?
Not really. There's an effort. You get there's an effort to make
in your household, between your mother and your father, who do you have likeness for most?
Who do I have likeness for?
Yes, between the two, your father and your mother.
I obviously love my dad.
You love your dad?
Yes, it's obvious. I'm a female, so.
Okay, so female love their dads more?
Usually it is like that. Like, from where we are coming from, it is like that. And the males tend to get closer to the
Where do you come from? Where do you come from?
I come from Kweu.
Kweu?
Yes, please.
You inherit matrilineally,
yes,
right?
Yes, please.
But so when you say where you come from, so it means that you are from your mother's hometown.
Well, the good thing for me is that both my parents comes from the same place, so I'm coming from both.
Not both. We are talking about culture. I am a Northerner, and I come from my father's home. As an Akan, do you come from your mother's home or your father's home?
My mother's home, please.
So it means that it still boils down to mother. Right?
Well, culturally, yes.
Okay. Are you into politics yourself?
Pardon?
Are you into politics yourself?
No.
You are not?
Yes.
So you don't belong to TESCON or TAIN on campus?
Well, I have an affiliation to one political party. Like, I like one political party, obviously. So.
And you feel student elections should be determined based on the political party you support?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Okay. On gender empowerment, do you think you occupying the position of women commissioner empowers you? It's a question. Do you think it empowers you to occupy that position?
Do I think the position empowers
you? Yeah, it will empower you.
Yes, it does. It is. Hello? Yeah.
What I mean in effect is, do you need to be a women's commissioner to be empowered?
Not really. No, not really.
So why women's commissioner?
A women's commissioner because though as an individual, not being a women's commissioner, I can do my best, but the women's commissioner is a very big platform that can help me, realize the dream that I have, or can really actualize what I want to do. Thank you. Is a platform. No, sometimes you could, let me give you an example. So these beauty pageants, like for instance, Ghana's Most Beautiful is a program that the ladies go on to educate people about their culture, what they have in their regions and all that. And it's not like they can do it without the Ghana's Most Beautiful platform, but that platform is very big and a lot of people watch them, so they are able to, like, is able to go across everywhere. It's wide, it's big, so it's the same as the SRC will come. It's going to give me the opportunity and the platform to reach out to a lot more people than what I can do as an individual without the position. Thank you.
You spoke about Ghana's Most Beautiful. Wisconsin over the years has produced quite a number of Ghana Most Beautiful contestants. If I would remember, Nabia, Northern Regional Rep, was a student, or she's still a student, she's in final year. I think Jifa.
She was a Volta Regional Rep.
That's Enam. Yeah. And I think in your faculty now, Upper West Rep, Ruby is also a nursing student in your faculty. What do you think is the way to whip up interest in these pageants? how do you think that you'll be able to whip up interest of female students in such pageantry?
Thank you, Chair. So, I, I, okay, so whipping up the appetite for students to participate in some of these things. I just think that oh God, sorry, please forgive me. Let me come again.
Please come again.
Okay, so we are going to give the students the support that they need, because going into these pageants, you need the support of people. You need, because they dwell on votes to win. So if a member of the school, or we would want to a member of the Wisconsin community to partake in this, it means we are going to give all our support in terms of everything, the advertisements, the votes, in anything. That the support is the primary thing we can offer for people to partake in such pageants. Thank you.
Okay. Have you read through the SRC Constitution?
I've gone through.
Do you think it needs to be amended, or is good in the form that it is currently?
Thank you, Chair. So for me, I don't really see any problem with it, but we live in an evolving world. It was established in 2017. We are in 2021 now, so it wouldn't spoil, like, excuse my language, and I'm not one saying quite. It wouldn't. There could be some changes, or there could be some amendments and some add-ons if coming into power in consultation with the council and the parliament and everybody, we think that there's a need to change something. Why not? It's subject to change, so if there's a need to change something, but for me personally, I don't think there's anything.
Okay. What has been your highest position relative to Wisconsin SRC? The highest position you've held?
Nothing, please.
Okay. As far as Wisconsin is concerned?
Yes, please.
Okay. I might say that you've really impressed me. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Asantwa.
Yes, please.
Per the Constitution, you are going to be a head or the chairperson of a commission. What commission would it be?
The Women's Commission.
Per the Constitution, how many executives do you need for the commission?
6 people, please. Yes, please, I'm working.
Why are you a Why are you a weekend student? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm a weekend student because I work during the day. I do night duties during the day, so I get the weekends off to come to school. Thank you. In a way, I would agree with you, but I would obviously make provisions. Thank you. Well, the good thing about my work is I have a good working environment, and then I have good working relations with the people I work with, so they understand me that I'm a student, and for now I am vying for a position. So if I'm giving the nod, for example, when we're doing all these things, sometimes like the day we had a meeting, the message didn't, I had to just call my in charge. I have something to do in school, so they understand. We understand ourselves on that level. And then sometimes when I'm not able to go to work, I just contact somebody to go and work for me. So for that one, it's not going to be an issue. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, please. What have I done? Well, thank you for the question. I encourage my friends to partake in the activities that WIMSA hosts on campus. So, especially like when it's WIMSA week, I encourage my course mates to partake in everything that they do. Thank you. For all of us, like we move, it's a movement. So at the end of the day, we move. So we move. Thank you. Because if you're encouraging, you have to set yourself as an example. So when you move, the people around you to move. Thank you. Thank you. I had a situation right now. I had to use the washroom and there was no tissue paper, and I think the tap was not flowing in one of the toilets there. So in consultation with the council, like I said, as one of the functions of the Women's Commission, you had to take the problems of the females to the council, and then consultation, you have to find solutions to problems. And I think the washroom sanitation is one of the problems that we are also going to look at. So provision of toiletries and the, yes, parazones and those things to keep the place neat. Thank you. Wow. For, for me, after the person tells me whoever or whatever is going on, I will sit with the person and talk to the person that this thing might be beyond us. So we need somebody who can approach this issue in a nice way and in a nice manner. So for me, I would think that we would have to approach the head of department for whatever. Obviously, my friend will be in the nursing fraternity, so the head of nursing or the head of department for the nursing will be the first person after talking to my friend. That will be the next step I will take. Thank you. Quill South, please. Quill South. Oh God, he's even my friend. OPK, Honorable OPK. We've been calling you OPK, like everywhere OPK, OPK, so that's, I know OPK. When you go there, when you ask of Honorable OPK, everywhere you go, you can just go on Google. You can go on Google right now. You type OPK. You see, he will come there. I'm sorry, I don't know. Yes. That's the name, David Ansa. Yes. Transferable skills in the sense that with skills that you can teach people. Yes, you can transfer to people. But then leadership, if I'm working, but then yes, your lifestyle can have an influence on people. How do I intend doing it? For example, if I'm in the same working community with you and I'm always coming early, you are always coming late, and when you come late, you see, nursing like is a profession that at every point in your life there's somebody who's your senior. Thank you. What did I write there? Can you please, can I check from my, it wouldn't hit. I came at 10:15 a.m. 10:27. That was when I registered my name, so. Pardon? 11 a.m. Yes, please. Honorable Adrasafo. Honorable Morrison, Cynthia Morrison. Yes, please, she's an MP. Dome Kwabenyang. Wisconsin is even, this area is even part of it, is in Accra, so. Census refers to the refugees. Yes, you can check on Google. Yes, it's on Google, so you can check. Yes, so there are words that have different meanings, but, pardon? Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Do they have? Yes. Thank you. Yes. Yes. I will make the corrections. Thank you. Well, for me, I'm not a slow person, so when I'm in the class, yes. Forgive me because I'm a righty, so please forgive me. Thank you. Yes, please. We are all aware of that. Number one, the gender ministry itself, and we have the DOFSU. Though it looks as domestic violence support unit. Yes, I think domestic violence support unit. V is violence. Please, I will go and read about it. I don't know about it. Yes, I'll go and find the meaning, the full name for the abbreviation DOFS. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please.
Due to changing events, due to changing events, it's not just female that are the disadvantaged gender in certain situations. There are certain situations whereby the male gender is also at a disadvantage in a certain situation. So will you agree with me that instead of women commission, it should rather be gender commission, maybe with a provision that the commissioner should be a woman, just to empower women because of affirmative action? Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you a question. What?
No.
You don't. You disagree.
Don't agree with
okay.
I
So what is your understanding of affirmative action?
What is my understanding?
Yeah, of affirmative action.
I don't have any.
Wow. Okay. No further questions. What are the current happenings in Ghana? Yeah, within the past week, I think from Monday to Friday.
Killings at Ejura.
And what else?
The killings at Ejura is everywhere, and VGMA.
What?
VGMA.
Okay.
So that's what has been happening.
So what is your take on the Ejura incident?
Oh. That one. I just think that people should stop politicizing everything that's happened in our environment, and we should stop that instant justice thing. And then the police and the military, who are supposed to be our friends, the people who are supposed to protect us too. I don't know the training or whoever commands them or issue commands to them, but I think that there has to be a certain level of, what word should I even use? There has to be they should communicate well.
Do you want to say there should be some professionalism in the discharge of their duties?
Yes, please. Yes.
Are you tensed?
A little bit.
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Take a deep breath.
It's not cool like that.
Take a deep breath. If you are to be given the opportunity to be Sadat's wife, look at him. Now, this Sadat, the one close to me. If you are so lucky enough to be his wife, he's a Muslim. He can marry as many times as. Please, don't intimidate the chairman. So, if you are supposed to have him as your husband, you are in the same school with him, what will be your checks and balances?
Thank you, Chair. I believe in this statement that you don't mix business with pleasure. That's for me. So if when we are home, we are anywhere, he's the husband that he is, and I'm supposed to do my duties diligently as a wife. But when we come to school, I think for me it's a different ball game altogether. It doesn't mean you are going to be the.
You are the women commissioner. Mm-hmm. You have 10,000 cedis in your pocket, which belongs to the SRC. Sadat, your husband, is seriously sick. He needs to be taken to Kolebu. That is the money practically available. Will you use the money for his health?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So, if I'm given the opportunity to become the Women's Commissioner,
you are the Women's Commissioner. So that is my question.
That as the Women's Commissioner, I swore an oath.
Will you use the money for his health?
No.
Why?
I'll look at other avenues because the money is not mine.
I pose the question, you have just one avenue. That is the only money left on you, and he is in critical condition. Will you use the SRC money? Before you answer that question, are you honest? Are you honest?
Yes, I am.
Are you truthful?
I am.
Are you faithful?
I am.
Will you use that money for his health?
Honestly, it's going to be tough.
So I'm going to judge you based on the honesty that you just mentioned.
Honestly and truthfully speaking, for God's sake, he's my husband. So if there's a need to
use the money,
yes,
you use the money.
Yes,
you use the SRC money for.
Because it's the life we are talking about here. We are talking about human life, and human life, based because of 10,000 CDs, which I believe that there will be other avenues.
At what instance, after using the money, would someone accuse you of embezzlement?
If I'm not able to communicate to the other members, the council, that, I've using this money, which was meant for this thing for my husband's health because he was dying, then at that moment it's stealing. But if I'm able to
what interest do you have in coming for this portfolio? What interest do you have? Personal interest?
My interest is that I just want to see a lot of females out there. I want us to improve on ourselves as women, as we are. You see, one thing that I've seen on this campus, especially with the nursing students, most of us, when they give birth, a lot of my colleagues have deferred because of giving birth. But I think that shouldn't be the situation, because there could be an avenue where because if they are working, you go to work and then you have just 3 months maternity leave, but you are able to, those who are in the working, they are able to work and still cater for their children. So why can't we do that as students, as female students?
So will you say that any aspirant or any SRC officer who says that if his or her spouse or the otherwise is seriously sick and he or she has those monies in his or her hands will not use those monies, that person is unfaithful and dishonest?
This is very tough. Like I
want your personal opinion.
I can't speak for them.
I asked for your personal opinion. You say you are very honest, and you'll be honest enough to tell us that you use the money and inform your executives so that you won't be cited for embezzlement,
yes,
which for me, I believe is truthful and honesty. You are very honest. So I'm asking you, other executives in your administration to be, who would tell us that they will not use the money, will you see them as honest people?
No, not at all. Maybe they are just saying something to get out of the way. But
there was a question posed to you about women empowerment. Do you think Ghanaians have pampered women enough, and enough is enough?
I think it's two-sided, like it's two ways.
Do you know Nana Ajimankunedu Rollins?
Yes, please.
You know her?
Yes, please.
What will you remember her for?
That woman is something else. Like, I remember her for 31st December, that the women's movement.
You know, she's the champion of women empowerment in this country.
Yes.
Do you remember sending your girl child to school?
I do.
Today, do you agree that there are a lot of female students more than male students?
Yes.
So women are empowered enough?
No, we are not empowered enough. Because
are women being selfish in this scenario? Because now when the male used to be more than them, they champion send your girl child to school. They are now more than us. And they still want to be more than us, because there is a mantra. Whatever the man can do, women can do it better. They even add better.
Well, for me, I don't really believe in that statement. We are in our own league. We are in our own league. You can never be. I'm not a women activist. I'm not that kind of person. The truth is the truth. If it is white, it is white.
So you think women empowerment in Ghana as it is enough?
We can do better. It's not enough.
We can do better.
Yes, please.
I asked about affirmative action. Unfortunately, when you said you don't know much about it, there must be a balance in the world before you can see that there is equity. We are not looking at equality, but if you look at equality, some people will be at a disadvantage. So, in every situation, you have to look at the balance. So, there may be certain quotas they place for men, where men are at their disadvantage. So, for example, in your profession, the nursing profession, majority are women. So, you cannot say that you are encouraging women empowerment by giving more women vacancies. You are doing greater disadvantage to the male gender. So that was why I was asking you whether or not you agree if we change the name instead of Women Commission to Gender Commission, whereby you will advocate for the right of both genders in every situation. So if not just women, because if we are talking of women, we will be in an imbalanced situation, and it will create a problem. And one day we will also be saying that male empowerment. You don't have to correct a wrong with a wrong. So in every there must be a balance. So affirmative action is whereby you will bring the disadvantage to a level of a disadvantage, or to create a balanced environment for both genders. Sometimes it may be religion, sometimes it may be ethnicity. Do you get it? So that there will be a balance in the situation in every environment. For me, if I were a student, I would have pushed for the name Women Commission to be changed to Gender Commission instead of Women Commission. Okay.
Thank you.
When you see the definition of rape, it makes it that only female can be raped. And you don't think that ladies force themselves on men? Ladies don't force themselves on men.
It happens like 1 in a million.
1 in a million, but there's one.
There's nothing for me. like I said, I'm a straight person. There's nothing impossible
Yes.
in this world.
But
anything can happen.
In our criminal books, you can't charge a female for rape.
Oh, if you have the evidence, you can go.
You can't.
But maybe you don't have the evidence, but if you have the evidence,
If you have the evidence, let's say.
Oh, okay. Then there has to be a change somewhere. Going forward, there has to be some.
So
yes.
So back to his point of gender commission.
So going forward. But for now, the Women's Commission is.
Madam Claudia.
Yes, Chair.
What will you tell a female vice president who is not well dressed on campus as a women commissioner?
So a female vice president, a leader. The SRC is the leadership of the school, and there's a saying that's leadership by example. So if you want to set, you want students, females on campus to be decent, as a leader, you need to be decent yourself.
Do you know the former SRC Women's Commissioner? I didn't hear you.
She's Joycelyn.
Joycelyn?
Yes.
Which department was she coming from?
You said, do I know the... This is a question again. We don't have
Do you know the former women's commissioner?
We don't have the SRC at the moment, so...
The former, the immediate past SRC women's commissioner.
I know Joycelyn Asantwa.
You know her to be Joycelyn? Do you know her
Asantwa.
department?
No, please.
Do you know she was coming from the nursing department?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, so two supposedly or expectantly women commissioners coming from the nursing department. What is so unique about that? Why? Students want to know, why is it that now only nursing students want to be women commissioners?
Not for anything, at least we know nursing students are confident enough to stand for the position.
You have more nursing students in your female students in your department, right?
Yes.
Will you agree with me from the general perception that they are not disciplined?
It's on what basis?
On any basis that you want to
basis?
choose. On any basis you want to choose.
Yes. Being indisciplined is relative. Like, I don't know what you are seeing. Because for me,
let me use accommodating. Anything. They are not accommodating on campus.
I'm not sure about them not being accommodating. Because the people I know, for instance, myself, I am a free-spirited person, so...
I have personally been ridiculed, and I have evidence here, more times at nursing class. More times. I have been accorded hostile reception at nursing classes, and I have an evidence here. Do you think it is the best?
Not at all.
From nursing students?
Not at all.
What advice would you give to them as a women's commissioner?
Because even the profession, nursing profession itself does not give way to that. You are supposed to be a caring person. You are supposed to be there for people as a nurse. It's one of those of our qualities you have to possess. What will you do
as the next women commissioner to address that challenge? Maybe it might not be me alone. Yeah. Maybe others have also witnessed same. What will you do as a nursing commissioner, women commissioner?
I believe that communication is key in every situation. So there's a need to sit down with these people and to talk to them. They need to be nice to people and to be accommodating.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Gallery, please, do you have any question?
Thank you very much, Claudia. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to grade you, okay? So, I was also particularly interested in women's commission. So, I bought forms. Unfortunately, that process was halted. So, didn't come on. All right. So, when I heard that you were going, I was happy. Now, I would like to know, I have been a leader in the school in various sectors, and one thing I have observed is that students don't take part in activities, the school activities, especially the female students, I must admit, and especially our nursing students. As a women's commissioner, what are you going to do? The first question, what are you going to do to make sure that people attend your programs? Because I remember during Jocelyn's time, she invited me to be part of her committee, so I was understudying her. We had programs and the rest. Surprisingly, only few people turned up, you know, and these are very good programs that we believe that women should have really embraced. What are you going to do practically to make sure that we increase student participation, especially females, in your activities? And then the second one, I think I side with Honorable Sadat here about the gender. When I wanted to come on board as a women's commissioner, I actually had men on the side that I wanted to bring to be part of the commission, so that there will be that gender balance. So this, I think, should be an advice to you. It shouldn't only be women, because every male is connected to a female, whether we like it or not. So you can actually invite some males on board to be the executives, you know, which I think that it will also help. Because if your programs are going to be channeled only through women, at a point in time, the males will also feel some way, so will not come. But if you have male executives as parts of your team, they will also talk to their other males, and this will help your team. And then the last one, also an advice, I would like you to, most of the time what we experience on these campuses, we sit on our WhatsApp platforms, and then we only post. We call ourselves leaders, but we don't go to classrooms. You ask somebody who is the SRC president, I don't know. Because probably that person does not go to class to let people know that these are activities, you see. So if you want people to really take part of whatever you are going to do, I'll advise you, go class to class. Let them know that you are the Women's Commissioner and these are your plans for the year or the semester. And I believe with your flyers and your posters around, people are really going to buy into your ideas. I think that if you're able to do that, but you have to answer my first question, the practical steps you are going to take to make sure that a lot of women, especially, students, especially the women on campus, will actually take part. As we are sitting here, a lot of students do not know we are even having vetting. It's surprising, you know. So what are you going to do as a Women's Commissioner? Thank you.
And thank you. And thank you for the advice. I would want to comment on the second thing you said. So bringing males on board per the Constitution, the executive members, like the commission is supposed to be made up. The Constitution has spelled out that it should be 6 females. So like I said earlier, moving on, we would put into factor what you have said, and then we'll see what can be done about it. And for your first question, I think that previously, what I have seen, that previously the awareness, creating of awareness is on the low in relation to certain activities that goes on campus. So I strongly believe that for us, if given the opportunity to serve as the Women's Commissioner, we are really going to create awareness on programs. And by that I mean, like you said earlier, going to classrooms, having time with the students, and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You are the Women's Commissioner. We are done with the program. Say thank you to the invited guest.
So
will you sit to
I
thank them?
So can I? So it's good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm very elated to be called upon to give the vote of thanks So first of all, I want to thank the Almighty God for making this program a success. I would also want to say a very big thank you to the SRC Council and to the executives for agreeing with us and for making this program a success. I would also want to say a very big thank you to all the invited guests who made time of their busy schedules to be a part of this program.
Thank you very much, madam. You are warmly discharged. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, the committee will take a 15-minute break and come back right after 15 minutes. So please, thank you. We shall be back.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Kweku, can you hear me? All right. Good afternoon once more, and good afternoon to our cherished listeners on Facebook as well as the Wisconsin radio. All right. What happened was that from the beginning of the whole vetting, the committee was able to interview 3 persons as we speak right now. So the first one was the PRO for the XRC. That is what the candidate. So after that, that was Vifa Kenneth David, and after that, Salom also came in and with his interview. As we are ended, we ended with the Madam Claudia or Miss Claudia as Women Commissioner. So right now here in Wisconsin radio and as well as the conference room, I have our vetting committee member, one man here. He is the person of the Mr. Sadet. He's here. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, looking at out from the beginning of our your vetting, are you convinced with the answers from your aspirants?
Okay. Let me put on record that as a member of the committee, I cannot be preemptive in the outcome of the vetting results. But so far, it has been good.
All right, so so far it has been good. Looking at the arrangement, how things are done, and your panelists and the questions that they were asked, do you think they ask relevant questions?
Most definitely. I think it was very effective, and we got quite a number of what we wanted from the aspirants.
So, all right, that is Prince Sadet. He is the TESCON president. Also, let me move to one Mr. Controversial man here. He was the one who asked the heaviest question so far that I was there. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You are live on the Wisconsin radio as well as Facebook Wisconsin. Please, can you tell us your name?
My name is Nano Fosu.
Looking at the vetting, now we are now in 15 minutes break. We bounce back very soon. But looking at the vetting, the answers from your candidates or your aspirants, are they satisfactory to you?
Okay, so far so good. It's been okay. They are giving in their best. As my colleague rightly said, we are not preempting the outcome of the vetting, but so far so good. So far so good. It's been okay.
per their performances and the questions that they've answered, do are looking forward from the next episode? Do you need more prominent answers than the answers that you had so far?
Oh, I still stand by what I said earlier on. So far, so good. It's been good. So we hope to get the best from the next episode.
All right, Koku, thank you. Back to you in the studios. So we are live on the Wisconsin radio as well as Facebook Wisconsin. So when we bounce back, we will be reading the Facebook comments. There were a lot of comments that were sent. So we'll be reading it to you. So stay tuned. So Koku, over to you in the studios. All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, madam. You can take off your nose marks and pick the microphone. Please, why are you here? On the microphone, please.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I'm here to be vetted for the position of the external.
Is the microphone on? Technical crew, please. Microphone. Okay, try it.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I'm here to be vetted for the position of the External Affairs Secretary.
Okay. I want you to stand. Are you comfortable standing to answer our questions?
Sure, if you want me to.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Sadat Lai, and you are here for PUSAC Secretary, right?
Yes, the External Affairs Secretary.
External Affairs.
Yes.
What is the constitution saying? What is the portfolio you are aspiring in for, captured within the constitution?
It's the local PUSAC secretary.
Yeah.
However, the Wisconsin is not only affiliated to PUSAC, it's also affiliated to GAPS and NUC. Therefore, it's the External Affairs Secretary.
So I believe you are a law student. Your first question.
Yes.
And you know that constitutions are usually the fundamental laws of institutions.
Yes.
What do you intend to do about that disparity? Because you are saying that the constitution is saying something else, you are also saying something else, and you know if there's a conflict between what you are saying and what the constitution is saying, the constitution will always prevail. To do the right thing, going for it, what will you propose to the SRC Council?
Yes, thank you for that question. Together with the External Affairs President and the SRC President, we would like to amend the constitution so that it captures that the local PUSAC Secretariat as the External Affairs Secretariat, so that it can now be External Affairs President and the External Affairs Secretary.
So, talking of amendment, what are the requirements of amendment of the constitution, and what procedures do one need to follow in amending provisions of the WIUC constitution?
Okay, so in order for that to happen, you have to meet with at a parliamentary sitting. It has to be brought there first.
So please cite authorities.
The SRC Constitution.
Definitely.
Yes.
Put the microphone
well, okay. What? No, I've forgotten the exact articles. So I don't want to lie to the House. Sorry.
We'll catch you if you lie. So.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay. What provision establishes your office, and what are the functions mandated by you to do per the provisions of the Constitution?
Okay, so per Article 9, Clause 4 of the SRC Constitution, to keep records of all the minutes, to keep records of all documents for the local PUSAC Secretariat, the External Affairs Secretariat, and also to take minutes at every meeting the Secretariat has. And then I'm also supposed to act as president in the absence of the president. And
in what capacity would they be said that the president is absent? Is it when he's absent from WIUC campuses, or what instances?
When he's indisposed.
Is that what the Constitution states?
It says when he's absent.
So what does absent means? considering your understanding of Asari and Attorney General, where the Supreme Court per Kuluchi JSC stated reasons upon which somebody may be absent in the performance of his duty, at what instance will your president be absent?
So he'll be absent if he's not in the school as at the moment he's needed. That's Wisconsin International University, the main campus.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Miss Ophelia Akosia Mensa.
Yes, please.
Or it's Mrs.?
Miss.
Miss, okay. This one is an observation before I come to my question. In the CV, usually you arrange it from the topmost down, not the other way around. So if you look at your education, you have from your kindergarten through to your LLB. It should rather be the reverse of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you know me?
Yes, please.
Can you recount how you came into contact with me?
I came into contact with you when you came to Wisconsin International University to study LLB. That's how I met you.
Do you remember our first encounter?
No.
You don't remember?
Okay.
So you are forgetful like myself. PUSAC Secretariat. Were you in Winneba for the recent PUSAC elections?
Yes, please.
In what capacity?
Oh, I was there to vote.
Okay, so as a delegate.
Yes, please.
And what transpired in Winneba? What do you think that when you come into office, you can do to avert such situations from happening?
Okay. So what I think transpired at Winneba was that some activities of Congress members and non-Congress members frustrated the process. And before the elections were held, the EC chair, Mohammed Awal Hamza, stepped down from his position. And during the elections that went on there was no returning officer to oversee the elections. So we have to maintain peace in all our doings, and we don't have to go on to doing illegal things to get our power. Yes. So I think we just have to maintain peace.
Okay. I think you might be unlucky of a sort, because in the previous version that we did earlier today, we had great number of people in the public gallery. But looking behind you, we have just one young man behind you. Do you know him?
Yes, please.
How did you know there was only one person behind?
I saw him when I came in.
And you believe he's the only one?
Yes. Person of interest in what way? Please kindly explain.
Why is he here? That's what he wants to know.
He's here as an audience.
Audience?
Yes. Yeah, it's an open house, so he's here as an audience.
Okay. Steve, are you here as audience? I've been told that you are a campaign manager. You are not? Oh, okay. Yeah. Ophelia.
Yes.
I have had the pleasure to sit with you in one class for 3 years, and I don't doubt your competence for this position.
Thank you.
but more often than not, we give people the opportunity and they get power, and it's a different ball game altogether. Can you convince this committee that you will still be that competent Ophelia I know?
Okay. So I have been in secretarial positions before in my days at Accra Girls Senior High School. I was the Assistant General Secretary of the Scripture Union Denominational Club, and then on to General Secretary of the Scripture Union Denominational Club. And when I came to Wisconsin, I was also General Secretary of the Rotary Club of Wisconsin. And I haven't changed. My competence level hasn't dropped since then. So I do believe I have the skills for this job.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
20.
Yes, please.
Do you know how old the chairman of this committee is?
No, please. No, please.
Do you know that?
No, please.
His firstborn is older than you.
No, please.
Okay, so I'm telling you that his firstborn is of your age. And as PUSAC secretary, you'll be dealing with people who are even older than him. Recently, I was in Dubai. I missed his 40th birthday celebration. He sent an invite, but I was not in Ghana. I couldn't participate. So you would have such people to be dealing with on a daily basis. How do you address the generational gap of a sort? Because these are people, I think Reverend Prempe, the former LSU president, the firstborn of Reverend Prempe was older than myself. And you are going to deal with such people on a daily basis. So you now have the authority as External Affairs Secretary, and your father is at the receiving end. How do you bridge that gap in terms of age?
Okay, so first of all, I'm very polite, but I'm very firm in my beliefs and what I think is right. But I'm also very open to coaching, and I'm ready to accept my mistakes when I'm wrong. So if I'm dealing with someone who is older than me, I'll bring all these skills into my dealings with them. I deal with my father at home, and he's a very difficult person. But sometimes he can just lash out, but I relax and wait for a time when he's calm, and then I go back to him and then try to explain my ideas to him, and that's how we work. So I believe I can deal with that generational gap. Thank you.
Should I call you Miss or Mrs.?
Miss, please.
Excuse me?
Miss.
Miss.
Yes.
All right. Miss what? Akusia. I can't find your father's name here.
My father's
Akusia Mensah.
It's on the SRC nomination form.
Okay, there's Mensah here. Sorry. Ophelia,
Yes,
if given the nod as the External Affairs Secretary, you convinced Wisconsin students to a congress, okay? And there is this world-built men invade the premises of the congress. What would be your advice to your president?
To the president.
Yes.
So my president has to be protected at all costs. So.
Pardon?
Please, the question again, please.
You convince students of Wisconsin to a congress ground, okay?
Okay.
And there is an invasion of the congress ground, whereby shooting and all that is likely to occur. What would be your advice to the president, having in mind that you have convened students from Wisconsin to the congress ground?
Okay. The External Affairs
President, yes.
Okay. All right. I'll find a way to protect both students and the president.
Which way?
The students were conveyed through a bus to where the Congress was held. So I'll find a way to protect the external affairs president and the students as well by taking them back.
I still need a way.
So there's a shooting going on. The external affairs president and the students must find a safe place to wait up the shooting.
Here is the case that there is no place to hide. You can't move your bus. You can't move your bus out. What will you do?
We all stay where we are.
I can't hear you.
We all stay where we are because
So
there's
you
no
don't
place
see the
to
need
move.
to negotiate with the people.
Yes.
Will you negotiate with them?
Yes, we'll find a way to move forward.
So
we
what
all
if
agree
Wisconsin is an interest institution? We have presented a candidate. How are you going to negotiate on behalf of our candidate?
We are going to bring his policies out and the students and
We are going to
convince-
negotiate with the people who invaded the Congress ground, right?
Okay.
And their only interest is to make sure that their candidate wins the elections. So, and their favorite candidate is not a Wisconsin candidate. How are you going to negotiate? Will you allow the Wisconsin candidate to step down for the safer of the other students, or you'll be on your grounds to still allow him to proceed?
Not without talking to the external affairs president. I have to talk to him and know what his
What would
stand
be your
on
advice
that
to
issue
him?
is. Based on what he tells me he wants to do, whether he wants to step down.
It's not about him. What will be your advice to him? How will you advise him?
If they are going to kill him because he's not going to step down, I'll tell him that his life is important and he has other ways of petitioning them because what they are going about is illegal. Yes. So for the sake of his
So,
life.
Will you take legal actions after the Congress or not?
Yes, we would.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yeah, Madam Lydia, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, okay. Currently, there was a meeting, a PUSAG meeting being held at Regent University. Were you there?
No, I wasn't.
What was the problem?
I wasn't there.
Yeah. So, what was actually the hindrance that led to you not being there?
That led to me not being there. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. So, can you please explain to me what PUSAG is?
Okay, PUSAG, the full meaning is the Private University Students Association of Ghana.
Explain to me, not the
Yes,
full.
I haven't.
I want a vivid explanation about it.
Okay. So it's an association that provides a forum for social networking and also gathering students on their...
Yeah.
Yes, please. Okay.
Yes.
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So the Private University Students Association of Ghana is an association that provides a forum for social networking and also gathering students on national and international issues and developments.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
Thank you too.
how is the organization of Secretariat seminar being done? Can you actually give me a brief?
Please, are you talking about my action plan?
Yes,
or-
your action plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I stated there that I was going to organize, together with my external affairs president, I was going to organize seminars and symposia.
Yeah.
So this is directed towards students who have aspirations of being secretaries. Say they want to be SRC general secretaries in future, or they are planning on becoming external affairs secretaries, or on a more professional level. This is to teach them about their duties and how to perform well at the job. So they are going to be learning how to take minutes and reports, etc.
Yeah. Are you actually an authoritative type? Authoritative. Are you an authoritative type?
Person.
Yeah.
Giving orders.
Yes.
And all that. I am firm, but I am not an authoritative person. Say I'm going to order you around when you don't want to or something.
You are firm in
but
which
I'm very
way?
firm.
In which way?
In what I want to do.
You are just firm.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Akuzia.
Yes.
My name is Ahmed. Have you seen me on campus before?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I'm the president for the nursing school.
Nice.
Good. Thank you. Chairman. I have a technical question for you. I know PUSAG is a body that not only connect or network, but also stands for students within the association, right?
Yes, please.
Good. Let's say a sister school has an issue with the administration, and for solidarity, ask you that your students should boycott lectures so that it will send a message or a signal that members are not happy the way their sister school is being treated. What would be your response or action? That's my first question.
Please, can you take the question again?
PUSAG is there for private universities, students, right? Yes. And not only for networking, but also for protection of one another. So, if another school is being manhandled or has issue with the administration, and the administration is not responding to their demands, and they need your support, that you instruct your student not to attend lectures or boycott lectures so that it will send a signal that all private universities are not in support with what that particular administration is doing to the school. What will be your response?
Okay. This sister school is also a private university.
A member of PUSAG,
okay,
and want your support, solidarity. We are on demonstration or we are boycotting lectures. As a private university, which we all have the same constitution and we all support each other, we want you to also boycott your lectures so that it will send a signal beyond our school. Let's say Wisconsin, we have issue. We've boycotted lectures. Valley View, we call on Valley View PUSAG secretary. Can you send a communique to your student to boycott lectures? What will you do?
So this is a directive not from the national PUSAG, but from a sister school.
From a sister school?
Yes.
From the national.
And all member institutions of the national PUSAG is not going to boycott the lectures, or they are also going to.
They are also going.
So then it becomes a national PUSAG directive.
Yes.
Yes, and per our constitution, as a secretary, I'm also supposed to do the directives of the PUSAG, whatever the national PUSAG tells me to do, but it's consistent with our constitution.
Which constitution? PUSAG constitution or Ghana's constitution?
The SRC constitution of Wisconsin International University.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My second question has to do with your action plan 4, PowerPoint presentation for projecting reports, budget, and annual program outline.
Okay.
That means something have been done. What are the step-by-step things you want to do in the next 2 semesters, or when you are given the nod to occupy that position as a secretary?
Based on the whole action plan?
Yes.
Okay. I want, together with my external affairs president, We want to make the external affairs visible to the student body as a whole. And this is going to be done by organizing activities such as quizzes and sporting activities to engage the students. And we are also going to organize the seminars and symposiums, like I said, for students who are aspiring to be secretaries or to go for positions, secretary positions in the SRC. Yes, and the PowerPoint presentation is just to improve on the record keeping. So these records can be kept for future use, and the next secretaries that are going to come, it will just improve the record keeping. Then again, we are also going to do effective updates to the SRC on the external affairs. Thank you.
Akosia.
Yes, please.
I believe you read the Constitution, what you are supposed to do.
Yes, please.
Good. What would you say about the function F and what you are supposed to do?
The function
F. What is stated in F, what you are supposed to do. What would you say about it? Because it addresses the duty to him and not her.
Mm-hmm. So I think that should be amended because it's an... Yes. Sorry. 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 That's not the only anomaly in the... Okay, yes, that's true. Okay, so that's not the only anomaly in the Constitution as well. Okay. All right.
You pointed to a particular anomaly that is him, and you are proposing amendment. Then in this case, and you know very well that in law, if there is him, the word he or he can be made, is used for both masculine and then feminine, where you see. So why then the amendment?
Okay, I retract that statement. Sorry. Thank you.
Moving forward, your action plan. You claim you'll be giving quarterly review reports system to success and failures of initiative undertaken by external affairs. What's quarterly? Is it year, 3 months, 4 months?
Quarterly basically means 3 months.
So you mean to tell this panel that when you are in power as a secretary, you will only get to know of everything, whether you are making progress or not, when the semester is ending?
We will update the SRC Council during parliamentary sittings on the updates of the external affairs. However, this quarterly review report system is for the secretariat, so we know whether our initiatives was a success or failures, so we can get more successes than failures in the next quarter of our term. Thank you.
In your secretariat, you are aware you need a financial secretary, which no one applied for as at now. Assuming it remains the same with no appointment, what would you do about it?
Assuming
it remains the same with no appointment, no one being appointed for it, what would you do about it?
As financial controller of the SRC?
No. Financial controllers, financial secretary for external affairs. You being the secretary for external affairs, what would you do about it? There's no one for the position.
I'll consult with my external affairs president, and perhaps we'll have to, when we come up with our plans or financial plans, we seek consultation from an experienced person in that field. Thank you.
Sure. In your CV, you were the General Secretary for Rotrats.
Yes, please.
Did you ever present reports?
Yes.
How many times?
Wait, reports for the year or?
Did you ever present reports?
No, I presented minutes.
Not reports?
No.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Olivia Akusia Mensah.
Ophelia, please.
Ophelia.
Yes,
sorry.
please.
Sava.
Ça va très bien.
Quel âge as-tu?
J'ai 21.
Okay. So, what do you understand by external affairs?
So, external affairs is a position where you have to create a communication link, a permanent communication link between an organization and an external association.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this question. It's in your application form, okay, and I read. I decided to run for election because I was passionate about the impact that student activities such as sports, club and societies can have on a student's experience, and I want to promote this as much as possible. So per your definition for external affairs, does it have a correlation?
No.
So you don't have a reason for contesting the position. I agree so.
No, I have a reason.
So what's your reason?
Because the external associations that the school is a member of are also passionate about
that. Per your definition for external affairs, it doesn't have any correlation. Do you agree with me?
No, it does.
How?
Because that promotes social networking, which is also something that the external associations we are a member of also advocate for. They organize these programs for social networking.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Thank
Will you be working with GAPS and NUCs?
Yes, please.
You know a full meaning of GAPS?
Yes, please.
What's GAPS?
Ghana Union of Professional Students.
Do you know the current president of GAPS?
Yes, please.
What's the name?
His Excellency Stephen Akwa.
Have you heard about the GAPS new brand agenda?
The GAPS?
New brand agenda.
No, please.
Are you very well conversant with activities of GAPS?
Not exactly.
That's fine. Do you, how many, if you are to be elected as External Affairs Secretary, how many members from Wisconsin SRC will be part of GAPS NEC?
How many
members from Wisconsin SRC will be part of GAPS NEC? You know what NEC is?
Yes.
What's the full meaning of NEC?
The National Executive Committee.
That's fine. So how many members from Wisconsin SRC will be part of?
It will be the SRC president and the SRC general secretary, the local representative of GAPS here.
I put it to you that it's wrong. Do you agree with me? If you can choose not to, do you agree with me?
Yes. Please, what's the correct?
Yes. So the SRC president is the only member on GAPS NEC.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you know about Central Committee?
Central Committee?
Yes. Of NUCs?
Of NUCs, no, please.
You don't know?
No.
Who's the current NUCs president?
The current NUCs president, Emmanuel Yadomboache.
You didn't add referees to your CV?
Yes, please.
You don't have any? Or you decided not to add them?
I do. I didn't add them.
you decide not to add any referees, please a little advice: when you're preparing CVs, the next time you prepare CVs, you add referees to it, okay? You add it with their email addresses, okay? So we can, the CV is you, the referees is people we can rely on to get information about you. Again, with your education on your CV, you're supposed to arrange it properly, okay? It looks a little bit clumsy. And what's the official font size you use for your CV?
Font 12.
Yes, and which fonts did you use?
It was different.
It was different.
There
But
were
what's the
different
appropriate font to use for a formal, something of a formal setting, or a formal letter, I should say?
The font size.
The font the font and the font size.
The font type, I know you can use the Arial or Calibri or the Times New Roman.
And the font size?
The font size is 12.
Again, let's go to your past achievements. You said your greatest accomplishment in life is passing your basic education certificate examination. Is that right?
Yes.
That's the only thing.
No, that's not all I wrote.
But that's what you put
But
here.
it's one of my greatest because my family was going through a rough patch and I was still able to focus and pass my examinations. So I term it as me being able to work under pressure.
Let me just do this education, okay? This is my last question. So the GAPS new brand agenda was introduced by the President of the Union, His Excellency Stephen Kwesi Akwa, and its intent was to rebrand GAPS, okay? So we went through some stages of building it up from the scratch, okay? So it's an advice, okay? When you are elected as External Affairs Secretary, you can come on board and help promote GAPS, okay, to the next level, okay?
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
All right. Madam, are you nervous?
No.
Are you
Not
tensed?
really. Okay.
Is anyone scary you around?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you a multitask person?
Yes.
What can you do in the space of 2 minutes?
In the space of 2 minutes. I can do
as an external affairs officer.
So I can be writing minutes and still be receiving calls and all those things at the same time.
Are you married?
No, please.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Yes, please.
Why is it that this question, when I ask, everybody laugh? Are you faithful?
Yes, please.
Are you sincere?
Yes, please.
Very honest?
Yes, please.
Assuming I am your boyfriend. Why is it that when I'm referencing to myself, you said no? Why? Why objection? Okay. Madam Ophelia, assuming I am your boyfriend and as SRC president, seriously injured on campus, you have 6,000 Ghana cedis that will cater for me, which belongs to the SRC, to take care of me at the hospital. And that is the demand of the hospital. Will you use the SRC money for that?
That's difficult. However,
will you use that money for that purpose?
No.
Why?
I have been, when I was the General Secretary for the Scripture Union Denominational Club, I was also keeping the money. And I never used the money even when I got so stranded and I really needed to use it. I didn't use them.
You didn't use them?
Yes.
Do you think it's wrong or is right?
It's wrong because what if I can't even replace that money? So I will not use it.
So because you wouldn't be able to replace that money or can't, which is very relative and subjective, meaning you won't use that money and you expect your husband to die.
He's not my husband, he's my boyfriend. And I have very good negotiation skills. I have very good negotiation skills.
You
I will be able to talk to the hospital attendants. And
doctors are going to the theater. That is the money they need to be able to save the life of your boyfriend.
No, I don't think I'll be able to use that money because that money is huge. And it's not my money.
So you think it's wrong
SRC.
to use that money? And it is right for your boyfriend to die?
No.
So
I don't
where
think
do you
it's right
stand?
for him to die.
Where do you stand? You think it's wrong to use the money and it is right for your boyfriend to die? Is it?
It's wrong for me to use the money.
It's wrong for you.
But it's not right for him to die.
Oh. Are you, I'm very particular about this question. Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure of what you're saying?
Yes.
Do you think you are lying to us?
No.
Or you are massaging your answers to us?
No, I'm not lying to you.
And you are not massaging your answers?
No, please.
Okay. I want to put this question to you and be sincere with me. Your boyfriend is calling you as against GAP's elections, which, as external affairs secretary, you're supposed to be there. Which one will you participate?
He's calling me.
He's calling you. He's so much of you today. You need to make him happy, and you know what I mean. GAP's elections. Which one will you attend?
My personal life and my job. It doesn't mix.
Which one will you attend?
I will attend to GAPS.
You attend to GAPS?
Yes, please.
So he can also choose to go and select another woman.
That's not what I said. I said I will attend to GAPS.
So you have chosen your career as external affairs secretary over your personal life. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. At that time, it's my duty to be there.
Gallery, the last time I'll take this from you. Please don't answer questions for her. I beg of you. Thank you. I'm listening to you.
So at that time, it's my duty to be there at the GAPS election. So I will be there.
Are you sincere?
Yes.
Are you an honest person?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Who is Ni Anum Stephen?
I know him.
Do you know him?
Yes, please.
Who is he?
He's my boyfriend.
Is your boyfriend?
Yes, please.
He signed your nomination form.
Yes, please.
What did you tell him for him to accept signing your nomination forms?
I convinced him about my idea for going for the External Affairs Secretary, and he supports me.
So he signed on the basis of your relationship with him?
No, I told him about my policies and also what I want to offer.
So he was convinced?
Yes.
And you think you have convinced the panel enough to be the right person to man the SRC External Affairs Office?
Yes, please.
Who is the current Minister for Foreign Affairs?
Miss Sylvia Ayokobuchi.
You know her?
She's the Foreign Affairs
Do you think
Minister.
her name is right? The name you just mentioned, is it right? Sylvia Ayokobuchi.
Yes, please.
That's her name.
Shelley Ayokobuchi. Sorry. Miss Shelley Ayokobuchi.
Between GAPS and Kumasi campus, which one is external and which one is internal?
Between GAPS and Kumasi campus, GAPS is external because Kumasi campus is also a part of Wisconsin International University.
Do you think it would be good or bad for Wisconsin Kumasi campus to be granted autonomy to have to run their own SRC as an external affairs officer, secretary? Is it good? Will it be good or will it be bad? Answer those two questions.
It will be good if they have autonomy.
Why?
because we have our SRC president in the main campus, which is very far from the Kumasi campus. So I don't think he will be very equipped to really attend to the students' needs at the Kumasi campus.
Who is the President of the Republic of Ghana?
His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo.
I didn't hear you.
His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo.
Who is the General Secretary of NUGS?
The General Secretary of NUGS, Anthony Julius.
Anthony Julius.
Amen.
Madam.
Yes, please.
Please be on your feet. We have Kumasi campus, which you propose they should have their president and run their own SRC affairs. And we have main campus. Stephen Kwesiakwa is contesting for GAP's president. Assuming Togbi is also from Kumasi campus, going for that same portfolio, what will be your action and what measures will you put in place? Tell us.
Please, the question again.
I am from main campus contesting for GAP's president. Togbi behind you is also from Kumasi campus. They are also running their own affairs as SRC, but under one university. As an external affairs officer, secretary, what will be your action plan and how are you intend or will you intend to address this?
Well, first of all, I think I'll have a conversation with the both of them and hear out their policies and what they seek to bring to the table.
So the reason why I asked you to stand,
okay,
these are those people.
Okay.
Talk to them.
These are...
Talk to them. The matter is before you as an external affairs officer. Talk to them.
Okay. So it has come to my notice that the both of you want to run for the same position at GAPS in the upcoming GAPS elections. So I want to know your policies and what you are bringing to the table. However, you know that you are both from the same Wisconsin, which is a member of GAPS. And we need to pull our delegates and senators to vote for our candidates. However, you are two. So how do we go about that?
Please sit.
Thank you.
Between GAPS and PUSAG, which one is relevant to Wisconsin International University and which one will you prefer or advise the school takes active part in their activities?
The most relevant. We are part of all the institutions, so I can't prefer one over the other.
Are you aware we pay dues to all these institutions?
Yes, please.
So, assuming you are to recommend to SRC to pay dues for these two, which one will be very urgent and as a priority?
No, we have to pay the both of them because we are a member institution. We are
so 100,000 or 10,000 Ghana cedis is available. Both of them is also expecting 10,000. Which one will you pay for first?
I'll have to discuss with my external affairs president before I take any action.
What are the paramount activity that you would want to activate to make our affiliations to these institutions relevant?
I think that will be involving ourselves in the activities. And also, like I said, we have to make the external affairs very visible to the students' body because it seems some people are very ignorant about the external associations we are affiliated to. Thank you.
Madam Ophelia.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
We are most grateful.
Thank you.
Valerie, do you have any question?
Hello, Ophelia. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
All right. So I would like you to list 3 functions of the PUSAC secretary as per the constitution.
Okay.
Yes, external affairs.
So the external affairs secretary takes minutes at every secretariat meeting. The external affairs secretary also keeps a record of all the documents of the secretariat. And then the external affairs secretary is also supposed to be acting as the president in his absence, as the external affairs president in his absence.
Okay, so in cases where the general secretary of the SRC is not available, I would like to know whether you would step in as a main secretary for the secretary, and why. So let's say the general secretary is sick and has been home or in the hospital for some days.
Okay.
What will be your role to play?
Okay. For a meeting, she's absent for a meeting.
Yes.
I can step in and take the minutes on her behalf.
Under what authority are you coming in to step in for her?
If they want me to step in, if the SRC president wants me to step in for her role, I'll do that.
Wait, is it the SRC president or the SRC council? Because the constitution is explicit about functions of the SRC. The SRC president doesn't appoint anybody to any of this. It is the council. So, under what circumstance would the SRC president, or what locus will he have to let you step in to act as president in the absence of the, is to act as secretary in the absence of the SRC secretary?
If she's absent for a meeting and per approval of the council and the president, I can offer my selfless service and step in for her.
Madam Ophelia.
Yes, please.
We are most specially grateful to have you. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
He said you've been here, but how did that work? If you leave with him, in fact, we are going to disqualify you. Yes. You will have to sit down.
Please take the microphone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You can take off your nose marks. You are here?
Yes, please.
Should we leave for you to sit?
No, please.
Why?
I'm here to be vetted for the external affairs position, for the external affairs president position.
All right. Please take your seat.
Thank you.
Rega, when you came in, you didn't greet. Is that your custom?
Please, I greeted.
You did?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Maud, got it right?
Yes, please, got a mode.
Yeah, we are looking good today.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Mr. Maud, can you please tell me what leadership is?
Leadership.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Leadership refers to a position whereby an individual takes up the responsibility to lead a group of people to achieve a common goal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome. So can you please tell me the qualities of a good leader?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe a good leader must have time management skills, must have good communication skills, and must be confident.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do you believe to have all these?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please, we don't have a school field. Since you are running for an external affairs president, we don't have a school field. We don't have any sports team. So how are you going to work very, very well for us to have access to those stuffs?
Okay. Thank you, member of the panel. As an external affairs president, I happen to be able to organize these sporting activities to the national level. As part of my action plan, I stated that I would build a solid sports team. This I will do with the SRC president to get a good surrounding around the school, whereby we can have trainings, we can do more trainings to get a good team to represent the school at the national level.
Yeah, do you have one in mind? Any field?
Yes, please. It's around the main hostel at Aboba.
Aboba?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes, please.
Where is she? Is she on this campus or?
Honorable Member, I believe it's a personal question. It's my personal life.
It needs to be answered.
Yes, but I would like you to keep it personal, please.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Maud.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Good. Tell me, how are you going to really make Wisconsin visible among PUSAG members in the country and beyond in just 2 minutes?
Please, can I get a question again?
If elected as the president for PUSAG, how will you make Wisconsin University visible among PUSAG, locally and internationally?
Yes, please. Thank you, Honorable Member. Over the years, Wisconsin has been participating in national PUSAG and NUCS activities. When I'm elected as the External Affairs President, I would work hand in hand with other sister institutions to have more activities such that the school would be recognized as an active school, participating well both locally and nationally.
Because I am the president for the School of Nursing. One strategy we used was to host our programs, the nursing affiliations. Okay, we had a debate here, we had a handing over ceremony here. So I think that projected the school. Do you have any plan of lobbying to also host PUSAG activity here so that other schools will come here, and then when the publicity is going, then Wisconsin will be on top?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Kumasi campus is a part of the Wisconsin institution. However, they have a very big land that it's not in use. So as part of my responsibilities, I'll try and make use of the land to make soccer fields and basketball courts such that Wisconsin will be able to hold PUSAG activities or nooks or gaps activities at the Kumasi campus. Thank you.
Just a follow-up to your plan of bringing on board a football pitch and then a volleyball court so that we can organize such programs. Do you know it's capital intensive?
Please come again.
Do you know it is capital intensive?
Yes, please.
So, source of funding, is it PUSAG, local PUSAG, SRC, or PUSAG national? Where is your source of funding for that project, if that is your plan?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The source of funds will be, I'll liaise with the SRC president to help me with the source of funds so that we can use a portion of the SRC funds to make those projects. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. To seek sponsorship. Thank you.
Mr. Reagan.
Yes, sir.
Please, I'm not a sir. I would like to be addressed by my name. All right. You are here to be vetted for as
External Affairs President.
President.
Yes, please.
What's the full meaning of CLMC?
Covenant Life Mission Church, please.
And looking at your forms that you have presented, you rise from the head of communication to the president. Is it a church association?
Yes, please.
Don't you think you have to go for the school chaplain rather than the external affairs president?
No, please.
Why?
The church is a different institution. It's a separate institution.
Of which you have experience there?
Yes, please. However, to every good leader, once upon a time, a leader, there was not. Every good leader has a first time to take his or a post. Sorry. So, from the experience I've had from rising through the ranks of vice president to the president of the church, I made so many, I brought so many improvements into the youth service, or let's say the youth department. So, however, I can apply those skills here as an external affairs president to represent the school and be able to attract more students.
Attract more students? How?
Yes, please. Thereby engaging in more activities outside to be recognized by other institutions or other members in the country.
All right.
Yes.
As an external affairs president, you convey students from Wisconsin International University College.
Yes, please.
The main campus, which is in Accra, to perhaps a congress ground in Tamale. Okay? And there is an incident of shooting. People are trying to find their way, maneuver their way through to have their candidate elected by all means. And then you have conveying students from Accra to Tamale. What will be your action? What will you do?
Thank you, Honorable Member. As an external affairs president, I'll vacate the premises with my school colleagues.
You vacate the premises?
Yes, please. Because the lives of the students also matters. So it wouldn't be a good news to hear that Wisconsin people went out and then they have been shot and...
You find yourself in a situation whereby you cannot move out, okay, your bus cannot move, you yourself cannot run out of the premises, what will you do?
Thank you, Honorable Member. In such a situation, we will communicate, we will find a safe hiding in the town.
You can't move, how can you find a safe hiding?
Yeah, we'll walk on foot, please.
Is it?
We'll walk on foot.
You can't move out of the premises. Okay?
With security?
Yes. You can't move out. And you are forced to either let your candidate resign or they will beat all of you. What will you do?
Thank you, Honorable Member. If I'm to get you clearly, it's either our candidate resigns or we get killed. In this case, we will stand behind our candidate.
For him to resign or to proceed with the election so that all of you will get killed?
To resign.
To resign?
Yes, please.
To save your lives?
Yes, please.
All right. If you have your way, and in a case where you called these mafia guys or macho men as we call them, you call them in, okay, what will you do? And if you have your way, will you call macho men to assist you for your candidate to win? Will it involve the national security, the military, if you have the opportunity to invite them to come and help you, assist you, kidnap the EC and all that? Will you do that?
As a president, thank you, Honorable Member. As a president, as the External Affairs President, and as an individual, Reagan, one of my interests is to maintain peace. So if I am to call on the macho men, that would mean the situation is critical. And then they are there to maintain the peace for us. They are there to prevent the people from approaching us.
There is already policemen on the grounds, but they are not enough. They are not in your favor. So you want your candidate to win at all costs. And you have the opportunity to either invite the national security or the military to come in to help your candidate. Will you call them? Yes or no?
No, please.
You won't call them?
No.
Why?
Because I believe whatever we are doing must be fair and truthful. So I wouldn't call any external force to come and then to cheat on our behalf or something.
In this case, what will be your action plan to help your candidate win?
Like I said earlier, Honorable Member, I'll talk to him so that he resigns the position. Instead of killing his life.
You have not called the national security, you have not called the military, you have not called for external force to help maneuver your way to win the elections. But in this case, you are going to do, you are going to make sure that your candidate wins the elections. What will you do? What will be your action plan from the campaigning, from the first day of declaration of intent to campaign to the election? What will be your action plan within these periods?
Without riots?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. As an External Affairs President, I would work with my candidate who is aspiring for the national position to prepare him for what he's about to take. However, the campaign preparations will be done by a committee. So the committee would make sure he reaches our number of people we are looking at, such that we would get we will achieve whatever we are there to achieve.
Reagan, have you ever planned campaign before?
Yes, please.
So how did you plan it? For election, I mean.
Yes, please.
How did you do that?
Thank you. I had a group of people who managed the campaigning. I had a campaign manager and then the campaign team. The funding was funded by myself and then
Reagan, you are not giving me a plan. You are giving me achievements. A plan is what will you do, okay, from declaration of intent to the Congress ground. How are you going to help your candidate to win the election that he's going for, the position that he's running for?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Like I said, we will do campaign strategies. We will have our campaign strategies.
Yes, the strategies that I want to know.
Yes, we will make banners and then make use of the social media to reach out to people.
Social media, specifically?
All social media platforms.
Are you going to use all social media platforms?
No, please. Most of the social media platforms.
So mention few.
WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook.
Okay, use these three.
Yes, please.
All right. What about Twitter?
And Twitter as well, if possible.
Will you use Twitter? Will you use Twitter?
Yes, please.
Okay. My last question. Okay. Will you see it as important to nurture a candidate from Wisconsin International University College to go for external elections?
Would I say?
Do you see that? Will it be an importance to you when you are giving the nod to nurture a candidate from Wisconsin International University College to go for an external election?
Yes, please. It will be important. Thank you.
Reagan Elisha Gatemode.
Yes, sir.
Are you related to Joe Gatti?
No, please.
What about Betty Mold?
No, please.
Okay. I'm starting off from where the GIMSA president ended. Are you aware there is more to a campaign team than just banners and flyers and social media?
Yes, please.
What he sought to get from you was a campaign plan or a strategy, and you kept on mentioning banners, flyers and social media. In campaign planning, that is the least. I can say it contributes less than 10% to a campaign plan. Marketing is just an aspect of a campaign. Have you really managed a campaign before?
No, please.
Okay, so I'll spare you on that. Who is your campaign manager in these elections?
Stephen Enum, please.
Why is he not here?
Honorable Member, I don't really know his whereabouts.
So can we conclude that your manager has abandoned you in the high seas?
No, please. Maybe he has attended to an emergency.
Okay. Have you gone through the SRC constitution? Have you looked at it?
Yes, please.
And do you think it needs to be amended?
Yes, please.
Why?
Formally, the External Affairs President position or the External Affairs Secretariat office is recognized in the Constitution now as the local PUSAC Secretariat. So when I'm given the power or I'm voted into office, I would like that office to be readdressed.
So you are here to be vetted as what?
External Affairs President.
Under what authority are you referring to yourself as External Affairs President?
Wisconsin institution is now affiliated to National Union of Ghana Students, and
I'm not interested in the affiliation.
Okay.
We are working with the Constitution. And the Constitution stipulates that we have a PUSAC secretariat. And you've indicated that you feel that it needs to be amended.
Yes, please.
Insofar as it's not amended, you cannot hold yourself as local PUSAC aspirant. Is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay. So is it only the title of local PUSAC secretariat that you wish to be changed to external affairs? That's why you are calling for amendment of the Constitution?
No, please. I observed the Wisconsin logo has been rebranded, so that in the Constitution should also be checked.
Logo?
Yes, please.
Does it have any material effect of the Constitution?
Does it have any effect?
Yes.
Yes, please. Maybe an outsider would see our Constitution and will be, maybe he has taken note of the SRC rebranded logo, so it would be.
So anytime there is a logo change, it means Constitution needs to be amended?
No, please.
But that's what you are telling me in effect, that the logo has a material effect on the Constitution.
Yes. I would like to retract my statement earlier.
Okay. Because I'm TESCOM president. When I came into office, I have changed my TESCOM logo. But that hasn't affected the TESCOM Constitution. As a matter of fact, you don't even need a logo in the Constitution. Have you looked at Ghana's Constitution?
Ghana's Constitution?
Yes.
No, please.
Is there the national flag on the Constitution?
No, but I think it's on the book.
That's coat of arms.
You said the national flag?
Yes.
Yes, the colors on the book.
Oh, from the book?
No, I don't think.
We have constitutions that are black. Those are designs. The constitution that I use is black coated. So what I'm saying in effect is that the logo in the SRC Constitution doesn't warrant amendment of the Constitution. You should look at the material details of the Constitution that are consistent with modern times.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you were to propose to your external affairs secretary, who is a female,
yes, please,
and she rejects your love proposal, would that affect your relation operating your office as PUSAC president and secretary?
Thank you, Honorable. But I don't think I would propose to my secretary because she's already with her boyfriend.
We've had people who had even taken married women from their husbands, not to talk of a girlfriend or a boyfriend.
Yes, please. But I wouldn't do that to my secretary.
And what if your secretary was to make advances towards you?
I would push her off, sir. I'm not lying.
Are you honest with this statement?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure you are honest?
Yes, please.
Because I saw your resistance earlier on to a question on your girlfriend, that it was a private issue and you didn't wish to discuss it.
Yes, please.
And what has changed now?
Yes, I would push my secretary off if she makes advance to me, because I'm a man of my word.
You have a girlfriend?
No, I have a principle I follow.
Okay, talking of principles, you are in Winneba for the PUSAC Congress.
Yes, please.
Actually, I got to know you in Winneba.
Yes, please.
And I was very impressed with your loyalty that you demonstrated for the candidates that Wisconsin presented for that Congress.
Okay.
If you were to be the PUSAC president currently, what would you advise the school to do in that matter?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Please carry on.
If I'm to get you clearly, you want me to decide what our candidate will do in the current state of the PUSAG elections?
Yeah.
Okay. The said elections, in my opinion, wasn't done in the right order. So, as the PUSAG president, I would advise my candidate to still push on if he so desires. Thank you.
How old are you?
21, sir.
21.
Yes, please.
And you don't think you are too small to be the local PUSAC president?
No, please.
Convince me.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Every good leader has every quality to be there. And I believe I have those qualities to take up the External Affairs President position.
Can you give me two of those qualities?
Good communication skills is one of my abilities, my skills. And I'm confident in whatever I do and whatever I say, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I don't see confidence in you because your girlfriend, you can't even boldly say who she is. So I don't see confidence in you.
Honorable Member, I didn't say I have a girlfriend.
You did?
No, please.
Didn't you? Yes. You told him you had a girlfriend and he asked further, is she a member of this school or outside?
I said it's a personal.
You admitted you had a girlfriend. It was when he pushed further whether she's a member of this school or she's outside this school that you indicated that it was a personal matter.
I'm sorry, but I did.
Yes. Final question. The previous aspirants who appeared here, yeah, my memory serves me right, all the male, they were in nice iron shirt and tie.
Yes, please.
Why are you different?
I believe I'm proud to be African, and I would make use of every African product I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I like your outfit.
Reagan.
Yes, sir.
I'll prefer if you address me as Francis. Let me start with this question. You are going for local PUSAC games, okay? And you have a team of members in two disciplines. That's a tennis team and a basketball team. And you get to the place or the location and you realize they don't have a place or they didn't include what you brought your members for in it, what are you going to do?
Thank you, Honorable Member. If I'm to get you right, you are saying when I send my teams to an institution to go for activities and later find out we weren't included, what would I do?
My question is, you don't have the numbers to have a football team, so you have only 2 teams you are sending, a basketball team and a tennis ball team. But when you get to the location or where you are going to, you realize there's no avenue for those positions or those games. What are you going to do?
Thank you, Honorable Member. But, okay. Yes, please. He's trying to say the team I sent are not participating in there. Are not. Yes. Okay. With the team I sent there, we'll try and then form another team out of the teams I sent. Those who are fairly good in the activities that are being organized. Because and every result that comes out of it, I will appreciate, because I didn't prepare myself or my school for the activities that we came to meet.
Okay. You are met with this situation. You have to return with your team back to your campus. Between you have to return your team back to the campus you are coming from, and just being a normal participant, which one would you choose?
Please come again.
The same scenario. You have 2 options. Returning your team and whoever you brought back to your campus and just being part like a normal supporter. What would you do? You go for a normal supporter?
No, I'm asking as a normal supporter.
Yes, just to be part.
We will support any institution that we meet that are.
Okay, thank you. Have you taken bribe before?
No, please.
Have you given one before?
As a No, please.
Okay, so Reagan, you have 100 CD to spare.
Please come again.
Assuming you have 100 CD to spare, and you are pushing someone for local PUSAG, and when you got there, you met a friend who is luckily part of another or head of another institution. With his numbers, you can win easily. But you need to tip him with 100 CD, would you?
Would I give the 100 CD to?
You need to tip him with 100 CD, would you?
To win?
Yes.
No, please.
So you prefer to lose?
I'm not losing.
Let me carry on. Per your action plan, okay, you said you establish a hub under your office of secretariat. Let me correct that. Secretariat, not secretary. What hub?
Yes, please. Thank you, Honorable Member. The hub will be established under the office of the secretary. Yes. This hub will direct students on what to do.
Please, I didn't say what to do. I said what hub was it? When we talk of hub, it's a broad something. So what hub?
Yes, it's an internship hub. Okay, that will allow students, or that will help students by directing them on what to do and where to go to get internship opportunities.
Okay. What sports are you good in?
What sport
are you good in?
I'm an athlete.
What sports are you good in?
Running.
Running.
Yes, please.
Oh, that's good. Thank you, Reagan.
Thank you. Mr. Reagan, Elisha, Mo Gati, right?
Yes, please. Gati mode.
Yeah, I like your outfit. Yeah, so I must say I like your outfit and I'm impressed, but I have a problem with you. What do you mean when you say selfless and servant leadership?
Thank you, honorable member. If we talk about a selfless leader or a selfless and servant leadership, it's a leader who is ready to serve and not to think about his or her own personal.
Thank you, that's fine. Are you experiencing servant leadership in Wisconsin International University?
No, please.
Why do you say so?
I happen to find myself as part of the delegate.
That's fine. So back to the selfless and servant leadership. In Wisconsin, what has not been done right?
Thank you, honorable member. One of the things I observed is the car park. The car park. Yes. Mostly when it rains and then you are going, you'll be walking and then the dirt will be on your shoes and then your attires. So yeah, that's what I've observed as part of this institution.
Based on that, you are saying that the Wisconsin steering committee is not working to standard, so he's not performing a servant leadership. Is that what you are saying?
No, please, honorable member. The steering committee's mandate is to organize elections.
But the previous SRC didn't perform any servant leadership.
They performed. They performed what they could.
But you just told the committee that they mismanaged, they miscommunicated and other things, or?
No, please. That was for PUSAG elections.
So what did they do wrong?
What? Please come in. What did
the previous SRC do wrong?
Honorable member, I don't have any idea.
You don't understand my question.
I understand.
Yes.
But I don't have any idea.
So I want to move back to the point that you said that the SRC didn't do any good work, that it's flawed. Do you agree with me?
Please, I didn't say they didn't do any good work. They did some work by even providing a place for kids for evening and weekend students.
I asked the question. If the chairman will be fair to me, I asked the question and I asked if you understand the servant's leadership.
Yes, please.
And I asked, a follow-up question that is your SRC performing a servant leadership? And he told me no.
No, please, you didn't ask if they are performing a servant leadership.
So I don't know the questions I asked. That's what you are saying.
No, honorable member.
Never mind. Do you know about GAPS?
Yes, please.
What's the full meaning of GAPS?
Ghana Union of Professional Students.
Who's the president?
Honorable Stephen Kwesi Akwa.
Honorable.
His Excellency Stephen Kwesi Akwa.
Do you know about GAPS NEC?
Yes, please.
What's the full meaning of NEC?
National Executive Council.
Are you a member of NEC?
No, please.
Who is a member of NEC?
The SRC president.
And who again?
That's all, please.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, please.
I put it to you that you are wrong. Do you agree with me?
No, please.
You still stand by your answer?
Yes, please.
If it means giving you low marks, you still stand by your answer?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know about the GAPS new brand agenda?
Yes, please. I think I have an idea.
So tell me about it.
It's about an app they are building.
App?
Yes, please. A love app, I think.
Please, this is the honorable committee. If you don't have an idea, you told me you don't have an idea.
Yes, okay? I said I think.
So you don't answer it because I hate you giving me false information, okay?
I'm sorry, honorable member.
Do you know about the GAPS new brand agenda?
No, please.
Thank you very much. Again, let's move ahead to, do you know what NUCS stands for?
Yes, please.
What's NUCS?
National Union of Ghana Students.
What's the highest decision-making body of NUCS?
The highest decision-making?
Yes.
Body?
Yes, of NUCS.
The president.
The president?
Yes, please.
Do you know that for a fact?
No, please.
So I said, if you don't know, just tell me you don't know. Okay? Don't give me false information here. This is an honorable committee. Okay? Do you know?
No, please.
Thank you. Have you heard about Central Committee?
No, please.
You know Deputy Minister for Information?
Deputy
Information.
No, please.
You are Dean of Students of Wisconsin International University?
Yes, please.
What's his name?
Miss Sylvia Tete.
Do you know Nana Yao in Swa?
Please come again.
Nana Yao in Swa.
Kinswa.
In Swa. NSOWAH. Yeah.
No, please.
You don't know him. You don't know him.
No, please.
Are you telling the committee that you don't know him?
Nana Yao Unsua.
Yeah.
No, please.
Hope I endorse your form for you.
Yes,
or
please.
I should show it to you.
No, please.
So how come you endorse your form? Or you went to forge?
I've remembered the person.
You've remembered the person?
Yes.
That's fine.
He's a level 400 student.
He's a level 400 student?
Yes, please.
What did you tell him when you met him before you endorsed your form for him?
I told him about my intentions and then he supported me and then
that's fine. Who is the current NUCS president?
His Excellency Emmanuel Boachiyadom.
The General Secretary.
Please, I don't think I have the idea and I don't want to deceive the house.
That's fine. My last advice, I'm not going to ask any questions again, okay? So Regan Elisha got a mood when preparing a CV, okay, you have to be very careful about it. You can use the internet to check on the internet and know how to prepare a CV, okay? Do you know the font style and the font size we use for official?
No, please.
Don't know. So please, you can read about it and get to know more about it, okay? It looks clumsy and the font size and other things. Okay, you can change it. Next time in the referees, you can add the email addresses. 21st century, when you're preparing CVs, you're supposed to add what? Email addresses to it, okay? We are moving to the technological world, and you're an IT person, so You know how important emails are, right?
Yes, please.
You agree with me?
Yes.
But I like your outfit. Okay.
Thank you.
All the best, my brother.
Thank you.
Regan.
Yes, Chairman.
If infante, infantia.
Pochonyo.
Sure the infanti.
Pochonyo.
It's the internet, sir.
Meribada Obervetum. Now may take the position of External Affairs President.
Yeah, come Fanta. I also see big take. It take Chedden Fanta for my moya onion. Was bro for now was that mix. Fanta. I had one. All right. On a more serious note, what is CLMC?
Covenant Life Mission Church.
And you expect this honorable panel to conjure the meaning of that word that you've stated in your document? How would we know that CLMC represents what you just told us?
Honorable member, I would say it was an oversight, or I didn't really.
Are you a multi-taxed person?
Yes, please.
Take a marker. Take a marker. Put your phones down. You are coming back to your seat. But take a marker. External Affairs Officer of Wisconsin SRC. Your team is in Winnipeg, participating in the next PUSA Games. They are short of funds. Write a letter to the registrar requesting for funds. Your team is in Winnipeg, participating in PUSA Games. They are short of funds. So write a letter to the registrar requesting for release of funds. You want to come here? Okay.
Honorable member, I would assist my secretary to do that.
Your secretary is a woman.
Yes.
She's giving birth at the hospital at the moment. So you are the only person left at the grounds. Write a letter to the registrar asking for release of funds.
Yes, please.
All right. So please take the marker and do it for me.
I have no idea.
You have no idea as to how to write the letter?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please sit down. Are you an honest person?
Yes, please.
I don't want to go in there again of asking you whether you have a girlfriend or not, but my informations are that you have one.
Yes, please. I admit it.
In the next year, I expect you to get married before you exit as PUSAC or External Affairs President. Your child is sick. You have External Affairs PUSAC Games money in your hands. The doctor has called you demanding 2,000 cedis that is in your hands for the PUSAC athletes at Winnipeg. Will you use the money to pay for your kids' hospital bills, or you send it to Winnipeg?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Just by the way, I'm not marrying the next year, so.
Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Regan.
Honorable Member.
Okay. So let me restrict it to your girlfriend, because you've admitted you have one.
Yes, please.
She's sick. Her parents are not around. This is the money you have meant for the PUSAC athletes at Winnipeg, as against girlfriend's hospital bill, will you use the money for your girlfriend's hospital bill? If you don't pay the bill, she's dead in the 5 minutes.
Yes, honorable member. To the best of my knowledge, I would say as at now, my girlfriend has about 30,000 in her account. So she wouldn't need my money. She will use that as a support.
Do you to go to the
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought I didn't. Yeah. 50,000.
now she has 30,000. So the 20,000 is the SRC Pusa Games money in your hands.
Thank you, honorable member. Oh, honorable chair. So I wouldn't use the money of the external affairs.
So your girlfriend should die. Your girlfriend should die?
No, please. But
your girlfriend should die?
No, please.
And
but
you said you're not going to use the money.
Yes, please.
Is that the case?
Yes.
So she should die?
No, she wouldn't die.
So why won't you use the money? You send it to the athletes in Winneba?
Yes, please.
And leave her to die?
She wouldn't die.
Are you faithful?
Yes, please.
Are you honest?
Yes, please.
And sincere?
Yes, please.
Today, after the vetting, God willing, Wisconsin Students approves of your nomination to become the External Affairs Officer. You have an IA to write on the 17th of July. On the 17th is the election day. On the 17th, the British High Commissioner has sent a letter to management that they want the External Affairs Officer to travel to the UK for an awards ceremony. Which one will you choose?
Honorable Chair, if I'm to get you correctly, I'm choosing between the IA
and the UK.
And the UK. And the elections.
And the elections, yes.
My elections.
Let me give you 10 seconds to think about that.
Thank you, the chair. I would be around for my elections.
You'll be around for your elections.
Yes.
Why? Why?
It's my right to decide what I have to do.
It means, I just want to help you. It means you are so passionate about service, right?
Yes, please.
But you leave your girlfriend in which you need to serve to die.
Honorable Chair, I didn't say she would die.
But you say you won't take care of her with the money in your hands, so she should die. You are not a multitask person. Will you agree with me? You can't do too many things at the same time.
Too many things.
You can't do 3 things at the same time and you'll be focused. Do you agree with me?
I can do.
Is that?
I can do, please.
I put it to you that you can't do because when you were being asked questions, I saw you intermittently veering off answering a question and trying to look around as to what is happening somewhere else. That's
No.
what I noticed from you.
Okay.
So you are not a focused person.
No, please.
You are not a focused person.
I am focused.
You are focused.
Yes, please.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
All right. Mr. Reagan, please, do you have something to Ask.
Okay. Reagan, on your action plan, point 5, you said liaise with the SRC Executive Board on the organization of Hall Week celebration. As a matter of fact, since I came to Wisconsin, I have not witnessed any Hall Week celebration. And I don't know how you are going to do that. But in the first place, I'll ask you how many halls the school has and how you are going to, how this project is going to materialize.
Thank you, Honorable Member. To answer the question, we have 6 halls, 6 virtual halls in Wisconsin. Yes, please. They are...
Well, I don't really need the halls. Once you've mentioned them, but how are you going to make sure that you organize the whole week celebrations?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. The virtual halls are inactive, so I would liaise with the SRC president to organize these whole weeks, such that during the week we would be having student entrepreneurs advertise their products and organize more activities for the hall members between the halls. So when the students have a feel of this, then when the students have a feel of the presence of the halls, then the hall will be revived back. The halls will be revived back.
Well, I'm not satisfied with this, but I must tell you that as you are going to take this position, it's a very tough position.
Yes,
and
please.
We will all go out there to say, I'll do this, do that. One, you have to know that you are a student.
Yes, please.
And as you enter, you see the SRC work is not easy at all.
Yes, please.
You can promise and say heaven and hell, but it is not going to be easy. So I don't know how you are going to blend this together with your other projects. Well, you have said it, so we are going to look forward to seeing these whole week celebrations. And I will personally, yes, come to you and tell you that Reagan, unless of course probably I'm out of the school, but once I'm in the school, I'll make sure that you put this into fruition.
Yes, please.
All right.
Mr. Reagan.
Yes, Honorable
Can you
Chairman.
please be on your feet? Thank you very much for coming. We are most grateful. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
All right. Bye-bye. Good evening, madam. You are welcome. Please, why are you here? You can pick the microphone.
Thank you very much for the question.
Let the microphone come closer, yes.
Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Chairman, please, I'm here to be vetted as the General Secretary of the SRC.
You are here to be vetted.
Yes, please.
We don't have enough seat. We want you to stand to answer your questions. Are you okay with that?
Yes, please.
You are okay?
Yes, please.
All right. Please take your seat.
Thank you very much. Pardon? I have one here, please.
But you entered without a mark.
Yes, please.
Are you nervous?
No, please.
Are you tensed?
No, please.
Or you want to romance us?
No, please.
Who is sitting in that chair?
Florence Akpeni Akwaba.
Who are you?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chairman.
Please let the microphone get closer to your mouth.
All right, thanks. I'm very highly organized individual who likes taking notes, and I like a very clean workspace, and I like to organize a filing method in a logical way that will help my work and my team members when it comes to a position I'm holding. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Akpene.
Good evening, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm very good. Yourself?
No, I'm good too. You are looking nice.
Thank you.
Oh. Madam, have you actually held any position on this campus before?
Yes, please.
Which position, please?
Retract Vice President, Retract Acting Secretary, John Saki Hall Secretary, Clerk of Parliament. Yes, those are some.
Oh, okay. So can you please tell me the former SRC Secretary's name?
Please, I have no idea.
So why, like, how can you be here and then you don't know your former secretary? Oh, okay. You're about saying something.
Yeah, thank you for the question. But during the tenure of the last SRC, they didn't have SRC secretary at the beginning. And even when they had, we didn't really see her work. So mostly people see me as the SRC secretary because I'm always posting the minutes of parliament and things on platforms. So because of that, we didn't really know her name.
No, okay. You had in your achievement that you were able to increase the membership from 6 to 40.
Yes, please.
Can you please explain that? I don't know, as at now, there isn't much members at Rotrat. So you telling us that you are able to increase the number from 6 to 40, I don't get it. Can you please explain as it stands now?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chairman. As it stands now, Rotrat, Wisconsin Rotrat, has a membership of 6. That's the executives. We don't have other members who can say that they have membership when it comes to Rotrat. So the executive and I have made sure or have organized and advocated for a lot of people. We've convinced people to join us, and because of the work Rotrat does, we've able to get that amount, the number of people to come on board, and now the number has increased from 6 to 40.
As it stands now?
Yes, please.
Do you have any proof for it?
No, please.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Florence Abba Kwene Aku.
Yes, sir.
I feel shy when people address me with the name sir. I don't like it. I'll be glad if you address me with my name.
Okay, sir.
I've worked very closely with you for almost 3 years, and I don't doubt your competence to take up the SRC secretaryship position. But I would like to ask you, do you have any political affiliation?
Yes, please, I do have.
Have you hold any position in any political affiliation on campus?
Yes, please.
Why did you choose to leave that one out of your CV?
Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Chairman, the reason why...
So those that he asked, so the last one you want to ask them, they were not questions.
They were questions.
But you didn't thank him for those ones.
I did. From the first person who asked me question. I actually think the first. Oh. So, when it comes to the SRC, Wisconsin SRC, and in our constitution, the SRC has to be non-partisan. So, to be on the neutral side, since I'm here to advocate for students, to serve the students' body, I don't see the reason why I should add that to my position held, even though it is important.
Okay. So, because you want to be a neutral,
yes,
so you left that one out. Florence, are you very, very loyal to your party?
Yes, please.
And you decided to write retract rather than the party you served. That is very interesting. Who is the chairperson of the management council? The school council, sorry.
Justice Isaac Doce.
Justice
Isaac Doce.
And who is the chancellor?
Dr. Paul Kofi Fing.
How many halls do you have?
Pardon?
You served as the secretary to a hall, right?
A hall?
Yes.
Yes.
How many halls do you have?
6 halls.
Can you mention them?
Yes, please.
Okay.
John Saki Hall, Emmanuel Cooper Hall, David Date Hall, John Bakel Hall, Akosia Egan Hall.
Akosia
Egan. Paul Finn Hall.
All right, the chairman says it's okay, so it's okay. Who is the current president of the Republic of Ghana?
His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Who is the former Speaker of Parliament?
Which parliament?
Ghana's Parliament.
Pardon?
The former Speaker of Ghana's Parliament.
Mr. Mike Okwe.
Mr. You said?
Honorable Mike Okwe.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Are you sure it's not Abang Bagman?
No, please. He's the current one.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My last question. You are here to be vetted as the SRC General Secretary.
Yes, please.
Your tasks include communicating with the student populace, the student body. How? You have a program which is the SRC Akwaba Week. Akwaba Week, you are targeting only the level 100 students. How are you going to get in contact with all of these students?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chairman. As it stands now, we have platforms that students are on. We will issue communique and help send it to platforms that they will share to their friends. And we have, every student has a Wisconsin email or Gmail. So when we send it through that, they will know that they have, we are coming to have Akwaba Week.
Okay. Let me do a follow-up on that. So are you assuring this committee that email will be a communication medium in your tenure if you are elected as General Secretary?
Yes, it can be.
It is or it can be?
As it stands now, the SRC doesn't have a Gmail account that they send information to students. It's the school that has a Gmail account. So the SRC can create a Gmail account that we can forward information to.
Will you create that?
Yes, please.
That is a lie. The SRC has an email account connected with the SRC, every student's account.
Okay, I'm not aware of that because we've never received any information through that.
Mrs. Florence Abba Aku, are you honest?
Yes, please.
I doubt that.
Why, please?
I'm joining my brother Haj to express my disappointment in you not including your position as staying General Secretary in both the forms and your CV. I am sitting here in the capacity as chairman of the Legal Advisory Committee. My brother Haj Modassir sits here as a member nominated by Parliament to be on the vetting committee. But he doesn't shy away of being the 10th president. And I've stated in here that I'm TESCOM president. Coming to issue of neutrality, you don't need to state it to be neutral. There should be a point that you should be able to say that I'm acting as staying General Secretary and I'm acting as SRC General Secretary. Do you agree with me?
Yes, please.
Do you know Honorable Martin Alamisi Ben Kaiser Amidu?
Pardon?
Do you know Honorable Martin Amidu? Have you heard the name before?
Yes, please. I do.
What have you heard about him?
He was the special prosecutor.
Thank you. Honorable Martin Amidu was a member of the NDC. Thank you. Founding member. He helped in the formation of NDC. And to be a special prosecutor, you should be non-partisan, as you indicated, for SRC General Secretary. But he was appointed by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as special prosecutor. Did he feel that because of the position of neutrality, he's not a member of NDC?
No, he didn't. And I didn't say that as well.
You did. You stated because of neutrality in the SRC General Secretary position. That's why you chose not to include it in your CV.
Thank you. But first of all, in the Constitution, it states that you have to be non-partisan. And on the form, which is in front of you, we're asked to list any position we've held before. So any.
I'm not referring to the form, I'm referring to your CV. Have you resigned as General Secretary of TAIN?
Yes, please.
And you don't feel that as a former executive of TAIN is worth putting in your CV?
Even though that role I played was very important, I think I shouldn't add it to this, because it's, at the end of the day, it has to do with student leadership, how you'll be able to organize people and advocate for the students.
So if you add it, you can advocate for students?
I can. If I add it, I can still advocate for students.
So it means you have no reason for taking it off. Am I correct?
I've actually given the reason why I took it off.
If you were to get an opportunity now to present to us a new CV, would you include that position?
Please come again.
If you were to get an opportunity to update your CV and present it to this committee, would you include that position?
Sir, if I was contesting for, let me say, a position when it comes to my political party, I will include it. And there is no problem with me including it here, but I've given a reason why I omitted it.
So if you get the opportunity, you will still not add it to your CV?
If
for General Secretary of SRC, we are not making assumptions. This is a specific question. You are up for vetting for SRC General Secretary. And I'm asking, based on the disappointment expressed by the TAIN president and my very self, if you were given the opportunity to submit an updated CV, would you include it?
No.
You wouldn't include it?
No.
Okay, thank you. How do you know me?
Pardon?
How do you know me?
I've worked with you.
You've worked with me?
Yes.
Can you recount the first time we met?
Yeah. The day we were sworn in as leadership of parliament.
And you think we had the best of working relations?
Yes, please.
Tell this committee how our working relation was.
All right, thank you very much. When we were in power as the leadership of parliament, we work hand in hand with everything concerning the SRC and decision making.
I was Deputy Speaker of Parliament.
Yes.
You were Clerk of Parliament.
Yes, please.
Who was the Speaker of Parliament?
Baba Zakaria Abdullah.
Do you think you had the best of working relations with him?
Yes, please.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, please. I had a good working relation with both of you.
Are you sure about that? I asked a direct question.
Yes, please. I'm very sure.
You never had any reservations about working with him?
No, please.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, please.
The management of funds from the SRC to Parliament, is it the mandate of the clerk or the Speaker of Parliament?
The clerk of Parliament.
And did you manage that yourself?
Yes, I did. The funds that were given to me personally, I did manage it well.
Some were not given to you personally?
Yes, please.
Who received it?
The Speaker of Parliament.
Have you, as the administrator who was supposed to receive those funds, inquire why it wasn't given to you and how it was spent?
Yes, please.
Can you share with this committee the outcome of that inquiry?
Okay. So I went to the SRC office to take the funds allocated to WIUC Parliament, and I was told the money was given to the Speaker of Parliament, which is not supposed to be done. So the SRC president asked me to go and ask the Speaker of Parliament about the funds. So I did. And according to him, he was saying a lot of stories which I was not really privy to. So I contacted you, the Deputy Speaker, to come as a witness. And till date, we don't know where that money has passed.
Can you recollect how much that money was?
The first one was 500 cedis.
Okay, that's fine. I want to say your nomination form. Do you have a copy?
No, please.
You don't have a copy?
No, please.
You have it now.
Yes, please.
When you go to the endorsements, can you read the first person who endorsed your form?
Yes, please, I can.
Who is he or she?
Prince A.A. Sadat.
Do you know him?
Yes, please.
Where is he?
He's the one asking me questions.
Okay. I chose to endorse this form because I've worked with you and I know your competence. But my disappointment this evening is you not including that you are a then General Secretary in your form. Seriously, you have been a very good person to have worked with. I remember even in times of difficulty, you would miss lectures, and there are times that even personal issues you skip them to serve students. I have no doubt in your ability to become General Secretary.
Thank you very much.
And number 12. on the list we see?
Baba Zakaria Abdullah.
Who is he?
He was the former Speaker of WIUC Parliament.
Okay. And I don't seem to see a nomination from the 10th president.
Pardon?
The 10th president. I haven't seen his signature. Do you have issues with him?
No, please. But at the time that I was filling the form, he was not available.
Mr. President, you've gone away.
You also wanted to be neutral.
You remember when you approached me for this endorsement, the question you asked me?
Yes, please.
Can you share with this committee what you asked?
I asked that since you be on the vetting committee, will it be against the rules for you to sign my form? And you said no, since you are a student.
Exactly. So I'm still dumbfounded why you chose not to put 10 General Secretary in your form. Because there should be a distinction at every point in time. I'm here today as a member of the Legal Advisory Committee, not as TESCOM President. But that doesn't mean I'm not TESCOM President. I endorse the form, not as chairman of the Legal Advisory Committee, but as a law student. So I want you to get that distinction, that the position you occupy does not prevent you to ensure fairness and firmness. It is about you, the individual. I was nominated to this committee by the 10th president. Doesn't that ring a bell to you?
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Madam Florence.
Yes, sir.
Reason for seeking the position, you stated, to use my experience to help propel the advancement to the WIUC SRC by adopting the marshalling. Can you explain to me the word you use there, marshalling?
Marshalling, to arrange or assemble a group of people.
Okay, to arrange or
assemble.
So, from where I'm coming from, I can also say with the same word, you arrange those people with or without them agreeing to something. As in strictly arranging a person.
It's not strictly, because I'm going to be working hand in hand with the students' body. So their voice matter. Because at the end of the day, we are serving the best interest of the students.
But I use the word marshalling method, which I'm explaining to you. The word marshalling, it's like going straight to it, like this is it, no two ways.
And that would be what they want, because they are bringing their problems to the SRC Council, and we have to solve it for them. So it is the problem they are bringing that we are about to solve.
Okay. Apart from report writing as the General Secretary, what else must you do?
The General Secretary is the administrator to the SRC. So the General Secretary can receive calls, be the respondent to any SRC issues. And the General Secretary has to compile the official list of all class reps of Parliament, so WIUC Parliament.
Okay. Moving on. Richard Vice President.
Yes, please.
Did you hand over or you've resigned?
I resigned.
Why?
Because I can't hold two major positions concurrently. And with the vice president, my tenure of office is over on 30th of June 2021. So I didn't resign as vice president. I resigned as president-elect of Retract, which is supposed to start 1st July 2021.
Which means you resigned, okay, based on the fact that your term of office has expired.
No. I've not yet begun the process as the president-elect. It's supposed to start 1st July 2021. So I resigned before I started work.
So your CV is not up to date. Your
It is.
CV, as at now, is not up to date. You agree with me?
No.
You don't agree with me? You claim to be president-elect now.
Yes. No, as it stands now, I'm not the president-elect because I've resigned. I didn't start work before I resigned.
You've resigned from you are president-elect and you've resigned.
Yes.
You've not yet been sworn in. So how do you resign?
Because
In what capacity are you resigning? Do you have something in the Rothschild Constitution like president-elect?
Yes, please.
You have some president-elect
Yes, please.
in the Constitution?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, fine. Madam Abba Florence Aku.
Yes, sir.
Poga.
Yes, sir.
Poga.
Yeah.
What's the response for?
You said your constitution there is president-elect.
Yes, please.
Because I am yet to come across that arrangement that someone that hasn't taken an oath of office is resigning from same.
But there was an election. I was elected by the members.
Exactly. But you are yet to be sworn in, right?
Yes, please.
So what basis are you resigning? You are resigning as president-elect?
Yes, sir.
You don't have a position like president-elect. I don't think it's true. Is it the case that is in your constitution and you are speculating?
But the mere fact that you have been elected but not sworn, you think it's also a position. That's why you want to say president-elect is in the constitution.
Because you resigned from an office, and the office is the president, general secretary, PRO, women's commissioner. You are not in that office. So will you do further checks and give us an update on that in your constitution?
Yes, sir. But it's not even stated on my resume.
Oh, okay. I'm not interested in that. My interest was you saying you resign as president-elect.
Okay.
Poga.
Always a gem.
Sure. Please let's move to the endorsement of candidates on your form. Okay, some members endorse you, so please check from, or you don't have one?
No, please.
Before that, have you heard about conflict of interest before?
Pardon?
Conflict of interest.
Yes, please.
What is conflict of interest?
For example, if I have a boyfriend and I'm going for a position, and because of the relationship I have with the person, I force the person to sign a form for me.
Because of what?
Pardon?
Please come again.
For example, I'm in a relationship with someone.
Yes.
And we are in the same school, and because I'm going for
Is it only relationship?
No, I'm giving an example.
Okay, so I'm listening.
So it's like I'm forcing the person to sign for me because I'm in a relationship with the person.
Okay. So let me just give you a rough explanation. I want to ask a question on that, so I want to just educate you on it. So conflict of interest is a situation in which the concerns or aims of two different parties are incompatible. I hope you understand every term in there.
Pardon?
I hope you understand every term in there, what I just read. So we can move on. So let's move to the first person on your form, Prince A.A. Sadat. LLB 300 upper day. You have the same thing there.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that there was some form of conflict of interest here because he happens to sit on the panel? Would you agree with me?
No, sir.
Why?
He's a student of Wisconsin. In as much as he's on this panel, he's still a student. And he has the right, so far as he's a registered student, he has the right to sign a form.
Do you know he's here to grade you on whatever you do here?
Yes, please.
So there's some form of conflict of interest. Do you agree?
No, sir.
You don't agree?
No, sir.
If you don't agree, he just said he has personally worked with you, so he knows how you work. So it's okay with you.
Yeah.
So do you agree that there's a conflict of interest here?
No, I don't agree.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Have you heard about All African Student Union?
Pardon?
All African Student Union. ASU.
No, please.
You've not heard about it?
No.
That's fine. You know the Secretary General for UN?
It has escaped me.
Please, do you know it or you don't know? If you don't know,
I don't.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Can you tell me the difference between General Secretary and Secretary General? Is there any difference first?
Please come again.
I asked the difference between General Secretary and Secretary General. Is there any difference? So the first question is there any difference between them before you go on to?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? They are the same?
Yes, please.
I put it to you that you are wrong. Do you agree with me?
I'm not sure about it, so I can't really tell.
So you agree with me you are wrong? I mean, you have the... Yeah. If you don't know, just tell me you don't know so we can proceed, okay?
Okay, I have no idea.
Do you also know the secretary to the President of the Republic of Ghana?
No, please.
That's fine. Your CV, there are no referees.
Pardon?
Please check through your CV. There are no referees in there.
Yes, please.
Why?
Please, we were asked to produce our resume, not our CV.
So a resume shouldn't have referees in there. Is that what you are saying?
What I'm saying is, the resume, when it comes to
a resume doesn't have referees. That's what you want to stand by that.
Yes, please.
They don't have a resume, a referees in there.
Yes, please.
That's what you're saying. Okay. That's fine. So resumes do have referees. Okay. Maybe you can check again. Okay.
I actually checked.
And they have it.
They don't have.
But they don't have.
Yes.
That's fine. I'm not here to argue with you. Okay. So my advice to you is, when you hold up leadership positions and you intend on resigning, you are supposed to tender in letters of resignation. Please, I hope you get it.
Yes, please.
Do you have letters of resignation?
I don't have it here.
Are you still the 10th General Secretary?
No, please.
You've resigned?
Yes, please.
Please, how do you resign?
I wrote a letter
to
the 10th General, the 10th President.
Do you have the copy here?
No, please.
Please, why didn't you bring a copy here? So I guess I'd assume that you were once a 10th General Secretary of Wisconsin.
I was.
But you didn't add it here.
It wasn't stated in the form to bring the resignation letter if you have held a position before.
In an organization, you are the CEO of a company. A worker wants to resign. What is the mode of receiving the person's resignation? I'm a staff to you. I have a company. I'm a staff. I want to resign. What would be the appropriate way to resign from the organization?
You write a letter.
Yes. And you keep a letter, right?
Yes.
So you're supposed to have a letter yourself. I'm supposed to have a copy of the letter, so that wherever I go, there's a reference that I resigned from this organization, and this is a copy of my resignation letter. It's just an advice. You can choose to take it or not. Okay?
Understood.
Very well. Again, I think. Okay. So my last question, then I'm done. Okay. You being a 10th General Secretary is an opportunity to serve. So I might say I don't know how to put it, but I'll be in the shoes of my senior brothers here and say I'm so much disappointed because I can't find it here. I don't know. Someone might conclude you are partisan because you are coming to deceive the committee. Do you have something to say about that?
Sir, please, all the positions I put on the form are all equally important.
But you left one. So are you disregarding the 10th General Secretary to be of less importance?
No, they are all important.
But you didn't bring it here. You wrote out and the rest. It's of less importance. Do you agree with me?
No, it is not.
So again, I'll go into my brother's shoe. When given the opportunity to update your CV, would you add it to your CV?
Yes, sir.
You add it?
Yes, sir.
So why didn't you add it in the first instance? Because you wanted to come and deceive the committee?
No, sir. I gave
of you not being political?
I gave a reason and I was
Which
corrected.
was because SRC is non-partisan?
Yes, sir.
So that means, from your statement, can I conclude that you can't contest for SRC General Secretary?
I can.
Because you are once partisan. Do you agree with me?
No, I don't agree with you.
Why don't you agree with me?
Because everybody has
But you
the
first
right
stated that
to-
SRC is non-partisan.
Yes.
But you served on a partisan note as a general secretary. So you can't contest for SRC general secretary.
I can, sir.
Why?
Because everyone has a right to an association.
But SRC is non-partisan.
Yes. But when it comes to being a thing general secretary, it has to do with the national politics.
So you are partisan.
No, I'm not.
But you were once a general secretary of.
Yes, I was, because everybody has a right to an association.
That is, I don't dispute that fact, madam. I'm saying that you are partisan, so you can't contest for SRC from what you said.
I don't agree with you.
You don't agree with me?
No, sir.
That's fine. I'm okay.
Follow up. Yeah, follow up. What he just ended on. So now you agree the reason why I felt strongly that you should have included 10 General Secretary in your CV.
Yes, sir.
Go for me, all what you stated in your CV. Rotarac, Vice President, SRC, Clerk of Parliament, John Saki Hall, Secretary, even choir prefect. 10 General Secretary is the highest position, if you ask me. And you chose to ignore that. Are you loyal to your party?
I am. On the form, we're asked to write any position held.
You are loyal to your party?
Yes, I am.
And you don't feel proud to be associated to it?
I am proud to be associated to it.
And
I
you
stated
didn't
that.
see the need to put it in your CV?
I gave a reason and I was corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Abba,
Yes, sir.
you look good.
Thank you, sir.
If you send feedback or reports or minutes from parliamentary sittings onto the various platforms, do you get a response? I want to find out, do you receive feedback? If yes, how do you respond to those feedbacks? That's my first question.
Mostly, we don't receive feedbacks. The only people who comment on it are parliamentarians.
Are the comment positive or negative?
Mostly negative.
What has been done about that?
I would say that when it comes to parliament, most of the class reps don't participate. They don't come to parliament. So it's like they are not privy to what is happening on campus. And they are supposed to be there as parliamentarians to represent their classmates or course mates. So if they represent them, they have to go back and tell their people, this is what happened. What are your problems? Give it to me. I'll come to parliament and present it and it will be solved. But they don't do that. So mostly the students' body don't know what is going on. And later they'll think it's the fault of the SRC council, but instead it's the cause of their class reps.
A final question. What different are you bringing on board? You mentioned that you are going to compile the list for parliament, that's the course reps.
Yes, please.
Are you just going to compile the list? What different are you going to bring on board so that parliament will be effective and those negative complaints will not arise? Thank you, Chairman.
So what I intend of doing is I'll meet with all association secretaries and course reps or class reps to listen to their grievances and present it to the SRC Council. And I'll also work hand in hand with the Clerk of Parliament to know the matters arising in Parliament for the SRC Council to solve.
All right, thank you very much.
Lest I forgot, the 500 unaccounted cedis you indicated in your initial submission.
Yes, sir.
Should you pass through vetting and eventually you are elected as SRC General Secretary, will you assure this committee that you are going to retrieve that money for the SRC?
Yes, sir, I'll retrieve it. And it's not only 500 Ghana cedis, it's actually 600 Ghana cedis.
Thank you.
Madam Abba Aku Akmane.
Yes, sir.
Florence.
Yes.
Is that your name?
Yes, please.
Abba, which name is that?
That's my surname.
Surname. From which lineage?
Amanewe.
You are Newe.
Yes, please.
I'm asking because I'm a Fanti and we also call Abba.
Mine is with a double B.
Double B.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you a politician?
Yes, I am.
You're a politician.
Yes, I am.
You have a political affiliation, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You have a political affiliation.
Yes.
So when you enrolled in Wisconsin International University, you identified yourself and associated yourself with your political affiliates, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you occupied a position in that political office.
Yes, please.
Or political affiliation. You occupied a position.
Yes, please.
Why do you think, from all the questions you've answered, why do you think that it wasn't for you, with your clear mind, to include that position in your CV?
Thank you, sir, but I gave a reason for that, and I was
and your reason is that
by
no, and your reason is that. What was your reason? I want you to reiterate that.
I gave a reason that, according to the Constitution, the SRC is supposed to be non-partisan.
That's why you didn't include that.
Yes, please.
Can I also put it to you that you made references to the fact that because that office is neutral, or is supposed to be a neutral office, you chose not to include 10 general secretary, because you don't want to be seen by other students on campus who does not belong to that political affiliation to see you to be that biased. Would you agree with me?
Yes, because
That's
I'm
it.
here to serve the general students' body.
Is it wrong for a 10 general secretary to serve the general student populace? Is it wrong?
No, it's not wrong.
Is it wrong for a TESCON general secretary to relinquish that position to also serve the general students' body?
Please come again.
Is it wrong for a general secretary of TESCON to also relinquish that position to come and serve the general students' body?
No, it is not.
It is not wrong. So why didn't you include that? So, no, you've answered those questions. So can I put it to you that you've not been faithful and truthful to Wisconsin students?
I am faithful.
I am putting it to you that you haven't been faithful, not only to the committee, this honorable house, but you've been unfaithful to the general Wisconsin Students Body. Just because you don't want to be seen generally in its entirety, because your pictures will be everywhere. Akpene, General Secretary hopeful, SRC. It's not this 10 General Secretary, and you think other political affiliates will victimize you or may not vote for you because of that position. That's why you've hidden it.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Yes.
So can I put it to you that, okay, first of all, before I get there, do you see something wrong with our national politicking?
Pardon?
Do you see something wrong with our national politicking?
It's a whole broad issue.
Give me 2 reasons why you think there is a problem, or you think there is no problem. 2 reasons why you think there is a problem with our national politicking.
One, I think because we are affiliated to one political party, sometimes we tend to do our selfish interests when it comes to issues, instead of being faithful to the whole nation.
So you see something wrong with that, don't you?
Yes, sometimes.
You see something wrong with that?
Yes, sometimes.
So as an up and coming politician, when you've seen and identified something wrong with what is happening now, and you are up and coming, you chose to hide your political affiliation because you would do same when you get there.
I didn't hide.
I would want to put to you that you have at the back of your mind to do same when you get there. That's why you chose to hide your political affiliation.
Sir, I don't agree with you.
You don't agree with me?
Yes,
but
sir.
I want to put it to you that that is the perception. But I have a very genuine and passionate advice. It is so dear to my heart, and I've always been advocating for this. If as students and up and coming politicians, if we have seen something wrong currently going on in our superiors, whatever politicking they are engaged in, we must be seen changing certain things. Because if we are not in a position to change anything, then we should die for them to leave, to continue the wrong thing they are doing. Do you agree with me?
Sir, please come again.
If we have identified something wrong, just as you said that there is something wrong with our politicking now, national politicking, because of victimization, I don't want to be seen on Wisconsin campus, I belong to the team, because somebody will victimize me and may not vote for me, or even to the extent of somebody might even hurt you because you belong to team. So coming in as a general secretary of SRC, let me hide it. So if we have seen something wrong with that, then we must be seen changing that perception and be doing something different, so that when it gets to our turn, we can be seen doing something different. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
So if you have opportunity now, will you apologize to the students' body and this committee that you have been unfaithful to all of us?
Sir, please, I think the unfaithful is too...
You think it's too strong?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so which one would you choose? Since you have accepted that you have not done something right, which apology will you choose? Okay. Don't worry. Fast forward. Do you know the steering committee of the SRC?
Yes, sir.
You know the steering committee of the SRC?
Yes, sir.
Do you know their mandate?
Yes, sir.
To
organize an election.
Organize an election.
Yes, sir.
So in 8 terms, they are the electoral commissioner.
Yes, sir.
For this year's elections.
Yes, sir.
Do you know Charlotte? Do you know Madame Mensah, Jane Mensah?
Yes, sir.
You know her? Who is she?
She is the EC.
She's the EC. Do you know Bosman Asari? Dr. Bosman Asari, do you know her?
Yes.
Do you know him?
Yes, please.
Who is he?
The deputy EC.
The deputy EC. Do you know John Dramani Mahama?
Yes, sir.
Who is he?
The former president of the republic.
And you know Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo?
Yes, sir.
What do they have in common? As far as EC is concerned, what do they have in common?
They contested against each other.
They contested against each other.
Yes, sir.
If you see today that you have pounced on a document, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's nomination forms, being endorsed by Bosman Asari, what will you tell John Dramani Mahama? Nana Addo's forms to contest an election was endorsed by Dr. Bosman Asari. What will you tell John Dramani Mahama? I'm still waiting for my answer.
Sir, please, I'll answer that question later.
I demand an answer because I have a follow-up question. Should I help you in answering? Should I help you? No, I can offer you free answer. So if you want me to help you, I can help you. Yes. Should I help you? Okay. Two alternatives. You tell John Dramani Mahama, Dr. Bosman is conspiring with Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to steal a verdict for him. Will you say that to John Dramani Mahama?
So you said you have two alternatives.
Okay, so the second alternative, will you tell John Dramani Mahama that in fact the EC is very good? They have endorsed Nana Addo's forms. Which one will you choose?
The first one.
You choose the first one.
Yes.
So that's what you tell John Dramani Mahama, right? Please furnish her with a copy of her endorsement form and let her read from the endorsement session, the 20 students that endorsed her form. Would you please Are you there? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please read the second person on your endorsement form?
Lydia Sechofia.
Who is Lydia Sechofia?
She's a member of the steering committee.
She's a member of the steering committee. Not too long ago, you told us the steering committee is mandated to run election, and you have a member of the electoral commission, as in the case of steering committee, endorsing your form. Should we say you are conspiring with members of this committee to steal a verdict for you?
No, sir.
Why?
Because the lady that signed the form for me is a student.
You think so?
Yes.
Well admitted, she's a student. But in this case, Dr. Bosman Asari is also a Ghanaian by birth and a registered voter. And I put that question to you. Seeing him endorsing Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's form and being attained General Secretary, what will you tell Mahama? You said you tell Mahama Bosman Asari want to conspire and steal a verdict for Nana Addo. And you have admitted that. So in this scenario, what will you say to this?
I'm not conspiring with anybody.
You are not conspiring.
Yes, please.
I give you two options. It's either you take this document and drop as a General Secretary hopeful, or Lydia Satrofia resign as a member of the steering committee. Which one do you prefer? I give you 30 seconds to answer that.
None.
None. Okay, so the committee will decide on that.
Okay, sir.
Can I make an intervention? Vice Chair, I want to disagree a bit, because discretionary powers is regulated by our constitution. Who has a copy of the constitution? Ghana's constitution? No. Yeah, if you look at Article 296 of Ghana's constitution, it regulates discretionary powers. That is the point I'm trying to establish, that Lydia can be a member of this committee, same as Josephine. I think I see Josephine's name there. I think number 18. Yes. They are members of the steering committee, but their involvement in the activities of the steering committee and also their relation. Okay, yeah. Article 296, let me read. Where in this constitution or any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, A, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased, whether by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. And where the person or authority is not a judge or a judicial officer, there shall be published by constitutional instrument or statutory law regulations that are not inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution, and that other law that governs the discretionary power. So what Article 296 sought to explain is, Lydia is a member of the Electoral Commission. So she has a discretion as a member of the commission and also as a student. So her discretion, yes, wasn't exhibited arbitrarily, capricious, or with personal dislike for the competitor of Florence. So I think we should get that distinction, that a person in a position can be able to strike a balance. That I'm a member of GIMSA, Ghana Muslim Students Association. I'm the TESCOM president. Who again? My brother Ahmed is a member of GIMSA. He's a member of TAIN. Hajj is the president of TAIN, and he is the GIMSA president. If I have an issue with Ahmed, Hajj should be able to come to a point that, Ahmed, even though you are a member of TAIN, which I'm president, but you are wrong on this one. So I think we should look at it from that perspective, rather than throw away the baby with the bathwater. Thank you. There is no provision to that effect. But Honorable Nana, when he started, he mentioned the issue of conflict of interest. I think it's based on that Mr. Chairman is coming on the angle of conflict of interest. Whether Lydia's involvement in the organization of the interest will override her personal likeness for Florence.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sadat, for that clarification. So fast forward, I have also been helped to cite Josephine Hiagwe, who is also a member of this committee. Should tomorrow elections are held and you win with a margin of 2 against your competitor, and your competitor thinks that it is because of these 2 people that you won the election ahead of him, will you agree?
No, sir.
So do you think these 2 persons have exhibited conflict of interest?
No, sir.
Why?
Because they are students of Wisconsin.
Because they are students of Wisconsin.
Yes.
So I made mention of the fact that Dr. Bosman Annan is also a registered citizen of Ghana. Okay? Please let me. Florence.
Yes, sir.
Bosman is also a Ghanaian by birth and a registered voter. So I would want to go by that same provision that he mentioned. I'm not a law student. That's why I took a cue from what he read and he explained the provisions to us. We am also not aware whether or not electoral commissioners are banned from endorsing nominations of aspirants. They are also not banned. But looking at our politicking in this country, that's why I earlier on asked you that question, that when you see such thing happening, would you advise John Dramani Mahama that these people are conspiring with Nanado? And you answered in affirmative that yes, they may be conspiring with Nanado. Okay. Fast forward. You've been asked to produce resignation letter. You said you didn't see the need to bring it because you were not asked on the form. Okay, so do you know that someone seeking office in the same jurisdiction and SRC supervises all the activities of the various associations on campus? It means you cannot occupy same portfolio. Concurrently, you are aware. So how would the committee be convinced that indeed you have resigned from your earlier positions?
The president of each association can confirm to that. But I can also produce the resignation letter. I don't have it here though.
At what time? At what time? What is the earliest time you can produce that resignation letter? Because it is of importance to this committee.
I can produce it after here.
After here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You made mention of the fact that you know Mr. A. Sadat, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you say he's a bad leader when he was occupying the office of Deputy Speaker of Parliament?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he cited an amount of 500 cedis, which you later upped it to 600.
Yes, sir.
That, as a clerk of parliament, you did not have records to that effect.
Yes, sir.
How can we trust you as the incoming general secretary, should a need be, that you will not also be so lenient on other executives who would not serve in the best interest of the students?
Sir, please, to correct that, I wasn't lenient. That was the fault of the SRC Council, because they are not supposed to allocate that money to the Speaker of Parliament. They are supposed to allocate it to me.
Did you write officially to the SRC demanding correction of same?
No, sir.
Did you write to the Speaker of Parliament then officially to demand same?
No, sir.
Have you taken any action before you came here to demand for those remittances?
Sir, I actually approached all the stakeholders involved in this situation.
But up to date, you've not retrieved those monies?
Not yet, sir.
So when we entrust you with the administrative job of this SRC, you will do same. People will do things and they'll get away with it.
No, sir.
But in this scenario, you failed. Would you agree with me?
I haven't failed.
Why haven't you failed?
Because I've not yet made account to the next administration.
So would I also put my voice or add my voice to some students who think that that Raj administration has failed because there is a case in front of us or before us suggesting that the Speaker of Parliament took monies that were supposed to be used to run the affairs of parliamentary leadership, and you, the administrator of that time, didn't do what you were supposed to do to protect the SRC funds?
The monies allocated to Parliament are still in my custody. I still have some amount of money. So we are waiting for the next administration to hand over to. And surely I'll make accounts of those monies.
When do you intend to make that account?
When we have a new parliament and we are supposed to hand over to them, I will have to give the remaining funds to the next administration, which is yet to happen.
And you are convinced you can do that? You are convinced you can do that?
Yes, sir. I already started.
Are you a multi-tax person? Are you a multi-tax person?
Yes, sir.
Please pick a marker. You are the General Secretary of the SRC. Write a letter to the registrar, to the Vice Chancellor of Wisconsin International University College, telling him or her the results of first semester hasn't been released, therefore students are agitating. So please take a marker. Please, where's the marker?
Sir, please, the question again.
You are writing a letter to the registrar, to the Vice Chancellor, to the Vice Chancellor of the university, telling him that first semester's results hasn't been released and students are agitating, and they are demanding for the immediate release of those results. Please do it at the right side. You see there's a blue line there, so do it at the right side of that blue line. Yeah. The white one, inside the very white space, at the right side. At the right side. Yeah. You have 1 minute more. Thirty seconds more. All right, thank you very much. Please bring the marker. Kindly take your seat. Is it because you had a chance of occupying the office of Clerk of Parliament that's why you've been able to address this letter very well?
Yes, sir.
That's why I must commend you for the proper addressing of that letter. Kudos.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My last question to you: convince this house that you'll be faithful and honest to the people of to the students of Wisconsin when you occupy that position. Under 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I will start with my experience being the Clerk of Parliament. I was serving the whole student body and I was very competent and I multitasked because whilst I was the Clerk of Parliament, I was doing my national service and I was still schooling, and it didn't interfere with any of my other activities, and I was able to do my work diligently.
All right, thank you. Any question from the gallery?
Thank you, the chair. This is not a question, but I would like to clear my name because my name has been mentioned here. I would like to state that I have nothing to do with her. She's an aspirant. And as a matter of fact, the time, I remember that time, we had the last meeting with the association heads and the reps. So just when we got out, she was holding the fresh sheet that we should sign. So she even asked me if I could sign. I said, oh, why not? So I would have done that for any other aspirant. There was no reason, yes, because at the moment she was the one there, yes. And of course, if any other aspirant had come, I would have done that, but she was there with a fresh paper. So when you look on the list, I'm the second. So I was just surprised right now with this, but I must say that there is nothing to do with her, and then yeah, that is it. But I wanted to ask you a question. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Any other question? Lydia, on that note, I would want to state my displeasure here and then that we all know how far this steering committee has come. Imagine if we had an SRC president, 2 aspirants running for this election, and Stephen Kwesiako's name is second on any of the aspirants' nomination. I'm sure like by this time Wisconsin would have turned upside down. So please, regardless, I am so bitter, I'm so disappointed to see members of the steering committee endorsing a nominee's form. Seriously, it is totally out of place and out of order. Because in as much as everybody expects Stephen Kwesiakwa not to do same, nobody else from the steering committee. That is why from day one, we've said that if you are a member of the steering committee and you have subscribed to be on that committee, you cannot contest for any position, even if you resign. Even if you resign. Any member who resigns today cannot contest for any position. So I expect that we do the right thing rather than engaging and coming to explain anything to this committee. This is a serious business. And in the public office, you don't do this. Thank you. Madam Abba, we are much grateful for your time. I think you've been scrutinized enough. And for me, I think it's been good. We wish you the best of luck should you go through vetting. Thank you.
Sir.
You are discharged.
Thank you very much.
Who is next? Good evening, sir. You can take off your mask. Please, who are you and why are you here?
My name is Franklin Darwin Nelemo. I showed interest and then I picked forms to contest for the SRC General Secretary. So I'm here to be vetted.
You are here to be vetted?
Very well, sir.
Do you want to stand or you want to sit?
Any way that pleases you, but I would like to sit.
The committee wish you go and stand at the far end to answer your questions.
If so pleases you, so will I.
You're sure?
Very well.
That you go and stand at the far end?
I will do so.
Okay. Kindly take a seat.
Thank you very much.
Who is seated before us?
Seated before you is Franklin Darwin Nelemo, a student of Wisconsin International University College. I'm a very serious person. I deal with my work very seriously and I don't joke with it.
So we are not serious.
I'm answering your question.
We are not serious.
I'm answering your question. Respectfully, I deal with my work seriously and I'm a very disciplined person. I picked forms to contest for the SRC.
So we have the opportunity to discipline you and get serious with you.
Very well.
You're sure?
I'm hoping.
You're sure about that?
Very sure about that.
Okay.
Mr.
Franklin.
No, we are supposed to go by the surname. So Mr. Nelemo, right?
Nelemo, yeah.
Oh, to be precise.
Yeah.
Hope you have your CV in front of you. Do you have a copy of the CV? Is that yours?
That's Florence's.
Please, can you hand over one of his copies? Yeah. Yeah. On the first page, right? I want to know the reason why you place Koforidua at where the region is.
Please come
Instead
again.
of Eastern region. I want to know the reason why you place Koforidua there.
Yes. I have to make it known to the panel. That is not an excuse, but you should bear with me. As at the time we were filling the forms, I was seriously ill. So these things you see here were done by someone based on my instructions.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, respectfully, as I earlier on indicated, these things were done by a friend based on my instructions. As at the time,
exactly,
based on my instructions. So he acted on my behalf.
So,
as a law student, delegating someone to work on your behalf, you take responsibility of everything the person has done for you.
I haven't disputed that fact.
Excuse me?
I haven't disputed that fact.
You haven't disputed
Not
that
at
fact.
all.
So you cannot come and tell us
I
that
was building a
because
point that I
you
didn't
were
finish.
sick.
I'm only saying that someone did this for me. There is an error, but I bear responsibility. That's all. That's all.
Mr. Franklin Darwin Lenemo, right? So it earlier defutes the statement you said that you are serious. Do you agree with me? You are not serious.
Very serious.
But you failed to. You brought this to us.
Yes.
And you want to take this as a serious work.
Very serious work.
It's a serious work.
Very serious.
There's
a
no,
very serious work.
there's no mistakes. There are no mistakes in there.
I have presented a very serious work before very serious people. It's a very serious work.
I'm fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Franklin, another follow-up question.
All right.
Yeah, just a follow-up on this. As a serious person, you didn't take the pain.
Please add reasonable. I'm also a very reasonable person. So serious and reasonable.
Yes.
Yes.
I believe I have the right to voice out what I want to say.
Very well.
Thank
Very
you.
well. Very well.
As a serious person, as you claim, you didn't take the pain to go through what your friend has done for you personally.
You see, our elders say that he who feels it knows it very well. As at the time, I was seriously ill. What I'm saying, it is difficult for you to understand because you didn't feel the way I was feeling. 2 days I was on the sick bed, not even able to write anything. So, that's it's an error. But I'm only saying that this was done by someone on my behalf. But I take full responsibility of everything.
That's it.
No problem. I'm
Yes.
done. Yes.
So I want to know why you changed the seconder to. It was supposed to be Samoche, and then it was cancelled to Ebenezer W. Jackson. So what about that one too?
Yes. Samoche happens to be a very good friend of mine. And then I put his name there. And then I texted him. I made him know that his name is there. But he said he's supposed to be a neutral person. That was the word he used.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe he was supposed to be on the vetting committee. But he said he was supposed to be a neutral person. So immediately we had to cancel the name out.
Okay. Okay. So please, can you tell us the former SRC secretary?
The secretary happens to be Amma. I know her by the name Amma. Amma.
No. It's a question. Just go by it.
Yes, I know her
Amma
name.
is not the name you want.
Amma is again Amma from or something like. But I'm very
You
sure.
have to be sure.
It's Amma. I know her by the name Amma.
Amma is not the name you want.
That is what I know.
So you have to accept that you weren't able to answer.
Very well.
Okay. Let's move on. Yes. Very necessary. In your past achievements, you made mention that you won souls for Christ, right?
Yes.
Yes. So why didn't you go for the chaplaincy position instead of the secretary?
Yes.
Yeah.
Since you have mentioned about soul winning, let me take it from that angle. Winning souls for Christ is done differently. As we all sit here, we are all ministers of Christ. God, Allah, however we put it. So, not all of us can be on the pulpit. I was once on the pulpit winning souls. But it is time that I also win souls through politics. Not many politicians win souls. But I want to be that politician who can assure you that I'm not only going to perform rules for the public, but I'm also going to win souls. Oh. Politics is politics. What I'm doing is politics. Definitely, I have hopes of going higher. So definitely partisan politics. Not at the moment. I haven't declared my intentions for any party. Yes. Not really. I said through politics. Yes, someday. Not really.
You have none on your mind?
I have a lot on my mind.
I'm talking about, he's actually referring to partisan politics.
Yes.
So you have none on your mind?
I have a lot on my mind.
Okay. Let's move on. In your action plan, you made mention of only 2. So is that what you are going to use? If you are being elected into power, are they the only 2 you are going to use?
They are not the only 2 I'm going to use.
So why did you write only 2 here?
Yes, I wrote those 2 because at the time, that was what I could write. If you check the handwriting, you realize, humbly check from the first page, you realize that the handwriting is different. It's very beautiful.
No,
but
look,
where, please,
just
I'm making
accept.
a point. I'm making a point, please.
Okay.
I'm building a point. Where you are reading, you could see that it wasn't as, I wasn't very well, so I just put something there. But I'm here to continue what I was saying.
Yeah, so you have to accept that you wrote it.
I wrote that.
Final.
Very well.
Yes.
Actually, that wasn't your question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how many souls were you able to win since you were part of the chaplaincy?
Well, I have won a lot of souls. And I'm very confident that before I will leave here, I will win these souls too for Christ.
Oh,
if these
okay.
souls have not been won already.
Amen.
Very well.
Amen.
Amen.
Do you have any girlfriend?
I don't have. What is your definition of a girlfriend?
No. You can't ask me a question. Let me.
Because I want to know what you mean by girlfriend.
You have to answer it yourself.
I have to verify. I want to be sure.
Okay.
So please, for clarity's sake.
Okay.
What is your definition of a girlfriend?
I'm not talking about, you see, we have Ghanaian perception about girlfriend, which is you dating someone. I'm talking about a friend, a lady friend.
I have one.
So
I have
why?
2. Yeah, they're actually here. Billikis and Lisbeth are here to support me. So they're my girlfriends.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are your girlfriends.
And I have a lot of girlfriends who are watching me right now.
Are you dating?
I'm not.
Are you sure?
Very sure. 100% sure.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Mr. Serious Man.
Reasonable man.
Reasonable, serious.
Yes.
Franklin. It's good to see you.
Thank you very
All
much.
these are pictures that I've been seeing on social media.
There is the face behind it.
You made mention that you take sole responsibility of anything that is put here.
Yes.
And you want us to take you as serious as you claim.
Very well.
I can't call you serious because you are not one. Do you agree that you are not serious?
He who alleges must prove.
Do you agree?
I disagree.
I can on your action plan, they made provision of 5 space, but you choose to fill only 2. How will you convince me that you are a serious person?
I am a very serious person. And if the panel will allow me, I'll prove my seriousness.
You will write it again?
No, I'm going to tell you my plan.
Tell me.
Yes. So these are the 2 that at the time I could write. But there is a deal. The work of the General Secretary from the time old has been a type that the secretary would sit and then put down stuff, writing minutes, keeping of documents and stuff. But the thing is, how is it done? There have been improvements in this time, 21st century. How is it going to be done? So for me, instead of writing, which I may even skip or forget some of the points someone may see, I'll rather record them. So instead of writing, I will now record.
Instead of writing, you record.
I'll record.
And how will you use the recording in a formal setting?
There are lots of recording devices out there.
So if you are to write a letter to the Vice Chancellor, you will record a voice note to him.
We are talking about a minute here.
I'm not referring to a minute.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that
you said if you should choose between writing and recording, you will choose recording. And I'm saying that if you are to write a letter to the Vice Chancellor, will you record a voice note to him?
It has to be formal. I would definitely have to write.
Once again, you are not serious.
Prove it.
Speed up recording of information. How?
Yes. We are going to speed up the record of information. That is what I made earlier on about recording. Should the secretary be here to write minutes of whatever is going on here? It's not going to be easy. A lot of questions are coming from all angles. But the best way is to keep it on record. If it's on record, the secretary can get home, take time, play, and write it back without forgetting anything.
So you will write after recording?
That is what I mean by improving the record of. That's what I mean by that.
So will you convince the SRC, if given the nod, to purchase a recording device in the name of the SRC?
As I have said it here, it is done.
Excuse me?
As I have said it here, call it done. So I have, yes.
Are you assuring
yes,
this committee that
yes,
you will make sure the next SRC gets, what do you call it, a recording device?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a man of my ways.
As a secretary, you are going to be the liaison between the SRC and the student body, including management. How effective would the communication with management be?
It's going to be very effective. I always say this to my friends, that I call it a double blessing that I'm taking this office. Because one, twice I have learned about legal writing. So one problem that writers always have is clarity. You don't write eligibly. But with me, you have no problems as such. Because with my years of experience at the legal side, I'll be able to write for you a very reasonable thing that everyone would understand. We should know this. There are 3 types of interpretation. We have the literal, we have the golden, we have the mischief. Should someone write something here, everyone here would interpret it differently. But the essence of
if
writing...
If I write Kofi is a boy...
Come again.
If I write Kofi is a boy, you will get a different interpretation to that.
Oh, definitely someone could get. Not everyone is reasonable, as I said. I am a reasonable person, so I'm telling you that what I am going to do is that I'm going to make writing in such a way that should everyone read, we'll all come to the same conclusion. And that has been the biggest problem of writers. Not only that, not only that. You know, recently when NDC, John Mahama took an action against the Electoral Commission and Nana Akufo-Addo.
You said who?
John Mahama.
Who again?
John Mahama.
Who again?
That is the name of the case. John Mahama.
Okay.
I'm citing the case, an authority from the Supreme
Okay.
Court. John Mahama, yes. When they sent the matter to court, one of the issues before the court was one of the sections, I think it was F or so. Instead of the writer making it second respondent, he rather made it first respondent. And so the council on the other side, the NPP, were arguing that if the NDC had made a mistake, why are they then accusing the Electoral Commission who had also made a mistake? You see, that error they made was a fundamental one. And every law student will tell you that when it comes to error, we have fundamental errors. That was a very fundamental one. But I'm assuring you that with me, having read all these cases, having gone through all these practices, such fundamental errors won't be made. So with me, you're going to have a very perfect work done. That's
with management. What about the student body?
Yes, about the student body. Now, all that I'm saying is directed towards the student body. If you write a long article and a level 100 student is not able to understand, you have written nothing. The essence of writing is to make understanding. So as I've indicated, I am going to make writing in such a way that every student will just love to write. When you read, you get the understanding. And that is what I am going to do. So I don't only feed you with information, I also educate you. And I give you an interest to also contest for SRC General Secretary someday.
Mr. Franklin, where are you from?
Mr. Franklin is from Saboba, the northern region.
The northern region?
Yes. I'm a proud Kokomba boy. Yeah.
Kokomba?
Yes.
Mr. Franklin.
Sorry, the next time you shout from the gallery, you'll be out of here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid you vanish. Mr. Franklin, those of us from the northern part of Ghana are known to be very respectful, and we don't downplay our culture. In the northern part of Ghana, you don't direct your left hand on people. Is that so?
That is very true.
That
is true.
So you are doing exactly that, right?
I'm very sorry for that. That was a mistake.
Okay. Mistake well noted. Thank you.
Before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge the presence of the immediate past Speaker of Parliament of WIUC Parliament, Right Honorable Abdallah. Shall we see you by wave, sir? All right, thank you. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the External Affairs President of our sister university, Medina Institute of Science and Technology. My brother here, sir, we salute you, sir. All right, thank you. And all our friends from MIST and Islamic University, please, Mr. Former Speaker, you know the right thing to be done, and he didn't do that. So don't let me ridicule myself. I beg you. So do the needful. Thank you.
Mr. Frank.
Hello, sir.
First of all, let me start with the document. In giving us your relation with your father, you said dad. And your mother, you said mom.
Yes.
I assume that's how you address them.
That is how I do address them.
Thank you very much. But you believe you were filling an official form, and as a serious person who respects the steering committee, you fill the form in a serious manner. So why dad and mom?
Honestly speaking, I never knew until today that dad and mom is informal.
Okay. Let me make a quick reference here. In a short essay on your past achievements, you wrote that you won souls as an evangelism secretary. And in your experience within your CV, you never quoted that as evangelism secretary. You rather gave us implementing new record keeping method to help document. Can I say point blank, with your experience given the CV, you are wrong?
Please come again with your question.
With the short essay given in past achievements, per the document, you gave reason or experience given us, I won souls for Christ as an evangelism secretary. But within your CV provided itself, the experience given was implemented a new record keeping method to help keep documents.
I must say it's rather unfortunate that these things were not drafted by me. Yes, but if I had done them myself, I wouldn't have made these errors. But I take full responsibility.
Okay, so for now, let me say everything within the CV we shouldn't consider.
You should consider.
If we should consider, then why, as a serious person,
yes,
do you put education without the year you started the university, but rather give us presents? Whether you started in 2000, 2000, whatever, we don't know, but you just give presents. Why?
I actually don't have the documents here, so I find it very difficult to refer from it until I see it.
Okay. I don't want to drag issues. Until you see it. Earlier on, I made a statement that as a serious person, after taxing your friend, okay, to do something for you, you review to know what has he done. Did he say I'm a fool in this area?
The reasonable man was very sick, and I know every reasonable man who is sick is sick.
So that's why I'm saying, should we put aside the CV? Because we understand it was not drafted by you.
Yes.
Every information there, you are taking responsibility.
Yes.
Based on the fact that you instructed someone to do it.
Yeah.
But the information there is not true about you.
It's very true.
It's very true.
It's true.
Including the mistakes.
I think, respectfully, I'll be honored if we should rather look at the substance of it and not the form. Yes.
That's what I'm looking at.
That would be fair on my side if you.
That's what I'm looking at. Substance.
The substance of it and not.
That's what I'm looking at, gentlemen. Substance. Yeah. Evangelism secretary, implementing new record.
Chairman, please, I'll be honored if I could get a copy. I want to follow the discussion very well. A copy of my yes. I want a copy so that I can follow it well.
Okay. Before you get a copy, action plan.
Yeah.
You made mention that you would bring along a device that you record minutes. Okay. Do you know during parliament sitting or any meeting that you are writing minutes, when we want a reference, we ask the secretary for reference points to be sure this person said that from your minutes. So with recording device, are we going to wait for you to rewind for you to go back and play that part?
Recording devices are only backups. Last semester, I did an internship at the court. When I went there, that is what the clerk does. They have a recording device while she also does the writing.
So you are still going to write minutes?
You definitely. Every secretary writes. Why am I a secretary then?
Thank you.
I'm going to write.
Make that statement again.
Why am I a secretary then?
Okay. Provision of electronic storage system. Explain a little.
Yes. So that is what I'm going to do. instead of keeping files and folders under cupboards, under clothes and stuff, that is not what we are going to do. We are going to have a pen drive. We are going to make a soft copy of every hard copy we have. And then that pen drive is going to be given, one will be given to the president, whilst I also keep one. So in case of any emergency, our place, God forbid, could be flooded. The documents could scatter. But once we have a storage device that has the soft copy of it, we are safe.
As a serious person, do you know that's not safe at all? Because a pen drive can be corrupted at any time. It can burn as well, just like paper, at any time. Yes. As far as it's not hosted online, your documents, sorry, are not secured. Sorry, they are not secured. So would you agree with me? With what you are saying, your action plan, okay, it's not important.
It's very, very important. I just think maybe you are adding value to what I have said, but it doesn't mean that storing information on pen drives doesn't make me serious.
Storing information, a little education, IT.
Yes.
Storing information on pen drives makes moving documents mobile, easy to move, easy to copy at any time. But for permanent storage for future use, pen drive is out. Tell me you store it in the cloud somewhere, or you have a database somewhere, but pen drive is out. What if you lose that pen drive along the way? It's out.
That's unfortunate, sorry. That is why I added that you don't have a problem with me. And I know my able president too. He's a very intelligent man. We are going to keep it. You don't have a problem with us.
My last question to you.
Very well.
My last question, very last question.
Hearing
you being the secretary,
yes.
Okay, you are met with this issue. You are giving money, okay, to keep by the secretary. You get him very well, like 100 cedi. And the president comes to you. I need 50 cedi. Listen to my question very well. I need 50 cedi to print an official document immediately. The secretary is not around, but the money is with you. I have spoken to the secretary already. Please give me the money. Would you give it out or not? No explanation. Would you give it out or not?
Please, respectfully. What is my capacity here? Am I acting as secretary?
You are a secretary.
And the money is with me.
The financial controller gave the money to you to keep.
Definitely, I'll give the money to the president.
You will give the money
for
out?
The same course.
For the same course?
Same course.
Okay. A follow-up question with that. Very well. You are the secretary, you are keeping records. The financial secretary is supposed to keep records. He didn't give the money to you for any reason at all. For record keeping sake, you are not supposed to give the money out without confirming from the secretary first. For record keeping sake. So your answer saying that you will give the money out, you are wrong. Do you accept or not?
I do not accept.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Please, you have a form with you.
I do.
9. Region, go to number 9 on the first page. Nominee background information. The first page. You have your region to be what? What do you have there?
Uti region.
No. 7, 8, 9. Number 9.
Number 9. Yes, yes, I've seen it.
So what is there? I know you've seen it, so I'm asking what is there.
It's Kufuridia.
It's Kufuridia.
Yeah, Kufuridia.
So your hometown is Sabuba.
Yes.
And the region is Kufuridia. Are you very serious as you claim?
I am highly serious.
Thank you.
Highly serious.
Let's move to number 12. Telephone number. Please give me your telephone number.
050-804-6404.
Yeah, you gave the same telephone number again.
No, I didn't.
You cancelled something out.
So it means it's not.
It's the same thing.
It's not accepted.
It's the same thing.
That is the same thing. But
So are you serious as you
It's been
claim?
cancelled, so it doesn't work.
Do you claim to be serious as you said?
Respectfully, it's been cancelled, so
Do
it
you
doesn't
claim
work.
to be serious? I'm not asking about it being cancelled, okay? You answer my questions. You don't throw
Very
questions
well.
back at me.
Very well.
Do you claim to be serious as you said?
And reasonable as well.
Thank you. 18. To serve the people of Wisconsin. Please underline Wisconsin. It's in caps. Do you claim to be serious again, as you said?
I am a very reasonable and serious
With
person.
all the caps, you are very serious.
Highly serious.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
So,
as well.
and the next word there is equip. It's also in caps.
Yes.
You claim to be serious again.
Highly serious.
Thank you. Myself, there's myself there. It's also in caps. You did the M caps,
Yes.
the Y in small letters, and XELF in caps.
Yes.
You claim to be as serious as you.
Very
Thank you.
serious.
Again, the next word is what? With. It's also in caps.
Yes.
Again, you are very serious about this.
Very serious.
Experience. It's also in caps. Again, you are serious.
Maybe, respectfully, maybe you should ask me why are they in caps.
I'm not here to ask
And
you
then
questions
I
you
would
want.
explain. I'm trying to get...
Hello. I'm not here to
Very
ask you
well,
questions
very
you
well,
want.
Very well. Very well. Hello. Very well. All right. All right.
Do you know the districts in which Saboba falls under?
Saboba is an Saboba district.
In the which region?
Saboba is in the north.
Okay. What's the capital town of OT region?
That's Dambai.
Dambai.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Who is the regional minister?
I'm not very sure about that.
But you claim here that you were that's your place of birth, so I presume you should know the regional minister.
I was only born there. I wasn't raised there.
Okay, my friend. Let's go to number 8 of your background information. What's the district for Saboba? Again.
Saboba district.
Saboba district.
Yeah.
Do you have Saboba district there?
No.
What do you have there?
Saboba NHI.
So you claim to be as serious
Very
as you
serious.
said. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, is it these
Hello.
days-
No time for antics.
Very
Okay,
well,
let's go
very
straight to
well.
the point. Thank you. Do you know the difference between General Secretary and Secretary General?
General Secretary.
Do you know?
Yes.
Tell me.
General Secretary, what you do is that you write minutes, you keep documents and stuff. Secretary General is more related to the UN. Yeah, I know of UN Secretary General. I tell you what I know.
So it's not
tell you
compulsory to answer my questions. If you don't know, you tell me you don't know so that we proceed. Okay. I don't
That's
want
what
you
I'm
to give me
saying.
false information.
Please, I'm telling you what I know.
And I'm saying I don't want you to give me false information.
If it
Do
is
you know the
false.
differences? Is
Yes.
there any differences?
Yes.
So tell me the differences.
As I said earlier on, a secretary's duty is to keep documents and to write.
Secretary General,
Keep documents, write.
I put it to you that you are wrong.
Thank you very much.
Do you agree?
No.
You don't agree?
I don't agree. I don't agree.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
So if I educate you, it will go against you.
No problem.
If I take the pain to educate you, it will go against you.
Very well, it's accepted.
Thank you. So it's wrong. Okay? General Secretary is the administrative head of an organization. But Secretary General is more or less like a CEO of an organization. You get it clear now?
You're very well.
So you are wrong.
Exactly.
Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Do you know the Secretary General for UN? Since you claim Secretary General is related to UN, so tell me more about UN, the
Well,
Secretary General.
I've forgotten the name.
So you are misleading the House.
No, I
You
wasn't.
wanted to say something to save
I wasn't
save
misleading
time.
the House. No.
It's fine. I mean, it's fine.
Thank you.
Have you heard about All African Student Union?
Come again.
All African Student Union, ASU,
All
AASU.
African Students Union. Please, no.
You've not heard about it.
First
So
time.
I presume you don't even know the Secretary General for it. Since you don't know the meaning
This
of
is the
us.
first time I'm hearing it.
So please, do more research and get to know about it.
It's
okay?
a promise.
Do you know Secretary to the President of the Republic of Ghana?
It's personal secretary. Yes, I do know.
Please, when I ask you a question and you don't get it clear, come
know.
again. Like I should come again so I clarify myself. Okay.
I know.
You don't set questions for yourself. Okay.
Very well.
Who is the Secretary to the President of the Republic of Ghana?
Nana Asante. Asante. Nana Asante. Is it Bedi Etuo? I know of Nana Asante. That's what I know.
You know of?
Yes.
Nana Asante.
Nana Asante.
I'm putting it to you guys. Nana Asante. Asante. Do you agree?
I don't.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
So what is the name of the Secretary?
Nana Asante.
Who is the personal assistant to the President of the Republic?
I don't know.
You don't know. Saratu Atta. Okay.
Well.
So you do more research about it. Okay.
I do so.
This is public knowledge.
Thank you.
If you claim to be very serious,
Reasonable.
you should be very much abreast with this kind of things.
Yes.
Okay. Again, your policies is not impressing me. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
If you presented two policies to the wonderful student of Wisconsin International University College, I don't think it's the best you can do, even though you are sick. They write nothing at all.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
I agree with you.
Thank you. Again, with your CV, you prepared your CV yourself?
No.
A friend prepared it for you. You did take the pain to go through your CV.
I didn't take that pain.
You didn't take that pain.
The
So meaning you
situation
wanted
was
to come
out
and
of
treat.
control.
So in the event you are elected as SRC's General Secretary of the Wisconsin International University and you are sick and there's a document with you, you are not going to take the pain to go through the document. Do you agree with me?
No.
You don't agree. But you didn't take pain to look. Do you know what a CV is, first and foremost?
I know what
What's a
CV is.
CV?
It's curriculum vitae.
Yeah, well, what is it? I know what it is.
Your CV is what you are.
And you
The
made
CV
someone write what you are to you so that you present it to a
You should bear
committee.
with me. The situation was out of control.
So I'm saying that I go by, you're not very serious as you claim to be.
That should not make me
Because
unserious.
taking the pain to go through your CV shouldn't be a problem.
That was a very big problem.
It's a very big problem to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move to your CV. If it's not a problem to you. The objective, the second sentence, able to multitask and prioritize independently with confidentiality, remain neutral within corporate political areas, and yet operate as a comprehensive collaborator. Full stop. Then you have reliable, accurate, and punctual. What's wrong with this statement?
Which of them, please? Please come again.
Please, can you work under pressure?
Very well, I am.
But you just
I
missed
didn't
it.
get a page on time.
I'm not going to repeat myself. Thank you.
All right.
Your CV is clumsy and it doesn't really correlate with 21st century CV preparation. What is wrong with your CV?
I find.
Okay, let me put it this way. What is wrong with the CV your friend prepared for you?
I'm honored with that.
That you didn't take the pain to go through it.
There were no referees.
There were no referees.
That
That's
is
the only
first
thing you can
one.
see.
And also, with the education, it should have started with my highest level of education, then down to the lowest form of education. I think he started with the lowest instead of the highest. And then the school, he should have indicated that maybe I started from 2000.
Please spell school.
School. SCHOOL.
Please check. Education, kindergarten, 2005. What do you have there?
That was a mistake.
What do you have there?
Cool.
Please read it. Speak into the microphone.
Cool.
Again, you are not as serious as you claim to be. Do you agree?
Well. Very well.
Do you agree?
I don't.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I think I'm done. Do you know the Deputy Minister for Information?
No, I know the main. I know the main.
You know them? I'm not asking of the main.
No.
You don't know. You know General Secretary for the Ghana Bar Association.
I've forgotten the name.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The parents said, cry. Franklin.
Honorable.
Who are your constituents or parliamentarians?
Parliamentarians.
Yes.
Who are my parliamentarians?
As the General Secretary of SRC.
So the parliamentarians include representative of each class, also the hall heads, also the women commission. They also have access to the parliament, the speaker of parliament, let me just say the executives of the administration. They have, okay, let me start this way. The women's commission is supposed to be part of parliament. The Chief Justice,
are you sure of what you are telling me?
Yeah, I'm very sure. Chief Justice is supposed to be there. Auditor General is supposed to be there. Rep from each class is supposed to be there. The commissioner, the women's commissioner is supposed to be a parliamentarian. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
What is your role as a General Secretary towards an effective parliament?
The role of a General Secretary is to see to the administration of the SRC. So I am going to be as a link from the SRC to the Parliament. If there is any information they need whatsoever from the SRC, I'm supposed to be the avenue through which they get that information. So with my office, I'm going to foster a kind of relationship such that I will improve the level at which they do their work. That is my duty as a secretary to the Parliament.
Who constitutes the Parliament? Who can give a real picture of Parliament? Who produces Parliament? From which office?
From which of us? I didn't get the last.
As a General Secretary, I'm asking you, have you read the Constitution and your functions and rules?
Yes, I have read it.
And the functions and rules of the President?
Yeah, I have read it.
Between you and the President, who constitutes the Parliament?
The President should.
The President?
Yes.
Franklin Darwin Nalimo. How is your condition now?
Well, I'm improving.
Okay, because I heard you weren't feeling well 2 days ago. Who completed the form for you?
Jem.
Jem?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I have the opportunity to have sat in the same class with you for 3 years. And I know how competent and how brilliant you are. What I witnessed today is the exact opposite of you.
Yeah.
So as I sat through, I was just taking the pain of going through your forms and your CV. And I must say, I'm really disappointed in it.
Are you crying? Do you want to shed tears?
I've not indicated any sign of this.
Okay. I think next time when you are indisposed and you want someone to do it, you should get someone that is familiar with our local dynamics. Jem is a foreign student from, I think from Sierra Leone and then Ivory Coast. he doesn't really understand. So when I Saboba NHIA, then Region Koforidia, I was so disappointed. Given the chance to prove yourself, why do you think you are cut out for the position of SRC General Secretary?
That is not the first time I'm holding myself as a secretary. I have been a secretary before. So in my denomination, I was the denomination secretary. That was Spencer for a year. Also, I was a secretary when I was doing my internship at the Dodua Magistrate Court for a month. I was a secretary. I acted as a clerk. I also sat in the courtroom. I have also working experience. I have worked as a teacher. I have been a teacher before. I taught for a year. Yes, a teacher. I was put on salary, yes. I was a pupil teacher, yes. And doing that too, I was a secretary as well to the board of teachers. So that is not the first time that I'm occupying. So with my experience, I know I'm bringing on board some level of experience. And also with my knowledge in law, I'm abreast with what it means to make a mistake with documents and the consequences thereof. So if I bring all this on board, I know I'm going to do a perfect job.
Okay. Do you have a political affiliation?
As it stands now, no.
Okay. I thought you have found one now.
I'm still thinking of that. Time will tell.
Okay. Zache, this young man, I approached him 2 years ago to join TESCON. I gave him a form. He took it. Later he returned it to me that he doesn't think he's ready to join a political party, that I can speak to it. Later he came back to me that he needed 3 forms for TESCON, which I gave to him, and he brought it back filled with other students, not him. Yes. That's why I asked whether he has now joined a political party. He told me he was too young to take such a decision. At the appropriate time, he would consider it. I also recall he came to me one time that he wanted to meet Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, the now Minister of Information, sorry. That time Kojo Opon was still the Deputy Minister of Information. And I asked him why. He told me he's someone he admires a lot and he wants to mentor him. I gave him a promise I would take him to Honorable Kojo. So when I read through his form, I was so disappointed. I was thinking probably my brother Haj has convinced him to join Tain. That's why he's now writing such. I didn't say that. Because he illustrated a fundamental error in one of his answers, if I recall. And I don't think it was Akoto Ampao who did that. Thank you. Because Franklin is someone I can stand up for because of my schedules with work and studies. I am unable to attend lectures often. As a matter of fact, the whole of this semester, I haven't stepped foot in any of our classes. But when it gets to a week or 2 weeks to exams, he can give you a summary of what they've done in a semester in a single pager. He's a very good guy, which I can attest to. Franklin, when you present yourself to a committee like this, it's like you are putting up yourself for a job offer. You don't come to argue with a committee.
Very well.
You are here to answer questions, not to ask questions. So I would advise that going forward, you learn from that and not come into confrontation with the panel members. And if you look at his transcript as well, one can see clearly he's a very good student. The semester weighted average you see there, 71. That's a first class student, and that I can attest to. He's a very brilliant guy, and I pray that this committee would take into consideration your ill health and consider, either than that, what you put up this evening was so disastrous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the presence of the External Affairs President of MIST. I mentioned him earlier, but the name escaped me. So, Mr. Abu Drauf, you are welcome. And also the chairperson or chairman of MIST Electoral Commission, Mr. Lassan Hamid Mohammed. Thank you. You're welcome. Last but not the least, Your Excellency Mohammed Osman, the SRC President for Islamic University. You are warmly welcome, sir. We acknowledge your presence. In fact, we are proud of you. Mr. Franklin.
Chairman.
Is it because you're not feeling well, you're a bit nervous?
I'm not nervous.
You're a bit nervous. Does the setup scares you?
Not at all.
You're sure?
Very sure.
I wouldn't want to stress you because you are not fine. But please get up for me. There is a marker on the table. There's a marker on the table. This is your letterhead over there. Write a letter to the registrar of Wisconsin telling him, as a general secretary, you are sick to be in office for 1 week, and that when students misbehave and you have to write a letter, you can't be able to do that. And you have less than 3 minutes to do that. Don't worry. I told you that is your letterhead. So don't bother yourself with Wisconsin International University College as your heading. Don't worry. Just go straight to the letter. When I say go straight to the letter, when you are writing a letter, obviously you need to address it. Right? So that's what I mean. You have 30 seconds more. All right, please come back. Please come back. Put the marker down and sit down. Mr. Franklin, have you ever cited a letter being addressed to the registrar from the SRC office?
Not really.
In recent times, have you taken the pain to follow the activities of the steering committee?
Yeah.
Have you cited any letter that we have issued out? Have you cited one?
Yeah, I've seen one.
Is that how it was addressed to the registrar?
It wasn't to the registrar, it was to the international students.
International student?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that was a communication, it wasn't a letter.
Okay.
You agree with me?
Very well.
Okay, so your addressing of the letter is wrong.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Maybe when you have the opportunity to become the SRC General Secretary, you would learn on the job. Now, you told us you are not a political person or you don't affiliate to any political party. Can you please give me the reasons why?
Yes. Honestly, I do things based on careful observation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as it stands now, on the part of the NPP, there are people that I really admire, like Opon Krumah. On the side of the NDC, no one doubts it. I really admire former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So those two are my role models. I look up to them. So I really admire individual persons from the groups. But for now, I've not really been moved to a side. But I'm still observing.
So should we classify you under, how do you call those people? Floating voters?
No.
Have you voted before?
Not yet. I have a card, but I haven't voted.
You've never voted before?
No.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
21?
Yeah.
So at least you should partake in at least in the last two elections.
No, the last one I was.
The last, you were
yes.
21, okay,
Yes.
so the last
that
elections.
That was my first time.
But you didn't vote?
No, I didn't.
You didn't vote?
No.
So someone who admires John Dramani Mahama so much, and someone who also admires Opon Krumah so much, you didn't take the pain to put any of them in office?
I had traveled and my card was not with me, so.
Is that a nice excuse to tell us that you didn't want to vote?
I couldn't vote without a card. That was why I didn't.
If Opon Krumah hadn't been voted for, his political party hadn't been voted for to assume that office that today you claim he is your role model, would you have gotten that opportunity to say indeed he has excelled to be your role model?
No.
No. So have you been unfaithful to the people of this country? And I put it to you, when you become the SRC General Secretary, you'll be unfaithful to the students of Wisconsin?
No.
Why?
Voting is a right.
Of course.
And
assuming this office is also a right. Do you agree?
No.
Why is it different?
It is different because let's look at the nature of voting. Voting is a right. So you have the right to vote. And it is not written anywhere that when you do not vote, you have been unfair to the nation.
You are seeking to be voted for to become the General Secretary.
Yes.
All of us doesn't want to vote. Who becomes the General Secretary?
No one.
So we shouldn't have General Secretary because your policy is that is a right. So you are advising all the students on campus, please, it is your right to vote and not to vote. So don't vote. They choose not to vote. Who becomes the General Secretary?
I get the point now. The situation was not such that I had an option to vote. I just didn't carry the card along with me. So I checked, I didn't find, that was why I didn't vote.
Do you understand civic responsibility?
Yeah.
What is it?
There are responsibilities that we must perform to our nation.
And it is enshrined in the 1992 Constitution,
Yes.
of which you are an upcoming lawyer or a law student for that matter.
Yeah.
Have you been unfaithful to the Constitution of this country that you uphold in high esteem?
No.
No. You think no?
No.
Okay. Mr. Franklin.
Yes, sir.
I won souls for Christ when I was an evangelism secretary. You won souls for Christ.
Yeah.
I want to clap for you.
Thank you.
So he is a gem in winning souls. So if Ghana were to be like you, nobody will win souls for Ghana. Because you don't vote. Have you been unfair to your principle of winning souls? Because you wouldn't provide a president and a minister for Ghana.
No.
No.
Respectfully, it wasn't intentional that I wasn't going to vote. I made the card, the ID card, with the intention of voting. By the time I left here to the house, I realized the card was rather here.
I instilled discipline in school as boys prefect. There is something wrong with this English. Do you agree? You'll instill discipline.
Yes.
In school as boys prefect.
Yes.
Is it okay? Is it cool? Okay, don't worry. Let me also go to other information on your CV. Between 2018, you were a choir conductor. Help me sing this song. Adeshimoja bieshie guamame.
I don't really know that song well.
So which songs were you?
I was more into choral music.
Choral music. Help us with one. Any English song or choral that comes to mind.
Dena memfana Yehuwase. Dena memfana Yehuwase.
Okay.
So which part do you want me to sing it?
Any part you are comfortable at.
Okay, so I'll do it in the soprano. Dena memfana Yehovah nasi woni yi yemameta.
Thank you. In fact, if you are given the opportunity, to become the SRC General Secretary, give me one thing you would want to be remembered for. Just one.
Just one. For hard work.
Hard work. Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Are you married?
No.
Do you intend to have one?
No.
You won't get married? You will never marry?
I could.
Be straightforward. Are you faithful?
Yes.
Are you sincere?
Yes.
Will you get married?
Yes.
Very soon?
No.
In the near future?
Yes.
You are married. Your wife is delivering at Kolebu. You have 1,000 CDs from SRC coffers. You need to deposit that money for your wife to deliver. Will you give that money to the doctors?
Yes.
Why?
We can't lose human resource.
You can lose human resource.
No.
If you are cited for embezzlement, will you agree?
Yes.
Why?
Because before you take such a money, you have to tell the SRC.
So will you do that or you won't do that?
Definitely I would. I'm a reasonable man, I said. So I will do that.
Please don't let us go back into your seriousness.
Very well. Very well.
You will do that?
I will do that.
So you agree with me that you will give the money out, but report on it?
Yes, I'll make a report on that.
You are a sincere person?
Yes.
Who is the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana?
Enim Yeboah. Justice Enim Yeboah.
Justice
Enim Yeboah.
The immediate past Chief Justice.
That was Sophia Ekufo.
Sophia Ekufo.
Sophia.
Do you think in Ghana currently it would be right for us to turn the constitution and ask that the Chief Justice be the overall say of this country rather than the President of the Republic?
No.
Why?
There are different arms of government.
So I'm saying constitutionally it has changed. Yes. That now the judiciary becomes the final say. And all the powers given to president now comes to the judiciary. Would you accept that?
No.
Would you agree?
I wouldn't accept that.
Why?
The president is supposed to see to the administration.
So now judiciary will appoint a president.
No, I wouldn't accept that.
Why?
If you read from the constitution, the preamble.
Now you are doing constitutional amendment.
Yes.
So
okay,
if you refer to this one, then my question will be flawless.
All right.
Or it will be flawed.
So there is no constitution. This is the new constitution.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree to that.
Why?
I wouldn't agree because making the judiciary have the final say in those matters would kind of worry our
democracy. Do you know, have you heard that it is perceived that lawyers are arrogant?
Yes.
Why do you think so?
Because they are confident.
They are confident?
Yeah.
So it's misconception?
It's misconception.
Do you know Paul Kagame?
No.
You don't know Paul Kagame?
No.
The Rwandan president, you know him?
I'm not familiar with him.
You've not read about him?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me leave it there. Any from the members?
Franklin, I would like to ask you these two questions. In case you became the SRC, the secretary to the SRC, and then you went for a meeting and then you wrote minutes. The first question is you are supposed to publish this minutes, and then your president tells you do not publish it or hold on to the minutes. And it has taken some days. The first thing is, what do you do? Secondly, as a secretary to the council, you are there and then your president starts writing letters, sometimes without your knowledge as a secretary. In this instance, so what do you do?
Okay, so for the first question, the General Secretary is supposed to work in hand with the other executive of the SRC. If you read from the same constitution, it says that the Secretary is supposed to perform any other function that the President may ask him or her to perform. So the President instructing me not to release those minutes means that there is a reason. By the way, are minutes supposed to be given to the student body? No, minutes are not supposed to be. Okay, to the house.
Yes, probably some were not even in. Some were not at the meeting, so they need to get the minutes.
For me, I'm forever committed to the president. What he says is what I'm going to do. So I would take my time. I wouldn't send it out. Please come again with the second question.
The second question is that the president writes letters without your knowledge.
He writes to me
letters. Yes, no. Your function as a secretary is to write letters. Okay, but before you realize the letter is out there, the secretary does not know. have no information on this letter.
Yes.
And you see that, what do you do as a secretary?
Yes, so it means that someone is trying to perform my function. Anything that comes with that released statement, I'm going to be held accountable. Just like how somebody do something for me and I'm held accountable here. That is the same thing that is going to happen. And so that is what I am going to do. I'll first talk to the council, the SRC council, that is what someone is doing. So if there is a meeting, there has to be a meeting and they have to rectify that. Or else I'll be held accountable for everything.
A follow-up.
The issue of president writing letters, if you look at the constitution, it's clearly stated that the president is the chief spokesperson of the SRC. So the president can issue a letter even without recourse to the secretary. The secretary is acting on behalf of the council, and to an extension the president. Once he is the chief spokesperson of the SRC, he or she can issue letters on behalf of the SRC. Because even letters that you issue or write as secretary, he's answerable to it. Thank you.
You are good, right?
Yes.
In a corporate body or setup, who reports to who? Between the secretary and the president?
I report to the president.
So you have an office?
Yes.
So president comes to the office, or your CEO comes to the office and did not find you, and you expect the CEO to call you to come and work before you come and work?
No.
Or what do you do?
The secretary has to be available for work. So in a situation where I am the CEO, I have to call the secretary. If that behavior is continued, there are sanctions, we sanction.
Thank you very much. Respectfully, you are discharged, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Hey, so you brought supporters and you are going with all of them. I see. Good evening, madam. Good evening. Good evening, madam. Please take off your nose marks. Please, why are you here? Please pick the microphone and speak into the microphone.
Good evening once again.
Good evening.
I'm an aspirant and I'm here to be vetted.
You are an aspirant and you are here to be vetted.
Yes, please.
Would you want to stand or you want to go back?
I would like to stand.
You would like to stand. Are you nervous?
Not at all.
Are you intimidated by the setup you see here?
No, please.
Are you sure?
Very sure.
All right. Kindly have a seat.
Thank you.
Respectfully, who are you?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Mr. Chairman, I'm Charlotte Ama Akwa, a dedicated and detailed-oriented student of this noble institution, seeking to leverage my few years of experience to work for the student body.
Good evening, Madam Akwa.
Good evening, panel member.
How are you doing?
I'm fine by grace. Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for the correction, please.
You look good this evening.
Thank you.
Has this been the normal dressing code on campus?
Not really, but today is Sunday, so I came with my church attire.
That's nice. Have you held any position in the school before?
Okay, I've been an assistant course rep for my class for some time.
Come again.
I've been an assistant course rep for my class.
Oh, that's very nice. What inspired you to go for this position?
Okay, thanks for that question. Actually, I'm a type that always like to advocate for the student body. So when actually I was volunteered to do that, so when I was volunteered, because of what I like doing best, I agreed to do that.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your CV?
No, please.
Copy. No, okay. I want you to explain this to me. Yeah, she doesn't have. I would like you to have a copy of the CV. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Nana.
Okay. Just flip the page. I want you to. Who is Regan? Regan Elisha got the mod.
He's a classmate.
A classmate.
And a friend.
And
Yes,
a friend. Be specific.
I'm being specific.
A friend.
Yes, please.
A normal friend.
Of course, a
Okay.
friend.
Nice. Yeah. In your CV, you made mention of you being a sports prefect, right?
Yes, please.
So, why did you choose to be the assistant, how do you call it, to be the vice president, instead of you being part of the affairs, that is the external affairs. Since you are very good in organizing people or students, why didn't you go for the external affairs position and decided to go to go for the position of the vice president?
Okay, thank you for the question. Mr. Chairman, panel member. I decided to go for the sports prefect in my senior high school because at that time we were facing challenges relating to that field because I was a member of the sports team myself. So in order to address those challenges, I decided to go for that position. Oh. And currently, I'm going for the position of the vice because the challenges that I wish to address can only be addressed through that office. Thank you.
You are welcome. I want you to flip the page again to your action plan. The fifth one, right? You made mention of you advocating and collaborating with the security team. So aside the security team, do you have any other suggestion or any other measures to fight theft cases and how do you call it? Extra alert. Okay, theft cases on campus here. You only wrote security team, and then is it the only measure to fight theft cases on campus?
Okay, thanks for the question, panel member. And sorry, come again with your question.
You made mention of security men, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah. You actually advocate and collaborate with the security team, right?
Yes.
To fight theft cases on campus. Is it only the security team that will enhance the good, how do you call it, the good living of students on campus, or to reduce the theft cases on campus?
Okay, thank you. To answer that, I'll say no. And then for you saying that, why didn't I write all what I wanted to do to ensure that security is intensified on campus? Is because, as you can see, the space provided is too small to take all those things. But to add to your question, we are looking at pushing through some identity recognition sticker on the cars that come into campus and that leaves campus. This is to ensure that every car that comes to campus belongs to a student. This is also a way to prevent theft cases and theft happening on campus. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who is the former Chief Justice?
Thanks for the question. Georgina Theodora.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Very, very sure.
Yes.
Very, very, very sure.
Yes.
How will you improve the life of students if you are being elected into office as a vice president?
Thanks for the question. Okay, I'll help improve the life of students on campus by being their voice. That is, and also creating an atmosphere of unity, trust, and passion among the students. This will enhance academic pursuit work on campus and also a better student culture and also student activity.
What if student interests go against the administration?
Thanks for the question. Can you throw more light on your question?
Yeah. I said, what if the student interest, how do you call it? Student interest, right? go against the administration.
In what sense?
Yeah, goes against the administration. If like rules or things governing the SRC and then the student body as a whole, it's not all that effective to also help the administration. And then it's rather going against the administration. What are you going to do?
Okay, thank you. If you look at the purpose of the SRC in the Constitution, you see that one of the function or one. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was saying earlier, per the rules spelled out in the SRC Constitution, it stated one of the reasons or purpose of the SRC is to serve, be a mandate, like provide the grounds on which information and then communication can be circulated among the authorities. And being the vice president, I was elected into office by the students with the purpose of serving the students' interest.
I will be.
And if I am elected as the vice president, in your question, you asked me as I'm
Go
in
on.
the position. That's why I'm also answering the question as such. Thank you.
Yeah. So what do you understand by leadership?
Thanks for the question. I would say leadership is the ability to influence others.
Do you have the abilities?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Charlotte, Ama, is it Aqua?
Yes, please.
Charlotte, Ama, Aqua. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine by His grace. How about you?
I'm doing well. Let me borrow the questions of my brother. Do you know me?
Yes, please.
What's my name?
I know it to be Hajj.
That's the only thing you know. Hajj is a program. It's a pilgrimage. Hajj is a pilgrimage. It's not the name of a person.
That's how I know you.
All right. Let's move straight to your action plan. Can you read the first one? Your action plan. Can you read the first one?
Strengthening the WST and cost sharing.
What is the WST?
WIUC student teachers.
You should have stated it clearly.
Sorry about that.
All right. If given the nod as the next SRC vice president, you are the second in command of the student front. How are you going to solve, or how are you going to foster unity between TAIN and TESCOM on campus?
Thanks for the question. Per the Constitution, the SRC is supposed to be non-partisan. So I believe I'm not supposed to handle
Are
that.
you aware that TAIN and TESCOM are under the SRC Council?
Yes, please.
They operate under the SRC.
Yes.
Are you aware?
Yes, please.
Or you are not? Are you aware?
Come again with your question.
Are you aware that TAIN and TESCOM operate under the SRC?
No, please.
You are not aware?
Yes.
Okay. That one's granted. So I'm telling you, they operate under the SRC. If not TAIN and TESCOM, there is other what do you call association that we have on campus. If two associations have misunderstanding, there is a dispute or a conflict between two associations, as the second in command of the SRC, what would be the approach to solve those problems?
Thank you, panel member. I believe any problem can be talked about or spoken about. So first of all, I'll call both parties involved and find out why and what actually is causing that problem. Then we'll take it up from there.
Okay. Will you involve your president?
Yes, please.
There is an issue between the SRC Council and management, whereby management did not, or the, what do you call it, the finance committee or the finance controller of the school did not release students' dues to the SRC accounts on the reason best known to her or him. What will be your approach to get our monies for us?
Thanks for the question once again. Before any further action is taken, I'll first consult the president and other executive members. There, we find out from the management and the financial controller why they didn't release those monies, and if possible, advocate for the release of the money.
Advocate, how are you going to do that?
That will be done in consultation with my executive members. Then we will decide how to go about it.
Your executive members have agreed that you should advocate. Which kind of advocacy are you going for?
Can we speak?
Madam Charlotte, you appear to be taking too much of our time in your line of answering questions. I would implore you that in as much as you want to think about the question before you answer them, please fast track that for us, because we want to see that vim in you, okay? Or you are nervous. That's why I asked you an earlier question. Are you nervous? Are you tensed? Or are you intimidated by the setup you see here? And he said no. So I expect that your line of answering should be as prompt as the questions comes, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, back to my question. Your team members or the SRC Council have agreed that we are going to advocate to get our money to the SRC accounts. Which kind of advocacy? Are you going on demonstration? Are you considering a legal action?
I currently don't have an answer to that question, please.
Fair enough. You are the second in command of the SRC Council. You have conveyed students from Wisconsin International University to Winneba. There is a route whereby shooting, kidnapping, beating of students. What will be your plan to convey students back, or you are going to fight for your candidate?
I'm going to convey the students back.
In a case where you have the opportunity to invite the military, the national security, and any other external force to help your candidate to win an external election, will you do that?
No, please.
Why?
I believe that's between the candidate and his or his institution, because
you have a candidate, you presented a candidate, you want the candidate to take up that position.
I won't invite external securities, because I believe it's a student affair.
Your candidate is losing.
If he loses, means he deserves it.
So what will be your plan, communication plan, to campaign or convey votes for him?
I'm not in the best interest to campaign for him unless I'm given the mandate.
You are the second in command of the SRC. SRC pays dues to these external associations, right? So you have interest in there, don't you?
Yes, but I think maybe I don't get your question well. So
my question is, you have a candidate. Wisconsin International University College is presenting a candidate to contest for an election, either NUCS, GAPS, or any other external associations that we have. And as a SRC second in command, what will be your plan to canvass vote for your candidate?
Okay. I believe if he has good policies, those should get votes for him.
Those?
The policies, I mean.
The policies. What are the policies are you going to come out with? Having in mind that the person is going for an election, external elections, what will be some of your policies that will help convince other students from other institutions to vote for your candidate?
But I'm not supposed to come up with a policy for him.
You are part of the SRC Council. Are you aware of that?
Yes, please.
So, will you sit down, even if the External Affairs President has not any comprehensive plan to help support your candidate to win? Or in a case where both your External Affairs Secretary and the President are absent, they are outside the country, what will you do?
You are declining answering that particular question? Take the microphone. Take the microphone.
Okay, per my understanding of his question, that's my answer I gave him previously.
Ms. Akwa, are you related to the chairman of this committee?
No, please.
Oh, okay, I'm curious because of the Aqua, which is the same name as the chairman of the committee. Your Ama, is it a topographical error or that's how it's spelled?
That's how it's spelled, please.
Oh, okay. Matamidi will say a noun is a nonsense syllabus, so let's take it like that. That a noun is a nonsense syllabus. So there's no formula in names. Have you taken the pain to read the SRC Constitution?
Yes, please, but not entirely.
What you've read, do you think that there is a need for the Constitution to be amended?
Yes, please.
Okay. What has been your highest position you've occupied in Wisconsin so far?
Course rep.
Course rep. Okay. As Vice President, you would act instead of the SRC President if he is indisposed. Do you think you have what it takes to step in as SRC President?
Yes, please.
Convince me.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, over the years, I've been an advocate for what is right, and I believe we all deserve that equal opportunity to be heard and our decisions taken into consideration. Can you please repeat your question for me?
Do you have what it takes to stand instead of the SRC President? Touch wood, we are not praying it happens. There is an election, you are vetted and you go through, you are sworn in as Vice President. You are supposed to serve for a 1-year term. 2 months into your administration, touch wood, the SRC President passes on.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. My few years of leadership has taught me few skills like planning and organizing. So with this, I believe that I'll be able to work with everyone and then help steer the affairs of the school.
Okay. On your form, you submitted your form at 23 hours GMT on the day of final submission. 2 minutes to deadline.
Some of them couldn't complete with their transcripts. So with those people, they have to go and come tomorrow for it.
Okay.
Those are the priorities. Then 23:48.
Okay.
But that's a minute deadline.
Yeah, I get you. 2 minutes to the deadline for submission. So can I conclude based on that your time management skills is lacking?
No, please. The form was, that time was written there because my transcript wasn't ready. So as at the time it was prepared for me, he had to use the timeline he apportioned over there.
I agree with that. But the form were eventually submitted, isn't it?
Yes, please.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying you had more than 72 hours, 3 days for the submission, from nomination to submission. Yeah, 3 days. That's 72 hours to acquire your form, fill and submit. 7 days. I was even thinking 3 days. So the whole of the 7 days, what were you doing? Good. Yeah, I've just been prompted that in your CV, you indicated that, yeah, under skills, the very last one, good time management skills. You had 7 days to submit a form, and you could only manage to submit it 2 minutes to the deadline. I'm not saying you have violated any law, but don't you think that your time management skills that you pride yourself with is being called to question here?
Yes, please.
Which Mala is working in? Charlotte Aqua. Why SRC Vice President? Are you not settling for less?
No, please.
We have an SRC President position to occupy, isn't it?
Yes, please.
So why not the SRC President?
Okay. As we all know, 2 captains cannot be on a boat. So it was a mutual agreement between the president and I that I ran for the vice and he the president.
We've all been speaking and advocating for gender parity. Don't you think this was a nice opportunity for you to have made a case for gender empowerment?
Yes, but I am not an advocate of that.
You are not?
I'm not an advocate of that.
You are not an advocacy for gender
empowerment.
Parity. So if you were to be slapped by your SRC president, what would be your first reaction?
Our first question is action. It depends on the situation on which the slap came about.
Whatever situation. Let me give you a scenario.
Okay.
That you go for a council meeting. You feel strongly that SRC dues should be reduced from 5 cities to 2 cities. Your president feels that you are not making sense. SRC dues should rather be increased from 5 cities to 10 cities. And because you couldn't come to middle grounds, your president raises his hand on you. What will be your initial reactions?
I will actually do nothing.
You will do nothing?
Yes, please.
Is it a sign of you do nothing? Is it a sign of condoning crime or a sign of submission?
Please, condoning crime as in how?
Assault is a crime. Raising his hand on you is a crime, punishable by law.
I'm neither doing both.
Come again?
I'm not condoning crime.
But do you know it is your civic responsibility to report crime?
Yes, please.
So if you are not doing any of that, you don't think you are condoning crime?
Okay, if I'm not doing any of that, then I'm actually condoning crime. But in regards to this situation, I think reporting him won't be the best option. I think maybe that situation, an anger caused it or something. So we could talk it out, maybe. See how best.
I didn't say you should report him. I asked what was your initial reaction. And you said you have none.
Yes.
Reporting is not what I sought to suggest. Talking it out with him was an reaction you would have taken up, but you said you had none. will it be a fair assessment for me to say that you don't have the courage to become SRC Vice President?
No, please.
I disagree. As SRC Vice President, and to a larger extent, you could be SRC President, you would swear an oath to defend the SRC Constitution and to protect the rights of the students you seek to serve. And if you, as the leader, cannot defend your own rights, how much more those that you seek to serve? So I put it to you that you are not fit to be SRC Vice President.
Okay, I'll take that as your opinion.
You don't think my opinion matter?
It does.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Charlotte. I have 1,001 questions to ask. I have that question I'll put in a tight corner. And not to be biased, we have worked very close. So let me say, I know you that well. At what point did you decide to go for vice president? At what point did you decide to go for vice president?
Thank you, panel member. Running for the presidency has been one of my dreams ever since I stepped foot on this campus.
Running for presidency has one of your dreams. If I heard you right, you said running for presidency has been one.
Please come again with your question.
If I heard you right, repeat yourself.
I ask you to repeat your question once again.
At what point did you decide to go for vice president?
After I had a discussion with the current presidential aspirant.
So you never dreamt of going for vice president?
I won't say that.
That's exactly what you're saying.
Yes, but before I asked you to come again, I said running for the presidency has been one of my dreams. So I believe the presidency and the vice has no major difference.
You believe presidency and vice has no major difference, but you would agree with me that on any day when you are discussing and we are to vote, the president carries 2 votes, or the final say when it's a tie. You agree with me?
Yes, please.
Is that not a major difference?
Yes, please.
Then please explain yourself with it doesn't make any difference.
Okay, in the sense that leadership is about service, and having the same interest to serve as my reason for saying that it is not a major difference to me, because I believe that since we both have the same interest, we could both handle things together.
Okay. In your second plan of action, you said that you collaborate with affairs president to partake in quiz, external affairs president to partake in quiz and sports. And so far, looking at your endorsement, he signed some parts. True? Are you now checking?
Oh, yes, he did. Sorry about that.
And looking at it, you signed some part of his.
Pardon?
Looking at his document, you signed some part of it.
Yes, please.
States very clearly your relationship between him, the two of you, the relationship.
As I said earlier, he is a friend and a classmate.
Okay. So, this is just an advice. You don't only collaborate with external affairs presidents, but the external affairs executives. Because there will be a day there will be no president, but there will be a secretary, and you need that person. So that's just an advice. The rest of the questions, we will meet later for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And anyway, you're looking beautiful.
Thanks for the advice.
Madam Charlotte Amagwa, Masi, you are welcome. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Please, you have a form with you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so session A, nomination background information. Go to point 5.
Okay.
Please, what do you have there?
Place of birth.
Yes, and what's in the bracket?
Village, town, city, district, and region.
So your village, town, city was what?
Sorry, I'll say it was an oversight.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not telling you to check if it's correct or wrong. So what do you have there? What did you write there?
What?
What do you have there?
Oh, okay. I wrote Sogakope.
Yeah. So Sogakope, which district? Can we find Sogakope?
I think Tong district.
Tong. We have South Tong. We have North Tong. Which of the Tong?
I'm not actually.
Central Tong.
I'm not
Conversant with it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's go to point 7. Your hometown.
Yes, please.
Salt Pond.
Yes, please.
So I presume you are from the Central Region.
Yes, please.
Who is the Central Regional Minister?
I don't know, please.
You don't know?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll take this pen to educate you. So the Central Region. So the Central Regional Minister is Honorable Justina Marigodasa. Okay, so please keep it. Okay, that's your hometown, so you should know at least some basic things from your region. Okay, thank you. So let's move to 18, reason for seeking position. So I read what you wrote for the committee. So to create an atmosphere of trust, unity, and passion among the student populace, enabling suitable conditions for effective academic pursuit, better student culture. So please underline better student culture. What do you mean by student culture?
The student's way of life.
Student way of life.
Yes, please.
So how do you link it to your reason for seeking the position? Please, if you don't know, you tell me you don't know, so we proceed.
Let's proceed.
So I put it to you that you don't have a reason for seeking the position. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me?
No, please.
So you have a reason. But you couldn't even explain the reason for seeking position. I asked of what is student culture? And it says the way of life of students. And I'm saying, how do you relate it to your reason for seeking the position?
No, please.
That's fine.
Please pick the microphone. Do you admire him?
No, please.
Are you in love with him?
No, please.
Why are you shy of him to the extent that you don't want to look at him even when he's asking you a question?
I'm sorry for that.
So please answer my question. Okay, so we can. So you agree with me that you don't have a reason for seeking the position? Please, if you don't agree, tell me so I proceed. You don't have a reason. You don't have a reason.
I don't agree with you.
You don't agree.
No, please.
You don't agree. Madam Charlotte, you don't agree.
Yes.
Do you have a reason?
Yes.
Tell me the reason.
It's the same as I stated there. Same reason I stated there.
Please speak to the microphone.
Same reason I stated there.
So you could please explain the reason there.
I believe it's self-explanatory.
Please, I can't hear you.
I believe it's self-explanatory.
I don't understand. You have no idea. That's fine. So let's go to section F of your short essay on past achievements, okay? I think it's after your other information on positions held. Okay, so please start reading for me. What do you have there? As sports prefect.
Okay, as sports prefect for St. John's Grammar Senior High, I worked in conjunction with the authorities.
Please stop. What's the problem with the statement up to the point you read? There's no problem. Never mind. Spell conjunction.
Oops. CONJUNCTION.
So there's something wrong with the statement.
Yes, it was a typo.
It was a
typographical error.
That's fine. You know what a casting vote is? When you get to meetings and someone says casting vote, you know what it means?
No, please.
In the absence of the president, do you know that you'll be chairing meetings?
Yes, please.
So if you're encountered with casting vote, what do you do? Since you don't know the meaning of casting vote. Have you chaired a meeting before?
No, please.
So how are you going to chair meetings of the SRC?
I believe I'll be able to learn before time.
But you didn't take the pain to learn within this period before you picked the forms. So you didn't do any good to yourself. Do you agree with me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Do you know about the point of order?
Yes, please.
Can you demonstrate it to the house? Please, I didn't see it. A little advice should be above the head. Okay. Do you know when point of order is used? Since you know it.
No.
You don't know. But you know, you've heard of point of correction before. So the
Yes, I dropped it because I was trying to demonstrate the point of order. Yes, but not after you drew my attention. Thank you.
So point of correction. When do you use point of correction?
I guess by the name.
You guess. Hey. Point of correction. Students of Wisconsin International University College are waiting for you to show us when we use point of correction, because you'll be chairing meetings in the absence of the president. So let's assume your president is going for a council meeting. You know how long council meeting takes. You get it? And you are supposed to chair an SRC meeting. And there's a point of correction. You don't even know how or when to use point of correction. Do you know when to use point of correction?
I think.
You think. Please, if you don't know, you tell me you don't know so we can proceed.
Okay, can you proceed?
Point of information. You don't know.
Yes, please.
Proceed. That's fine. So point 5 of your action plan, you said advocate and collaborate with security team on campus to be extra alert and prevent theft cases on campus and in the school hostel. So per your statement, are you saying that school security is not working up to standard? And how do you intend advocating and collaborating with them to prevent, to be extra alert? I think from your statement, when they come to work, they sleep. If I get you clear. How do you intend doing this?
Thank you.
Please, if you have no idea, you tell me no idea.
Please ask the question again.
I won't repeat myself. Okay. Yeah, point 4, form a satellite governing committee that will serve as a representative of the SRC in the Kumasi and the city campus. Do you know the processes involved in forming a satellite governing committee?
No, please.
So how do you intend to form one? Do you agree with me this policy is not feasible from the word go? Follow up. Someone has a follow up.
Have no idea about it. How were you able to come up with it? Hope you wrote it yourself, right?
About what?
About your past achievements and then your policies, your actions. There are most of the questions which you are not able to answer. You see, so I'm asking. You are supposed to be very, very sure before you put up your CV. So I'm much more convinced that it wasn't you who wrote it.
What are you talking about? The CV or the policies?
The policies.
I wrote them myself.
So why are you finding it difficult to give explanation to that?
I never had any difficulty in explaining on any of the points.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
You were not able to explain the last 2 points. You agree with me, so that's fine.
No.
I don't have a problem with it. Okay, let's move straight to your CV. A little advice, okay, when it comes to CV writing, with first century CV writing, where you don't add your CGPA there, it gets on people's nerves, okay. When you're preparing a CV, you don't add your CGPA.
Okay.
Perhaps you might not know my honorable member's GPA. You can get him mad. Okay, so please be restrained from that. Okay, just put the course you are doing and other things there, but don't put your CGPA there. Okay, let's move straight to awards and achievements. Okay, you told us that you won overall best graduating student in junior high school, so I presume it's not even here. It's not even your CV, so we can't even ascertain which JHS you went to? Do you agree with me?
No.
You don't agree with me?
Yes, please.
So where is your JHS here so we can ascertain that you're telling the truth? Do you have it here?
No.
So I'm saying that you've lied to us.
No.
But you don't have your JHS here.
It was a mistake.
No problem. Let's move far from that, okay? Overall best graduating student. It was an award instituted in your JHS.
Yes.
So they gave you a certificate.
Yes.
So do you have the certificate here?
No, please.
So this kind of, and let's advise again, this kind of interviews or this kind of, when you meet this kind of panel, you're supposed to tender in documents. Okay, we are learning. Okay, so when you get to a committee like this, you've written it here. Just come and write. You can just come and write things here and leave the document home. You tender in document to the committee that I won overall best graduating student in junior high school. This is the award, or this is the certificate I got there, to show to the committee. Okay, so that you don't leave the committee in doubt. Just as it stands here, you don't even have your JHS here. So how do you even ascertain that what you brought here is correct? Do you agree with me? Thank you. And lastly, your CV doesn't have referees. What do you have to say about it?
Yes, please, because I thought it wasn't requested, so I didn't add it.
Again, a little advice. Okay, when you're preparing a CV, it's always prudent to have referees in there. Okay, in 21st century, when you're writing a CV, you're supposed to add the email of the referees. Okay, so we are just learning. It's a learning process. Okay, but I'm impressed. Okay, but I wanted you to go for the ultimate, which is presidency, but it's unfortunate that you went into a negotiation too, and you don't even believe in women empowerment. It's sad. Do you agree with me?
To which one?
The fact that you don't believe in women empowerment, that you didn't even empower yourself, so that others can look onto you. Who is your role model?
I would say I don't have one.
You don't have one.
I'm my own role model.
You are on your role model, and you didn't even be a role model to yourself, good role model to even go for the higher position, which is the presidency. But that's fine. I'm okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Charlotte, you were a course rep.
Yes, please.
Have you ever attended parliamentary sitting?
No, please.
Because I needed to add further questions. If you are not attending parliamentary sitting, thank you.
As a course rep, you are not attending parliamentary sitting. How sure are we if the SRC president delegates his powers to you to represent him somewhere? Will you go?
Yes, please, I will.
Madam Charlotte, if all the questions that you've answered, you didn't have interest in them, please, it is my turn to vet you. So kindly be up to date with me, okay? Okay?
Yes, please.
That's why I asked you a question. Are you nervous? So that maybe there is something here we must change for you to be relaxed and be comfortable so that we can go on with the vetting. You are cool with everything?
Yes, please.
Because my questions won't wait for your long reflection before you answer them. Okay? Okay? Are you confident?
Yes, please.
Your transcript convinces me that you are a brilliant girl, but you are not exhibiting that at vetting. Do you agree with me? In fact, I was so shocked when I saw your transcript, but I am disappointed by your composure at vetting today. What is wrong? Are you sick? Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
You are fine. So what is keeping you back? Or you are too familiar with members of the vetting panel?
Not at all.
Are you under pressure? Have you ever encountered such situation before?
Yes.
Yes. At where?
SHS.
SHS. So you were once an SHS SRC president or something?
No.
So how did you encounter such a situation at SHS?
I went for a sports prefect.
Sports. Which sports were you engaged in?
I played football.
You play football.
Yes, please.
Which position?
3.
3. So you are left back.
Yes, please.
At what level did you play football?
My junior high school and senior high school.
Junior high school and senior high school.
Yes, please.
Have you ever played in a team apart from school team?
No, please.
No. Why didn't you engage in football, but you chose to come to the university?
Because something I was just doing, not.
It was just for fun.
And to exercise my.
Do you know it would have fetched you more money by now than being an IT student?
Yes.
How many goals did you score when you were playing football? Can you recollect?
Not much of a goal.
Not much, but you remember scoring a goal.
Yes.
Are you married?
No, please.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Yes, please.
You have a boyfriend?
Yes.
Are you very sincere?
Yes.
Is your boyfriend on campus?
Yes.
Your boyfriend is on campus? Is he watching you or listening to you or here with us?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. So look around. Is he here?
I'm not sure he's here.
You are not sure? Why does he wear a mask or something?
Not at all.
So look around. Let me give you the opportunity. Put your microphone down. Look around whether he is here or not.
Oh, he's not here.
So you are sure he's not here?
Yes.
Charlotte, Infantine, my boy.
If I don't understand.
I
understand, but I can't speak.
You've never had a chance of speaking Fanti? Because on your CV you said you are from Infantiman?
Yes.
That's where you were born?
No.
Do you remember your first encounter with me?
Yes.
How? Where? When?
Somewhere last during Kwamiraj, on His Excellency Kwamiraj Japasi. We came with him to my class, during his campaign time.
That was your first encounter?
Yes, please.
Do you know how to write a letter to your boyfriend?
I don't write letter to my boyfriend.
You have never?
No, please.
Not even in your JHS days?
Not at all.
That I have the opportunity to pen down this letter to you to understand that the colors of the...
No, please.
You never wrote such letters?
Not at all.
Are you sure?
Very sure.
Please stand up and hold the microphone. Stand up. We are students of Wisconsin International School. Management has refused to give us data to access online lectures. We are agitated. Address us. Ye chele obiala, ye chele obiala, ye chele obiala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
So we should destroy the properties of the school.
No, please.
Because this one there will not go green. You are the SRC vice president. President is not around. Address us.
Okay, fellow students, I believe this is not.
What is fellow student? You are here. You didn't know that we don't have even data to access online lectures. You are coming to stand here and tell us fellow student. What is fellow student? How fellow are we to you?
Okay, I understand your agitations.
You understand? So long time you didn't understand. Now that you are coming to understand us, we will listen to you. All the SRC president, all you know is to chop our monies.
I believe this is not the. Okay, this is not the right way to solve this matter. I believe we could talk about it.
Talk about it where? When you sit down because you go to council meeting and they give you allowances and you take tea and you take fried rice, biscuit. Or this why they didn't give you biscuit. So you are coming to tell our fellow students, fellow colleagues.
There's an adage in Chi that says, if trouble comes,
Kanichi nienti, ode kanichi. So say adage in Chi. The kanichi nienti.
I don't know, I stand to be corrected though. Asemba yedi anon eka.
Yedi anon eka. Where they yedi when in the breka. Charlotte, sit down.
Thank you.
Are you that a strong woman who can live up to the expectations to lead the student front? You know, Wisconsin is not just a school. Wisconsin is a whole community. From level 100 to level 400. More mature students than even vulnerable students. Let me put it that way, in context. So these are the people you're going to work with. And if you are not confident enough to control them, we expect that we can have vice president in you. Do you agree with me? Because you are not controlling me well. Because as I was agitating, there is nothing that shows that you are able to control me. So we will destroy the properties in the school. And under your tenure, it will be written. You stood aloof and the properties of the school were destroyed. And it will be on your transcript.
Okay, I believe that should such situation come up, you'll be able to handle it.
It will be what?
We will be able to handle it should such situation come up.
Does your incoming president knows you have a boyfriend?
Yes, please.
He knows?
Yes, please.
What if he make advances to you in office? The SRC office is an enclosed area, air conditioning, 16 degrees Celsius.
I'm not sure he will do that.
Why are you not sure he will do that?
Because he has a girlfriend.
You know for a fact. You know for a fact.
Yes.
So both of you, you are coming to the office well prepared with your girlfriends and your boyfriends. Is that it?
No, please.
Does that mean that your motive of seeking for this office is to use our monies to take care of your boyfriends and girlfriends?
Not at all.
Not at all. Why?
Personally, I would say I'm privileged to be.
Or you to your boyfriend has money?
I'm privileged to. Personally, I'm privileged to be one of the few to come from a good home. And I wouldn't say I would need the SRC money to take care of anybody.
Really?
Yes, please.
So even at the expense of your boyfriend dying, and you have SRC monies in your hands, you will not take care of your boyfriend with those monies, but you allow him to die.
Oh, he's also privileged to come from a good home, so I believe his parents can cater for that. I didn't say that.
Are you sure?
Very sure.
Should we entrust this SRC in your hands? And per what we are witnessing today, are we safe?
Very safe.
Do you know Wisconsin president?
Yes, please.
What is his name?
Professor Obimreku.
I didn't hear you.
Professor Obimreku.
Who is the chancellor?
Reverend Dr. Paul Fenn.
Who is the assistant registrar?
Mr. Joel Aidan Akwa.
Who is the registrar?
Mr. Frank Kwame Yeboah.
Who is the dean of students?
Mrs. Sylvia Loretta Tete.
Who is the dean of your faculty?
Dr. George Ofoijumfo.
Have you worked with him closely?
No, please.
How would he describe you?
He has taught me before, so I believe he can describe me to be maybe a hardworking girl.
Why are you reading IT instead of any other course?
Because before I wrote my West African examination, a new club was formed on campus, and it was a programming club. I decided to join for some few weeks, and I developed interest in that field, and I was ready to explore and expand my knowledge in the field.
What is your strength in IT?
I would say I'm good.
Good. Software, hardware?
I'll say software.
Software.
Yes, please.
I have seen in your CV, you can develop codes.
Yes, please.
And you work at a place where you are a web designer.
Yes, please.
Looking at the current SRC website, what is wrong with it that you, given the opportunity to be the SRC vice president, you correct?
I think it can be changed. Something can be done about it.
Like what?
Something new.
All right. So
so will you design my TESCOM website for me?
I'll be glad to do that.
Pro bono.
That's fine.
Chema, it's on record.
So there is something wrong. Have you identified how many platforms does the SRC have?
What kind of platform?
Communication.
I know they have social media handles.
Apart from that?
The website is not functioning, and then the mobile app is also, I don't know how far, because the last time I checked on the App Store, I couldn't find it.
Who developed that app? SRC app?
I forgot his name, but
he was from your department?
Yes. He's a student of this. He was a student of this school.
What happened to that particular app worldwide?
It became one of the most talked about, one of the best in, I think, West Africa, I think.
As a programmer, as a web designer, I believe you can also develop an app.
No, please.
That's not your field.
Yes, but I'm hoping to get there.
If you see your president having an affair with his girlfriend in the SRC office, what will be your first reaction? You open the SRC office and that is your president in there with his girlfriend having an affair. Or let me put it right, sexual intercourse.
Okay. At the very point, I'll excuse myself. and later speak to him about it, that that's not the right place for that.
What if he also comes to see you in the same scenario?
I'm very decent. I don't do such.
All right. Gallery, please, do you have any question? Hey, our panel today, you don't have questions. Do you have any question? Okay, all right. You have you have a last one. But let me remind you that you've made a promise which has been captured, that you design the TESCOM website.
Yes, please.
For how long should we expect this?
It depends on how long they want it and maybe the information given. How long they can provide the needed information.
How long they can provide the information?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Then, in fact, he said he has every information.
Okay, so this is actually not a question, but an advice to you that in your pursuit, no. So your pursuit to serve students in the highest office as SRC Vice President, you should also try and take it upon yourself to mentor the young ones here. So I was thinking by the time you even step foot here, ladies will be behind you to support you, but it's not so. So just an advice, take it upon yourself to mentor young people, to also take up leadership and also be interested in student leadership. Okay, that's fine. Bye. You did well. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Charlotte, we are grateful to have you, but I wouldn't want to see you as vice president who would want to be as cool as you sit here. I know you to be a very smart girl. I want to experience that smartness. If God help us, you assume that office. That means depending of your clearance from the vetting. Okay? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you also for the advice.
You aren't going out of this place. Sit back. We are inviting your president to be the presidential aspirant. So sit there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please bring the last person.
Good evening to you all. Honorable House, please, I'll be glad if someone can interpret what is happening. Thank you very much.
Mr. Edujen Fipo, who asked you to sit down?
Honorable member.
Who asked you to sit down?
Yes, you did.
I asked you to sit down.
Yes, please.
When?
You did a sign language.
And I interpreted a sign that it means sit down.
I've actually studied sign language, so.
That's the meaning of sit down. Are you here to lie to the panel or what? No, is that the sign language for sit down?
An informal
is that the sign language for sit down?
That's an informal sign language.
Is that the sign language for sit down?
Yes, please.
You know that for a fact.
That's an informal sign language to sit. Thank you very much.
No. You are not here to dictate to me. I said, is that the sign?
Yes, please.
That's the official sign for sit down.
I said that's an informal.
That is the official sign for.
No, please.
So you are not supposed to be seated. Do you agree with me?
Yes, please. But I took it.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, please.
So why are you sitting?
I'm sitting because I thought you don't understand the formal way of.
I don't understand the formal. I don't understand the formal. So you understand the formal. So you took it upon yourself to sit down
because I'm supposed
because
to
you understand you've studied you've studied the formal and the informal session when it comes to sign language.
Yes.
So you are here to tell me what to do at every point in time.
Chair that can they interpret your actions?
I don't know how to speak, so they should interpret for me.
And with all due respect,
is are you here to discredit the panel or something?
No, I'm not here to.
Or are you here to use unpleasant words against the panel?
No, please. I was actually about to credit the
panel. But you are telling a member of the panel that he doesn't understand
I was
English.
Actually about to credit the panel for actually allowing someone who understands sign language to be on the panel.
Is that to discredit or use harsh words
against me? To rather applaud them.
For what?
For actually involving someone who understands sign language to be on the panel.
I don't understand sign language.
But with all due respect,
I didn't also do any sign language.
With all due respect, I accept.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Please, who are you and why are you here?
I'm Edujen Fipo, a level 10 BSc nursing student. A sociable, hardworking, young, energetic, dark, handsome guy as can see.
Please, remove your jacket. Let me see the energy at your.
Well, the energy is not about the muscles.
It's not about the muscles?
Yes, please.
So where does the energy come from?
It's within me.
Within you?
Yes, please.
Put the microphone down. Can you jump 75 times? Why? Even if I ask you to use, you are telling me you can't. You are not fully fit, so you are not energetic. Which state are you? United States? You are a bit dehydrated. Please, woman in Zunumai, Obowu. Obowu, please, provide him water. Provide him with water. Take some water, please. The last time I heard of the ambulance, it was John Dramani Mahama trying to find the numbers to the ambulance. Are you aware? So should we call Mahama to help you with the ambulance number? Okay. We don't want you to sit. We want you to stand to have your vetting. Are you okay? Why? But this is our house. We decide what we want to do. So you want to sit? Okay. Please take the microphone and speak to the microphone.
Honorable Chairman, on behalf, I would like you to plead today, on behalf of me, Edujen Fipo, I would like you to speak to your honorable member to please spare me the space of sitting down.
Okay. So should we give you the opportunity to sit?
Yes, please.
Okay. If you were to be here with your mother, she's aged, would you allow her to sit whilst you stand to answer your question, or you prefer sitting to ask your mother to stand?
I'll stand.
You stand. So
Yes,
it is
please.
good for you to stand.
Because I had 2 options to take from.
So now your mother is in the chair.
I can't assume my mother is here.
You can't
I assume my mama is here.
You can't assume. I'm a
Yes.
spiritualist. I can see your mother in the chair.
And I can't see.
If you had come here with your girlfriend, would you allow her to sit whilst you stand?
No, please.
No. Why?
Because I'm here for a purpose.
You are here for a purpose. Sit down.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Showing good manners to ladies, such as opening doors for them.
So have you shown courtesy here?
This is an official.
Would you agree with me if not shown courtesy to the lady or your girlfriend?
In an informal manner.
Do you
I'll
agree
accept.
with me? I don't want the antics, my brother. Go straight to the point.
I won't agree.
You don't agree?
Yes, please.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Adujemfi.
Honorable member.
Generally, what are you bringing on board as SRC president when giving the nod?
So as stated in my action plan, it covered a whole lot on academics, security, SRC, and improving talent. So if the chair will actually give me a chance, I'll try to elaborate more on that.
Okay, we'll get there.
Thank you.
Section E. You said you are the PRO for RIMSA, that's the School of Nursing Association. What contribution have you made to this association as the PRO?
Okay, honorable member, for now, as it states.
Address the chair,
Honorable
please.
Chair, as it states now, I'm not the current PRO for the association. But as the PRO for the association, I was able to, in my capacity, gain admission for about 22 students, advocate on behalf of the students in terms of online difficulties, so to improve that there's a flexibility. Thirdly, I advocated on late registration of fees to allow certain students to be allowed to be write exams. And on my own capacity, I was able to talk to some certain unmentioned names management to allow certain students to write exams. Thank you very much.
All nursing students. Did you do this in the blind side of your president?
No, please. You equally know about it, but I don't have to blow my trumpet. That's why there are some things it doesn't have to be documented. I knew that as a role of a PRO, I'm supposed to advocate on behalf of students, not to score points. Thank you.
Have you ever received a message from your president to be communicated to the student body and you never did that?
Yes, please.
Why?
Because I consulted other executive members and it wasn't in a consultation of all executive members, and I don't have to go against the executive board. Thank you.
Under who do you take instructions to send information across?
Under the instructions of the president in consultation with the executive board.
Was that information on the platform?
Please, I would be glad if you could state the exact information you are referring to.
You accepted that, yes, you received a message, but you did not publish.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, it's 10 p.m. I would want to appreciate the presence of the visiting university president and their external affairs. They would want to take leave of us, but on behalf of Wisconsin, we are much grateful for visiting our vetting. Thank you so much.
I'm asking this question because you want to be given the power to be the president. If you give directives and your subordinates do not comply, what will you do?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, as part of being the leadership, you don't have to have power before the followers will be influenced by what you say. I lead the leadership of an example, and I know for sure if I'm supposed to delegate tasks to any council member, they'll gladly do it. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Very, very nice. I think today you are looking good.
Thank you very much.
Is this your first time? Is this your first time?
I seen
you putting up a nice dressing like this.
I've always dressed nicely since level 100.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's move on. Have you visited the SRC website before?
Yes, please.
And then what problem do you think the website has?
The SRC website or the school's website?
The SRC website.
Honestly, no.
You don't know? You've not visited the website before?
I don't know whether the SRC have a website.
Wow.
Yes, please.
Okay. You've been in the position of a PRO, right?
Yes, please.
Can you please tell me at least 5 roles you played?
As the PRO of RIMSA, as a person, when I was in the position of the acting PRO of RIMSA, I was able to advocate on student behalf for them to be able to write exams. Also, I was able to, in my position, represent the RIMSA in other sister institutions.
Okay. So who is the former Chief Justice?
For Mrs. Theodora Georgina Wood.
Okay. You were the PRO when lockdown came, right?
Yes, please.
And then your students were facing challenges, right?
Yes, please.
So, you being a PRO, what communication did it went through? Were you able to have, like, make everything convenient for your mates and then your students?
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Chair, when the pandemic hit us all, one of the major problems facing the School of Nursing was the flexibility of the online class. That's the e-learning. I advocated on my behalf, together on the behalf of all students, to push the executive board through the president to actually channel our concerns and grievances to the dean of students. And I can actually show proofs for that. Thank you.
Okay. We would like to have a proof of it.
Okay, I'll read out then I'll send it. Honorable Chair, please, since it was an online class, we had all our RIMSA meetings, executive meetings on the WhatsApp platform, official RIMSA platform. So our president, Honorable Rufai Shaibu, brought a feedback from the dean and I responded. I think it's a bad feedback. I'm sure lecturers were trained on how to incorporate e-learning effectively into the teaching and learning process. But what is missing now is the flexibility of the e-learning. This is another way of advocating for students.
Okay.
I went further on to say we want to have a strategy that meets the needs of the learners, but I think we forgot to analyze the business goal of our noble institution as well. I know the challenging facing most students with the e-learning is actually interfering with one's ability to focus, concentrate, and even absorb material being present. I think this together with other proofs, I can send it out to the panel so that you can have a look.
Okay. Yeah, it will be very much advisable for the panel here to go through. Please, do you know?
Is he your special assistant?
He's actually my legal advisor.
Your
legal advisor.
Eh.
Yes, please.
You make him CJ, eh? Are you going to make him CJ?
Not yet.
Not yet, but you will make him.
I can't make him.
Why? When you become the SRC president,
Because
you can appoint
the SRC council together with the parliament will decide on that. Thank you.
Together with parliament, appoint CJ.
No, please.
Mr. Paul, sorry, Mr. Jemfi, right?
Edu Jemfi.
Edu Jemfi.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Do you know you could be impeached, right? You could be impeached when you are being elected into office for and you actually let me come out again. When there is a misconduct, when you are being elected into office, do you know you could be impeached?
What kind of misconduct, please?
Yeah.
Yes, I know I can be impeached if it follows procedural format.
Okay, so the impeachment process. Can you actually give me the impeachment process?
Okay, per the Constitution, before an impeachment process or commence, it's supposed to be written. Any member of the SRC can write to the Office of the Chief Justice. And since I'm an executive, I'll be served 7 days prior to the impeachment grounds. And with the follow-up, I think I can't give word to word on the Constitution, but I'll be glad to make reference to it when the date comes. Thank you.
Okay, how many languages do you speak?
I speak 3.
3.
Yes, please.
Name them, please.
Chi, Ga, and English.
Okay. Okay. Do you know a little bit? Can you speak a little bit of French?
The fundamental ones, but not fluent.
No, okay. So, what do you mean by, what do you understand by leadership?
Leadership is all about influencing a certain group of people,
Yeah.
as quoted followers, to achieve a common goal. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, can you please tell me some of the qualities of a good leader?
So, as I stated in my resume, I did mention of effective player, good communication skills, strong analytical skills, negotiation skills. These are all capabilities of a good leader.
And then do you think you are capable of becoming a leader?
I don't think, I know for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Paul Edu Jemfi, aspiring to become the president of Wisconsin International University, SRC. What's the full meaning of SRC?
Student Representative Council.
Student?
Representatives Council.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Mr. Paul, we know each other very well, right?
Not quite well.
Not quite well, but we know each other.
Yes.
We know each other for more than 3 years. Is that true?
Not more than 3 years.
Not more than 3 years.
Yes, please.
But it's almost 3 years.
Sure.
Are you a leader?
Yes, I am.
What shows?
Being able to lead more than 2 or 3 people to achieve a common goal makes me a leader.
Which 2 or 3 people have you led before?
Leading 2 or 3 course mates of mine to improve their GPA also makes me a leader. Thank you.
That makes you a leader.
That's an example of some of my leadership styles.
Okay. Do you believe in delegation of powers?
Yes, please.
How are you going to do that?
Come again?
How are you going to delegate powers? When and how?
With delegation of tasks, if I'm supposed to assign any executive council or any SRC council member on a task, I give you full control of that. So you have the power to execute it and have the power to control the committees under you as well. Thank you.
There's an shooting incident on campus. Management is calling you for a managerial meeting. Which of these that will you attend, and which of these that will you delegate?
Please, can you reframe the question again?
You have a shooting incident on campus. At the same time, there's a management meeting ongoing. Which of these 2 events will you attend to, and which of them will you delegate?
A shooting event.
A shooting event, yes. Like an armed robbery case on campus.
Okay.
And at the same time, there is a managerial meeting or management meeting of which you are supposed to be there.
Management.
So you allow your students to die and attend to management because of the small sitting allowance they'll give you.
I was being, Honorable Chair, I was being called that there's a shooting event on campus. Automatically,
you were not called, it happened in front of you.
It happened in front of me.
Yes.
And there's a management meeting.
Yes.
I arrived the said person or the victim to the hospital. But if I was supposed to be called that there's a shooting event on campus and there's a management meeting, I have to be at the management meeting to address the shooting event.
You have to be at the management meeting to address.
No, please.
So why will you address the issue there?
Since the issue happened on campus and management is being called, it might probably be an emergency meeting.
Will you advocate for increments in security personnel on campus?
Yes, please.
Why?
So if you can make reference to my action plan, I made reference to collaborating with the security on campus to ensure that there's an alertness.
So you agree that we have, when it comes to security personnel on campus, we don't have, it's not sufficient?
Yes, please. Anybody from Green Hostel can attest to the fact that last semester, a student was being stabbed. And this current semester, a student was stabbed again at this same hostel as a result of poor security system.
So what will be your measures to curb this menace? What will be your measures to curb this canker?
Okay. So in my action plan, we will collaborate or liaise with management to provide adequate street light, fixing the street light from entrance of campus to the hostels, and also ensure that the CCTV cameras or surveillance cameras fixed at main hostel is being fixed at Green Hostel. This will also help reduce the rate of crime and burglary on campuses. And when you look at evening students, anybody can attest to the fact that when you come to campus in the evening, you can see the place full of cars like garage. So you won't be able to identify whether someone is an authorized or unauthorized person. So through the SRC, as part of providing revenue, SRC will take upon itself to provide stickers so that students who are having vehicles and want to come inside the school will have their stickers fixed over there.
Are you aware that Wisconsin is issuing stickers to people who has cars on campus?
Yes, I am aware, please.
So how are you going to come out with another stickers?
I'm going to enforce it. This is a way of rebranding it. SRC, the people...
SRC rebranding.
Yes, please.
Okay. You made mention of street lights.
Yes, please.
Management is not willing to provide those street lights for your hostel. Will you go into the SRC coffers, take money, and fix it?
Okay, Honorable Chair, I can't just go into the SRC coffers and just pick money. And as part of my leadership experience, I have good negotiation skills. Management might have the student at heart of fixing the street lights, but in the order of priority, it will be number 5. What I can do in favor of the student is to liaise with management, to let management know that if the SRC is to touch the coffers, on which day are they going to refund it based on their order of priority. So if they have it on their list that they are supposed to fix it next month on the 5th, I'll push for us to use the part of the SRC to fix it this month, since the student safety is one of my common interests. Then when we get to next month, I'll liaise with management again to let them understand the negotiation we had to return it back into the coffers. Thank you.
Okay. For how long has our SRC been vacant?
3 good semesters.
3 good semesters. Are you aware or do you have an idea as of how much SRC dues generate each semester?
I can give an estimation, but I can't give an exact amount.
Each semester, estimation, your estimation.
With my estimation, I'll give 80,000 cedis.
How much?
With my estimation, I'll give 80,000.
80,000.
That's why I say I can't give the exact estimation.
I'm asking 80,000, so you confirm it for me. 80,000 is your estimation.
80,000 and above.
80,000 and above.
Yes.
Okay. For the past 3 months, students of WIUC are not aware of the state of our SRC dues. Will you, if you find out that those monies were not sent or were not deposited into the SRC account, how are you going to retrieve those monies?
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Chair, in consultation with the Council, SRC Council to be precise, and Parliament, together with the Financial Controller, we head to the Director of Finance to make inquiry on the reasons behind the money not paid into the SRC account.
That's the only thing you do.
And ensure that it's being paid into the account. Thank you.
Do you believe in accountability?
Probably, yes.
Do you in any way conduct an external audit on the SRC account?
Yes, if there are reasons to be so.
Will you in any way conduct an audit, external audit into the SRC account?
First of all, we have internal
audit. It's a straight
audit.
question, yes or no?
I'll answer the question.
Yes or no? Will you?
I just want to
Will you call for an external audit?
I just want to give clarification to
yes
the
or no?
internal audit.
Yes or no?
Yes, I will.
You will?
As long as I'm going to uphold accountability. Thank you very much.
As
long as I'm going to uphold accountability.
You'll call for an external audit?
Yes, please.
Chairman is on record that he will call for an external audit.
If only.
If only. I don't understand your only.
That's why before, Honorable Chair, that's why before answering this question, I wanted to give clarification on the internal audit. If the student body are not okay with the internal audit and Parliament sit down and Parliament need an external audit, why not? I'll call for it.
If Parliament calls for an external audit, will you sit down for Parliament to dictate to you what to do? Remind you, Parliament is not a signatory to the SRC account. You are a signatory to that account.
Yes, and
you account to the Parliament as of how the money is being spent. So will you allow the SRC to dictate to you what to do before you do?
When budget is being prepared, Honorable Chair, when budget is being prepared, it's being sent to Parliament for approval before I pen my signature. So if the entire student body are not okay with the outcome of the budget prepared, it will be channeled through Parliament. And through Parliament, I'll know that their grievances are not met. They are not okay with the internal audit. I'll call for external audit.
Will you be okay to help students with SRC money as to help them to write their final exams? Will you give them sureties? If they couldn't pay the money, you pay it on their behalf with our money. Will you do that?
There are, Honorable Chair, there are some policy scheme on campus, and I think I have to let it known to the student body through the PRO and the publicity committee, whereby if that student, when you check my action plan,
Mr. Paul,
yeah,
you have a student like Charlotte who is very brilliant. At the end of the semester, she has only 500 cedis to pay before she writes the exams. We are all aware of how the difficulties students go through when it comes to examination. Very brilliant students, but she don't have 500 cedis to pay to write. Will you give her sureties, or will you use the SRC money to? Will you use our money to give it to her so that she can write the exams?
There won't be, Honorable Chair, there won't be any basis for me to use the SRC fund because the school already has a policy for students like Charlotte, who is brilliant but needed at that instant to be able to write the exams. I just have to make sure it's very visible.
I don't know of that policy.
That policy exists, and a policy of the overall best student also on scholarship.
We are not talking about overall best student.
Overall best student of each semester, and brilliant by needed.
She's not the overall best student of any semester. She's just a brilliant student.
Yes,
and she needs help to write an examination. Will you help her with our money?
Honorable Chair, at that particular instance, she falls in the category of brilliant but needy. So she equally qualifies to be funded by management. Thank you.
A follow-up.
Okay, Senior.
Charlotte need not to be brilliant. Charlotte is a student. She ain't brilliant, but she's unable to pay her fees. Will you support her with SRC dues to pay?
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Chair, as part of my policies, I'll submit, I'm planning of a policy of taking a percentage of SRC, money donated by the SRC. First of all, I have to commend the good works of the past SRC President and SRC administration, Honorable Kwame Raj administration. They had a policy whereby students such as Charlotte category can actually be able to write exam without any criteria. So I'll just make sure that I implement.
So you will help them. You will help her.
Yes, I will.
As a leader, okay, what will be your interest? Theoretical knowledge or skills?
I will go for skills.
You go for skills.
Yes.
So will you agree that the GPA of 3.0 before someone becomes an SRC executive should be changed?
I can't fully agree on that. In as much as
you are going for skills.
Yes.
So skills 3.0 before you become an SRC executive. Will you advocate for that to be changed?
Yes, I'll advocate. When you look at the Constitution,
you will advocate. You said you will advocate for it to be changed.
Advocating for it to be changed means I'll channel this to the SRC Council. And when you actually take time to go through...
Mr. Paul, will you advocate, yes or no?
Yes, I will.
To which GPA? 2 point what? Or 1 point what?
To my best of knowledge, when you look at the criteria for, when you look at the Constitution, the criteria under Article 6, Clause 6, Section 3 of the Constitution, you could see that it states that if you have 3.0 and above, you can actually contest for any SRC position. This didn't favor one of our sister institutions, such as UDS, who has a GPA point of 5.0. So I was glad to be part of the amendment process, which wasn't able to be done yet. And I'll make sure that when I get the chance to be elected into office, I'll continue that amendment process. Thank you.
SRC activities. You are the first in command of SRC. What will be your measures to make sure that students become interested in the SRC activities?
Honorable Chair, interest of SRC as being one of my topmost priority. I always say this: student photography course, publicity also course. So I can't do this on my own. Together with through the PRO, the SRC PRO, and the entertainment committees or other committees funded, together with all the association, we'll try as much as possible to advocate students and let them know the need for them to be involved. Thank you very much.
If in case your vice president should be very authoritative than you, where she has power over you, will you in any way draft an impeachment process against her?
Yes, I will.
Because she's more authoritative than you. She has not done anything wrong.
Not more authoritative. More authoritative in the sense that demanding things not constitutionally done. I have to make sure that I file the impeachment process myself. Thank you very much.
All right. Let me ask you this last question because my chairman is prompting me because of time. In a serious circumstances such as COVID-19, whereby students have to be attending lectures through online platforms, will you in any way use the SRC funds to purchase data for students?
No, please.
Why?
Honorable Chair, I'll liaise with management. As part of the contract we had with management, our end of the contract is to make sure that we pay our tuition fees, and also their end is to make sure that they provide us with all the resources needed for tuition.
Do you know what SRC dues are used for?
They are used for things related to the student interest.
So you think data is not related to student interest?
That has to be provided by the management. So I'll just liaise with management.
Management is paying lecturers. Management is paying electricity and other utility bills. Will you allow management to bear the cost of data too?
Honorable Chair, in my capacity as the SRC president, if I'm able to be elected, if I'm being able to be elected.
Go on.
If I'm being able to be elected into office, what I will do in my capacity is to be in a good books or good negotiation with service providers such as Vodafone or MTN. Then with the contract, I will liaise with management on the contract on board for management to know how they go about it. Thank you very much.
So you are going to be just a liaison to find a good network provider for management to pay, but you're never going to use the SRC dues to purchase data. Even if we are not on campus, there is no any other activities like what we have witnessed in the past, where the SRC money is there. You still keep it there while students are suffering because of data.
Okay, making reference to my previous submission, I did mention of management actually having the student at heart. And on their list of priorities, if data is number 5, I can negotiate with management for them to push it so that we can use the SRC to fund the data. Then when it's time for them to get on that priority list, they can refund it back. Thank you very much.
Mr. Paul Edu Jemfi.
Your Honorable Chair.
Is it Edu Jemfi or Edu Jamfi?
Edu Jemfi.
Okay. Please, how old are you?
Please, I'm 23.
23?
Yes, please.
And you think 23 is sufficient to hold the high office of SRC President?
Honorable Chair, with my leadership experience, age has never been an obstacle on my line of leadership and anybody I come across, as long as the person can actually achieve a common goal. Thank you.
Achieve a common goal?
Yes, please.
are you aware that it doesn't only take achievement to bring success on table, it takes maturity and wisdom? Can you convince me that you have the requisite experience and exposure and wisdom to steer the affairs of SRC despite your age gap?
Yes, please. I was able to witness Honorable Excellency former President Bridget Bonny's administration. I was much more involved with the past SRC administration, His Excellency Honorable Kwame Rajakpasu's administration, and being able to feed on their feet. And also with my able RIMSA president, with the kind of experience he has, I was able to tap into it, be on his feet for almost 2 years. I'm sure and I know that I can apply that in the SRC office. Thank you.
You made reference to Bridget Bonny, Her Excellency.
Yes, please.
Kwame Rajakpasu, His Excellency.
Yes, please.
Are you aware that they have gathered years of experience before contesting for SRC president?
Yes, please.
If you are not aware, I can say that Bridget Bonny was a student of UPSA. She have had the exposure to work in the corporate world before coming to Wisconsin. Raj equally was in this school for diploma for 2 years before he enrolled into degree. He had the opportunity to be Speaker of Wisconsin Parliament, had the opportunity to work before becoming SRC president. It is in that light I ask that question. Do you have the requisite exposure and experience to lead Wisconsin SRC?
Honorable Chair, this is my first time of being in the university and this is my first degree, but I happen to be under the feet of those who are much more experienced, and I was able to follow their leadership style, their delegations, and I was able to learn from their feet and still willing to learn under their feet as well. And I will equally be working with other students who are much more experienced in the SRC Council to actually make sure that the student needs and the needs of management is actually being met. Thank you very much.
If I were to make an offer that I want you to relinquish your interest in becoming SRC and give me the nod, so to speak, to sit in your place as you are, what will be your reaction to that?
Senior, can you please reframe the question back again?
Okay, you didn't get that right.
Yes, please.
I was to approach you and tell you, Paul, this position, I have interest in it. Can you part ways with it for a price?
If the price I have to pay for this is not something relating to any offer, but having the student at heart, and after having a deep conversation or consultation with you, I get to find out that we equally have the same vision, the same qualities, much more experience, and the willingness and the passion to serve students. Two captains can drive a boat. I can equally step back and support. Thank you very much.
So, there's this perception that one cannot be a partisan personality to engage in SRC affairs. Do you agree to that?
No, please.
Thank you. I also want to know, in the event that you come come to a crossroad that SRC is being bullied. You are the chief spokesperson of SRC, and you were to speak for student interests, and you have a personal interest. Which way would you choose?
The student interest.
Are you sure about that?
100% sure.
As WIMSA PRO, did you choose the student interest or your personal interest in running?
Honorable Chair, as my role as a WIMSA PRO, the student interest has always been my heart, and it has always also been my topmost priority. That's why all the time, if my president and other executives can contest to this, I'm always on their nerves telling them about student issues.
Do you recount how you met me? Have we met before, aside today?
Yes, please.
How did we meet?
For me, Honorable Chair, for me, the first time I think I came in contact was through Parliament. I was in the capacity of an observer, and the past Parliament, Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Baba, was there chairing the meeting, and you were part. So I had the privilege to observe. I think that was the first time I actually got close.
Okay. Can you turn to your right? You could see a young lady. Maybe the mask is covering her face. Do you know her?
Yes, please.
Who? Who is she to you?
She's the WIMSA secretary.
Your secretary. So you were taking instructions from her as PRO?
Yes, please.
How was your working relations with her?
It was actually a nice experience working with her. She's actually capable and fit for the job.
You think if she was to give a recommendation about you, what would she say about you?
To my best of knowledge, she will say all the positive things, and the last thing that she will say is, Paul will never allow you to ride on him, and he's very difficult.
If your WIMSA president were to be asked the same question, what would be his response?
To my best of knowledge, he will actually give me the same positive response. I'll be glad.
On your form, it was endorsed by Harriet. So Harriet, you know Harriet?
Yes, please.
Who is she to you?
She's a course mate and the WIMSA vice president.
Have you ever made a sacrifice in your life?
Yes, please.
Can you give the committee the pleasure of the doubt by telling us a sacrifice you've made in your life before?
Okay, Honorable Chair, with respect to leadership, one of the sacrifices I made towards leadership was when it was time to contest for the position of the WIMSA PRO. I had more interest and much interest in going for the vice president position. But when I came in contact with Harriet Nyako, I realized that she had some qualities at that time and was more ready, and she had a vision to implement. So since we all had the student at heart, I decided to step back so that she can actually move, so that we can all have the student at heart. Thank you very much.
To your left again, is a young lady in spectacles. Do you know?
Yes, please.
Who is she?
She is my running mate.
She's your running mate.
Yes, please.
Are you convinced she can stand instead for you when you are not around?
Honorable Chair, I'm well convinced.
When I say you are not around, not acting, let's say this committee pass you and you go through elections. 2 months into your administration, touch wood, you loses your life. Are you convinced she can be able to steer the remaining 9 or 10 months of your administration?
Honorable Chair, I wouldn't like to differ from this question, but I would like to brief the House about how I met her into this leadership role. She has been one of the topmost on my list of being a leadership, and she happens to manage one of the topmost opponents when we were campaigning. Then when later on I realized that my opponent is showing support for me at the 11th hour, I took a firm decision of why not go for this person, because I knew that she had the capabilities, she had everything, she was on point when it comes to management and everything. To be able to manage an aspirant to that certain level, I realized that she had the keen interest of students at heart. That's why I was even able to talk to certain people I had on my list for them to actually agree to the fact of allowing her to run with me. So I can attest for her and sacrifice for her.
Okay. Are you aware there's a ban on partisan political activities on campus?
Yes, please.
How do you intend to address that as SRC president if you are given the nod?
Okay, Honorable Chair, most of the students that I was privileged to learn from their feet or had their leadership through this partisan thing, in as much as the SRC Council is not partisan. Individual students has their own right to join any club or association they prefer. And having these parties on campus also forms part of the clubs under the SRC. In as much as there's a ban on it, I would like to look through this again and still liaise with management to lift the ban, if possible.
Okay. Do you know your father?
Yes, please.
There is a perception within certain section of the student body that your father is part of management. How true is that?
Okay, Honorable Chair, thank you for this question. My father works in the school, and I'll actually be glad if my dad was actually part of management.
So if you were to come to a crossroad, there's a decision that involves Emmanuel Chebi behind you. He had run his car into another student and he got caught up with the law. He's in the grips of the police. Management feel that if the issue should come to the media, it's a dent on the school's reputation. And you are the SRC president. You also feel that Emmanuel wasn't treated fairly. He's your constituent. You are torn with a decision of letting the media know about how Emmanuel was maltreated in the grips of the police. And your father was supposed to approach you and tell you that I have worked with this school for some time, and I feel if this goes into the media, I would lose my job. What will be your reaction to that? Are you going to go ahead and engage the media to redeem the rights of Emmanuel, or you are going to follow your father by virtue of showing respect to him?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Since I was enrolled in this institution, my dad has still been working here, and he has never been an obstacle in my line of duty in serving the student body. And even if he was supposed to be part of management, I'd rather leverage on his position over there to advocate on the behalf of Honorable JB. And one thing I always say is, it's not about criticizing the problem or making the problem known to all. It's about solving it. So if he has even approached, and I sit down with management, and we are able to come to a negotiation, a conclusion, and they're able to bail take him out of prison or cells, and they are still able to make sure that such mistakes are not repeated, or such acts are not repeated, and they are also able to compensate him to a level that he demands, I have no problem with it. But if they persist or they insist, I'll take it to the media.
Okay. I'm concluding your knowledge of the SRC Constitution. Have you read through the Constitution of the SRC?
Yes, I've gone through, but I can't say for a fact that I have all the constitutions of it.
You don't need to have it off head.
Yes, please, Honor.
My professor would tell me that a lawyer does not work with the law. He finds the law when confronted with a challenge. Do you think the SRC Constitution in its current state is fit for purpose for the SRC management administration?
Please, the question again.
Do you think that the SRC Constitution in its present state is fit for purpose for the smooth running of the SRC?
No, please.
What do you intend to do about it?
Honorable Chair, as I said in my previous submission, being part of the amendment process which wasn't able to be amended, I'll make sure that I ensure for the amendment process to come to a complete, just as proposed by the then Judicial Committee.
Were you part of the amendment process?
Yes, please.
And you think the proposed amended constitution was fit for purpose?
As being part of the amendment process at Parliament, whatever we were proposing by then was actually for a purpose, and it could have solved a lot of crises that the school faced during the online pandemic.
Would you appoint a CJ who would protect your interests as SRC president, i.e. protecting you against impeachment, or you appoint a CJ that understands the law and is willing to protect the interests of every student rather than your self-seeking interests?
Okay, Honorable Chair, I'd rather appoint a CJ that will serve the possible interest of students and also make sure that I don't go against what is in the Constitution to even give room for impeachment. Thank you.
No one wishes to go against constitutions. Everybody that has found himself at the wrong side of the law, one way or the other, never wish it happened. Do you agree with me?
Yes, please.
You are dressed in a nice suit and tie today.
Thank you very much. You also look good in your smock.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm really impressed with your submission this evening.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
And I pray that should you pass through vetted and eventually elected as SRC president, we would support you. TESCON would support your administration. Nanotain would support your administration.
Thank you very much.
It is our commitment to work hand in hand to resolve student issues. The issue of your street light, I want to make a commitment that TESCON would solve that problem for you. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I would like to tell you we deeply appreciate and we are grateful for this commitment. Thank you very much.
Mr. Paul, I have one question and a follow-up question. Do you have any political affiliation?
Yes, please.
So, being given the nod, how are you going to put aside your political affiliation, your political interests, and work for the best interests of the students?
Okay, Honorable Chair. Having a political affiliation never came as an obstacle or as an hindrance through my line of action. I'll make reference to the association that I joined. We had different ideologies and we are of different political affiliations, whereby off work we sometimes discuss things relating to the party, and sometimes when you get back to work.
It's better you go out. If he comes here again, I'll write 0 on your report. Tell him.
Honorable Chair, I'll be glad if you could elaborate more on what you just. My attention.
Mr. Paul.
Honorable Member.
How are you?
I'm fine by His grace.
Okay. What do you understand by other names on a form? Other names.
Other names.
Yeah. What do you understand by other names?
So, using my name as an example, my other name will be Paul, my surname will be Edujemfi.
Okay. But what you showed here, you don't have other names.
Okay. Please, Honorable Member, which section of my forms?
Section A.
Okay. Yes, please, I do. Okay, Honorable Chair, I would like to plead on the House that it will probably be an oversight because of the spacing between it.
As an incoming president or aspirant, you have oversight at this stage. Let's continue. Other information provided in section A. You claim to be head of relation for hot price. I believe it's true.
Yes. Yes, please.
I put it to you, you are managing one of the teams that were presenting their ideology during the hot price.
No, please.
I also put it to you, okay, I believe you have a girlfriend, right?
Come again.
I believe you have a girlfriend.
Yes, I do.
I also put it to you that one of the teams that presented, one of the member is your current girlfriend.
Which member, please?
One of the member, I don't want to mention it.
To be honest with you, I don't get it.
The question is, as part of the hot price, there were teams that presented their ideas to a panelist, and he claims to be head of public relation. My first question was, he was managing one of the teams, which he says he wasn't. And as it stands now, I'm putting it to him that he is dating one of the members who brought the ideas forward. No, the ideas of, like, the price ideas, yeah.
Honorable Chair, I want to state it on record. no member who participated in the horse prize competition were the ideas behind the horse prize. Thank you.
I don't know if it's possible, but it seems your vice president object to that. We will take note of that and not ask further questions on it. Public Relations Officer, 2019-2020.
Yes, please.
What did you do? Personally, what did you do as Public Relations Officer?
Looking at my file, I wrote public relations for two.
For what I have here, section E.
And it has two positions over there. So I want you to be more specific on which side you actually.
Okay. I didn't say head of. Per what you wrote is what I'm asking.
Okay.
I said Public Relations Officer. So I am sure you should understand you wrote only one Public Relations Officer and the other one was Head of Public Relations. Unless you are telling me that both positions are the same thing. But to me it means different.
Okay, let's go by what's in the nomination form.
Okay. Public Relations Officer, as I was asking, what have you done for your association, the Nursing Association?
So I think, Honorable Chair, I think one honorable member asked earlier on what I did for the association. And I went ahead to give some of the things I did and even sent around some proofs during the online challenges.
Okay, then let me proceed.
Yeah.
Who did you hand over to?
A seamless transition hasn't taken place yet.
So you are still Public Relations Officer?
No, please. Officially, Honorable Chair, officially, my term of office ended in 2020. And from my president, what we have from the patron by then was to extend our term of office. And with the extension, I was just acting as the PRO, but not in the capacity of official PRO. So with effect of this, yesterday, I sent a resignation letter on that aspect. Thank you very much.
So you actually applied for this position, submitted your forms before resigning because you were coming for vetting?
As I stated earlier on, my term of office to serve in the possible interest of the nursing students has ended. But I was just acting as a peer.
So there was no need for you to write a resignation letter. If you were acting then, do you agree to that?
Yes, and since this is an official setting, I have to follow the official setting of writing.
That letter could have been written a long time ago, not yesterday. Was it because, should the committee assume that it's because you are coming for the vetting? That's why you wrote a letter yesterday.
No, please. To me personally, I won't have written the letter.
Have you sent the letter to your president?
Yes.
Does he have a copy?
Yes.
As the patron has a copy?
Yes, I copied the patron. I've copied the School of Dean
Have
of
you
Nurse.
submitted the copies to them?
Yes, I've submitted through the General Secretary.
So you are still an executive of your associate, your department?
No, please.
So how then do you submit or you tender in a resignation letter? So there was no need for you to tender in, and do you agree with me?
The resignation letter
was because you are an executive?
No.
But because of?
I was acting in the capacity of
you were an executive?
Come again.
You were an executive?
Yes, I was an executive.
That is why you tendered in the resignation letter.
Officially, my term of office has ended.
But that is not my bone of contention. You were an executive.
Acting as an executive.
Whether acting, whatever, you are an executive. Do you agree?
No, please.
So why do you tender in a resignation letter?
I tender a resignation letter to withdraw or
At what point do you tender in a resignation letter?
When you occupy an office and due to some reasons best known to you.
So you were occupying an office?
Because I was acting
in
that office.
You were occupying an office?
Because I was acting
you
in that
were occupying an office?
I was acting
You were occupying an office?
I wasn't occupying.
So why do you tender in a resignation letter?
I turned in the resignation letter
because you are an executive.
Because I was acting as an executive.
So as acting, you are not an executive. Mr. Paul, Edu Jemfi's analogy. When you are acting, you are not an executive.
Okay, Honorable.
Do you attend executive meetings? Honorable. When you are acting, did you ever attend executive meetings?
Honorable Chair.
Did you ever attend executive meetings?
Yes, please.
So you were an executive.
You can attend meetings. Honorable Chair, I want to.
How many members attend executive meetings with your department? Class reps can attend executive meetings.
Yes, please.
Class reps can attend executive meetings.
Yes, if whatever we are about to discuss.
Class reps can attend executive meetings.
Only if the content of
what the class reps on you have a WhatsApp platform.
Yes.
Do you have class reps on it?
We have executive
platform. Do you
platform.
have class reps on it?
Yes, and we have one that we don't have class reps on it.
So I'm talking about the one you don't have class reps. There's executive platform.
Honorable Chair, I want to, before I answer that question, I want to say for a fact that.
Listen, no time for antics again. Give me the right answers and we proceed. No, I don't need explanations. Do you have class reps on your executive platform?
No, please.
So meaning you are an executive?
We are all acting executive.
Are you an executive?
I'm not an executive.
So what are you then?
Wait. You are being asked whether you are an executive. You said no, you are not an executive. Did you attend executive meeting? You said yes, but you are all executives. So which is which?
Okay, Honorable Chair, I wanted to explain that part before you wanted me to answer that question.
Ask that question.
Did you ever attend executive meetings?
Yes, please.
Do you have an executive platform?
Yes, we've always had it.
Do we have class reps on that platform?
No, please.
So you assume that all the members there are executives of the association?
I assume that all members there are just acting in the capacity of the.
I'm not talking about acting. They are executives. They are leading the department or association now. This way they are the executives of the association. From the first statement, you infer that you have your secretary, the secretary of the department. I had it right here. So she's an executive.
She's an acting.
Oh, my brother. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree.
So you're an executive?
For now, I'm not an executive.
You are an executive because you are an executive platform, whether acting or whatever.
I'm not on an executive platform.
So you don't even tender in resignation letter. That is my bone of contention. It's wrong. You're not an executive. So how then do you tender in resignation letter? For what?
Okay. Honorable House, upon consultation, when my term of office ended, a communique was released. Several communiques have been released by the.
Don't go there. I'm talking about you being an executive. Do you agree with me that you're an executive and you tendered a resignation letter because you are attending a vetting, you are meeting a vetting panel today? You agree with me? You agree with me?
Yes, I agree.
Then that's fine.
Let's proceed. With experience, you said public speaker. At what age were you a public speaker?
Please come again.
With experience in your CV, you said you were a public speaker for Plan Ghana NGO. At what age?
I was 14 to 15 years old. 14 to 15.
And you were a speaker?
During the 2012 election, the country, there was this kind of small heat whereby people assumed that these NGOs came up with a policy that if children, or if there's a war in that 2012 elections, it will affect children. So they came to New Dublin municipality, and I happened to be one of those lucky cases who were called to lead that campaign.
So you were an ambassador.
And a public speaker to that fact.
What's your definition of someone who is matured?
My definition. No, in my definition of someone who is matured, is someone who talks with wisdom. You can actually see that the person shows and let you actually see how the person react to things relating to emotions and social stuffs, how the person will act before someone is in front of you, before the person could speak. You could easily talk by the way the person act or speak. That's my personal view.
Okay. It's a rumor that you are not mature. Do you agree or not?
As you stated, it's a rumor and I do not agree.
It's a rumor that due to your immaturity, your girlfriend will be a hindrance to you when you come into power. Do you agree?
No, I do not.
Okay. Have you ever cheated in an exam hall?
No, please.
In Wisconsin, have you ever answered someone whilst being asked a question at all in an exam hall?
I quite remember answering to a question by an invigilator.
By a colleague?
An invigilator asking a question and I answered him.
Have you ever answered?
No, please.
Can I presume you are lying?
That would be from your view, but honestly, not me.
What if I should tell you I've witnessed you answering someone in an exam hall before?
On our chair, I would like to find out on what basis and what's your evidence to that, because I know for a fact that I have never done that.
Okay, this is not a courtroom to use Bible to swear, so. There are many challenges on campus, which includes we not having provision for, just in case there is this epidemic, which is leading to steering committee now, per the constitution. And you, Paul, handed over or send a letter to resign from your position without getting someone to replace you as an acting, as you claim. Which means as at now, your association has no PRO. As you are saying, as at now you're acting, you've handed over. What are you going to do, Paul, when it's time for you to hand over and there's an epidemic again for you to leave?
Can you please come back again with the question?
Coming back.
Reframe the question again to my understanding.
Okay. There is you are in power. Just yesterday you handed over your PRO, whatever. And I believe you handed over even without thinking who is going to take over, because you are acting. And I believe it's vacant by now, because yesterday is Saturday. You claim to hand over outside official school hours, unless your association runs through, or outside official school hours, because you're a day student, outside official school hours. Today is Sunday, so I believe that position is vacant. Okay. If you are in power and it's time for you to hand over, or it's time for you to go out, and during preparation for election, there's a pandemic, everyone is asked to go home without knowing the time that we will return, what are you going to do about it?
Honorable Chair, this is why in my previous submission I said there are some things to amend in the Constitution, as much as in the Constitution of REMSA. So there will be a provision for all this to be captured when the amendment process begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, Honorable Ansing, the issue of trying to teach someone in the exam hall, I think if you don't have evidence to it, it will be better you withdraw that, because issue of exam malpractice is a serious crime that can lead to dismissal or cancellation of the paper in question. So if you don't have evidence to that, I wish you withdraw that off the record.
For the sake of record, I withdraw that. Moving forward, you know, you have become, if you should go to vetting successfully and there is elections, you are going to become Wisconsin SRC president, head of all of us seated here as students. You know that's right.
Yes, please.
You are going to be the boss of all, no matter who we are. You know that's right.
No, please.
You don't know you are going to be the boss of all of us, no matter who we are.
Unless you tell me the definition of boss in your contest.
You know you are going to be the president of all of us, no matter who we are.
And as I said, honorable member, honorable chair, I'll be glad you tell me, you explain the definition of no matter who we are in this contest.
No matter who we are, as in association, heads, whatever, you're going to be the head of all of us.
I'm here to serve. So if, honorable chair, I'm here to serve. And if I'm to be in your house as a servant, how will I be a boss over the owner of the house?
Okay, before I pass the mic over, with what you said, you are here to serve, but you are serving from the front, not the back. Don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. You are serving from the front, not the back. What we will see and complain to you, you won't see it that way, because you are there. We are all here to serve. People have said we are here to serve. They get there, you say your complaint there, they don't act on it. We are here to serve, but you go there, SRC is locked. You knock, no one will answer. What would you do? Thank you.
Sure. So let's move away from things of SRC. Which languages are you very conversant with?
Chi, English, and Ga.
Yeah. So can you recite the Lord's Prayer in Ga?
No, please.
Thank you. Again, with your CV, let's move to your CV, okay? Education, BSc General Nursing, Wisconsin International University. We are preparing a 21st century CV. You're not supposed to add your CGPA. We don't need it, respectfully. So you move it there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know the font size you use for a standard CV. Do you know the font size?
No, please.
This you check and you know more about it, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Can use 10, 12, and okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
You know the font you use?
After I submitted, I was privileged for someone to enlighten me on the font to use.
So which one did he advise you to use?
Times New Roman.
That's fine. So what's your definition for strong analytical skills?
So my definition for
you have it here. That's why I'm asking.
Yes.
I'm just something now.
I don't just jump into conclusion. I wait till I get a lengthy information before I bring it out. I analyze it very well before I bring it out.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go to the action plan. 2, advocate and collaborate with security team on campus to be extra alert. So are you saying that the security on campus are not alert? They come to work, they sleep, they don't do things right. So there are many theft cases. What are you coming to do different?
Okay, Honorable Chair, in my previous submission, I explained the alert in this context by saying most of this crime occurs in the dark, whereby visibility is low and there is no.
So what are you going to do?
What I'm going to do is to ensure that they fix street light and civilian cameras.
How are you going to do it?
I'll liaise with management to make sure that this is done.
If management refuses to fix street light, what will be your next line of action?
They will, and I know for sure.
In the event they don't.
I trust in the leadership of.
In the event they don't.
Honorable Chair, I trust in the leadership
of. In the event they don't.
Honorable Chair, I'll be glad if you let me land on the statement.
I don't have the luxury of time to.
Because you don't know what I'm about to say.
I don't have the luxury of time to let you land.
Okay, Honorable Sadat has promised his commitment to make that happen, in as much as if management doesn't do it. Thank you very much.
That's fine. Collaborate and revamp the activities of student tutors and to introduce incentive. Are you going to use SRC dues to pay for student tutors ahead of students deferring because they can't be able to pay fees? The two, which one are you going to pick?
Okay, Honorable Chair.
Which one are you going to pick?
Please, can you come again?
Collaborate and revamp the activities of student tutors. Action policy 3.
Yeah.
Collaborate and revamp the activities of student tutors and to introduce incentives. How are you going to do it? And my next question is, between paying fees for students and bringing out incentives for student tutors, which one are you going to consider as SRC president?
So this is not a matter of consideration. A policy is over there to cover fee payment, and I think I have to express more on the student.
You are left with 1,000 cedis to pay fees for students, and you are the same 1,000 cedis are supposed to pay for student tutors incentive. Which one are you going to consider as SRC president?
Incentives.
So you let students defer.
Don't defer.
Come in. You wrote here in your past achievements that you helped students do what? 22 students to pay fees. Are you misleading the committee?
Please, I'll be glad if you could read what I have over there out.
I'll read it for you.
He's not supposed to read. Answer the question.
I said I aid in about 22 students to gain admission. Thank you very much.
So you've not assisted any student to pay fees on it?
I assisted more than 10 students to pay their fees.
But so I'm asking you, which one are you going to consider? It made it look as if I wasn't telling, but you have assisted students to pay fees before.
By liaising with authorities involved and other students.
You didn't pay fees for students?
Not in my capacity.
So you have no idea of paying fees for students, so it's on record.
I have idea of paying fees for students.
But you're going to even choose student tutors ahead of students differing from their course. Do you know the number of students that defer at the end of every semester? Do you have an idea?
Honorable Chair.
Do you have an idea?
Honorable Chair.
Do you have an idea?
Yes, I do.
How many people defer every semester?
Approximately more than 50.
That's fine. So you are telling the students of Wisconsin that you consider paying student tutors ahead of paying their fees. That's fine.
I never say so.
That's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine. That's fine. With your CV, there are no referees. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I do agree.
So next time you are preparing a CV, you prepare standard one. Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. Let's move away from this. Who chairs the University Council? Please, if you don't know, you tell me you don't know, so we proceed.
To my best of knowledge, the chairman of the university.
The chairman of the university?
Yes.
The chairman of the university?
The head of academics chairs the university.
Which one? The head of academics or the chairman of the university?
This same person double as chairing the
academic director.
Not the academic director, the chairman.
The chairman.
The governing council of the university.
The
chairman chairs the governing councils of the university.
Which chairman?
He's in the person of Justice Dochi.
No. Which chairman? There are many chairmen. You have the chairman for UTAG.
Please, your question again.
Who chairs the University Council? Please, if you don't know, you tell me you don't know, so we can proceed.
The university has management, I don't know. Thank you.
So you don't know, you don't have an answer to my question.
SRC president chair the SRC council.
I'm talking about the University Council.
No, please.
You don't know?
Yes.
That's fine. You know what a casting vote is?
Casting vote?
Yes, when it comes to meetings, do you know what a casting vote is?
Yes, please.
What's a casting vote?
Whereby, when in terms of meeting, there is supposed to be a final conclusion or something.
So at executive meetings, who gives the casting vote?
At executive meetings, is the president.
That's fine. You know what standing order is?
Yes, please. Standing order.
What is standing order? Please, if you don't try to mislead me. Okay.
Please, can you proceed?
You can proceed. Fine. You know what the point of order is?
Yes, please.
How? Can you demonstrate to the House point of order? Okay. So at what point is point of order used?
When one is misleading the House and you
That's fine. That's fine. Point of correction.
Yes, please.
Demonstrate to the House.
Okay, for me, where I explain the point of correction,
demonstrate the point of correction to the House.
Please, I can demonstrate. Thank you.
Point of information.
I've never explained that.
You come from Florida?
Yes, please.
Which region?
Eastern region.
You know the Eastern Regional Minister?
Yes, please.
Don't mislead me.
Yes, I know.
Mention his name.
Honorable Seti Champo.
That's fine. You've been a PRO before?
Yes, please.
Can you tell me the difference between a PRO, communication director, and a communication officer?
A PRO?
Please, if you don't know, you tell me you don't know. Don't mislead me. Okay.
A PRO?
Yes. A communication director and a communication officer. And please, I'm not going to repeat myself when I ask questions. Okay, so you have to pay rapt attention.
Honorable Chair, then I'll be glad if you could reduce the pace at which
you are not
you
at
deliver
liberty
your
to tell me when to reduce the pace of how I ask my questions.
Because I'll be glad
or you
to
won't come and ask the question, so I sit in there and answer.
Honorable Chair, I'll never ask the question.
So
and
please
I'll
answer
be
my
glad.
question. Answer my question, then we proceed. Please, if you don't know, you tell me you don't know, so we proceed.
A PRO handles the public relations of an organization. A communication director works hand in hand on how the organizations are supposed to respond to issues relating to their organization and direct it. That's for me, my best of knowledge. And communication officer, in my best of knowledge, is someone who chairs on whatever goes in and out of an organization in respect to communication.
That's fine. Yeah, you're not getting it, but don't worry. Who's the Deputy Information Minister of the Republic of Ghana?
Please, I don't know.
Mention one main challenge of Wisconsin University College students. One main challenge, just one.
Late registration fee.
Late registration fees. So as SRC president, you pay tutors, student tutors ahead of paying student fees. That's fine.
Honorable Chair.
Do you know the motto of the SRC?
Honorable Chair, before
do you know the motto of the SRC?
Yes, please.
Please let me know.
Freedom, peace, truth, harmony, and knowledge. Thank you.
That's fine. So let me ask this question. You intervene on students' behalf to write end of semester exams as they face challenges, right?
Yes, please.
Was it because you had you nurtured an ambition to contest for SRC president?
Honorable Chair, I want to stay for a record. I started advocating for
students. Was it due to your ambition to contest for SRC? That's fine. Mention 2 leadership style you adopt as SRC president. If you don't know, you tell me you don't know, so we proceed.
Democratic.
2.
Pace setter.
Come again.
I said democratic.
Yes.
The pace setter.
Is pace setter a type of?
To my best of knowledge, thank you.
To your best of knowledge.
Yes,
then you are
please.
wrong.
Thank you.
Mention one leadership theory you know of.
I don't know.
You don't know. You know about gaps?
Yes, please.
What's the full meaning of gaps?
Ghana Union of Professional Students.
Who's the General Secretary of GAPS?
Honestly, don't know.
Okay, so which executive of Wisconsin SRC will be present at GAPS GA? You know what GA is?
General Assembly.
Yes. So which executives will be part of?
The SRC President.
Only the SRC President.
That's what I know.
That's what you know.
Yes, please. So I'll be glad if you could enlighten me if I'm wrong.
I'm not here to teach you. Thank you. Have you heard about the GAPS new brand agenda?
Yes, I have.
How do you intend incorporating Wisconsin International University into the GAPS new brand agenda as SRC President?
This will be a consultation with the current GAPS President, and the outcome will be known. Thank you.
What's the highest decision-making body of NUCS? Do you know NUCS?
Yes, please.
What's NUCS?
National Union of Ghana Students.
What do they do?
They steer affairs of the university and the schools in Ghana.
So GAPS doesn't steer affairs of students in...
Professional student, thank you.
So there's a distinction?
No, please.
So NUCS and GAPS, which one is boss?
In no order of priority.
Again?
In no order of priority, I respect both.
You respect both? I put it to you that NUCS is ahead of GAPS.
That is to you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Let me just educate you, okay? NUCS.
Honorable Chair, in your previous submission, you said you are not here to educate
but
me.
But I want to educate
you. Are contradicting yourself
you want to mislead the House.
You are rather misleading the House.
You are not here to tell me what to do. I set the ground rules here. You are not here to tell me what to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Is it clear?
Yes, please.
So let me take this opportunity to educate you.
Thank you.
NUCS is the mother union of all students in Ghana. So GAPS is a subset. So get it cleared so that you don't mislead someone next time as SRC President. Okay? That's fine. Do you know about NUCS CC?
No, please.
How are you going to operate as SRC President? Because you'll be faced with going for NUCS CC. So if you don't know what NUCS CC is about, I don't know.
I'll have best of knowledge of this through the external affairs. Thank you very much.
Do you know who represents the university at NUCS CC?
First of all, in your previous submission, I admitted that I had no knowledge about NUCS CC. So to give an answer right now.
So you are now going to consult someone about it?
Yes, I'll be
Who are the main key stakeholders of... you have something here that key stakeholders. Reason for seeking the position, to seek the interest of students, to bring the gap among key stakeholders, eradicate challenges, and turn into opportunities.
The major key stakeholders are management and students. Thank you.
So management and students, who are going to? They are going to serve the interest of... I presume that since you mentioned management first, they are going to serve the interest of management, not students.
I'm going to serve the interest of students, and to be able to do that, I have to have management on board.
I put it to you that management is not a key stakeholder in the SRC. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree.
That's fine. You know Gladys Asari?
Come again?
Gladys Asari.
No, please.
But she endorsed your form for you.
I happen to meet numerous students, and they are happen to share my policy to them. And I have more than numbers of students who I talk to. So
SRC President, you are not able to even keep just 20 names. You are not able to even keep them in your head.
Not just Honorable Chair.
So how are you going to even remember and seek for... If people come to you with their problems...
Honorable Chair, please, not just 20 names.
Let me make a point. Or you want to come and sit in my seat, so I sit there so that I ask the questions.
I'll be waiting for your
I set the rules here. I've seen this over, and I don't want to repeat myself. Can I proceed now?
Yes, please.
So, just 20 names, you were not able to keep them. So, what assurance are you giving the House that if 20 students come with you with problems, you're going to even remember them when you get to council?
Okay, thank you very much.
You can't remember them.
I can remember them.
How?
Because
you don't know Gladys Asari.
With the nominations,
who took the pain to endorse your form for you.
The nomination,
you can't remember her.
With the nomination list, I happen to interact with a whole lot of students on campus, and randomly out of these students, those students came and availed themselves that they want to avail and endorse my form.
Do you know Michael Asante?
All those on my list are students of Wisconsin. I can't get their names.
Michael Asante is not on your list.
I said all those names that
But
you mentioned.
I mentioned Michael Asante. He's not part of the list.
I never, in my submission, I never admitted that. I never
You said
admitted
all
that.
the people on the list.
Yes.
Endorse your form, but Michael Asante is not here.
Yes, you mentioned Michael Asante, and if you could cross-check, since Michael Asante is not on my list, it means I'm not referring to Michael Asante.
I never said that. I asked you, do you know Michael Asante? And you said if he's part of your list, he's there.
So the underlying word is if it is part of
So
my
I'm
list.
putting it to you that Michael Asante is here.
If
Do
you
you
can
agree with me?
If you can actually show it to me, because I don't have it here.
You don't have it
So
here.
you can show it to
I
me.
can't show it to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Can you rise? This is my last question. Okay. Please sing recite the national anthem. Don't sing, recite.
God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forevermore. With all our strength and make God bless our homeland, Ghana. Honorable Chair, can I please repeat?
Sit down.
Thank you very much.
Are you an arrogant person?
No, please.
Are you disrespectful?
No, please.
Will you always talk back when your father is talking?
No, please.
And challenge him on whatever he might have contradicted himself with?
No, please.
But you are doing same to the panel. Is it that you don't respect us?
Honorable Chair, with
You
all
are
due respect.
you are taking pleasure in bantering with the honorable member, the panel member.
Honorable Chairman, with all due respect, I'll retract whatever statement I say, and I'm sorry.
Paul,
Honorable Chair.
what is the spirit of the SRC Constitution? If you don't know, you can say you don't know.
Since I don't know. But I'll be glad if you could enlighten.
Do you know the 1992 Constitution?
Yes, please.
What is fundamental human right?
The fundamental human rights are those basic rights that protect the individual rights of the citizens.
In which article can you find that?
Honestly, I can't get it off it.
Who is the president of the Republic of Ghana?
His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Are you aware he traveled outside and he spent $15,000 an hour on trip? Is it 15,000? $15,000.
Yes, please. I read on it.
You read about it?
Yes, please.
In your opinion, is it right or wrong?
In my opinion, per my understanding with what I read, if that would ensure his security, then it's right in my view.
Do you know the Speaker of Parliament?
Yes, please.
Who is he?
Right Honorable Abambabi.
What would you remember about Right Honorable Abambabi in his entire political career?
As Honorable Chair, as I sit here, one of the greatest things I remember is opening arms to Wisconsin students to be able to feed on his feet.
What are the arms of government?
The legislature, the judiciary, and the executive.
How many?
3.
You are wrong.
Okay. Please, what's the right?
Is that?
I'll be glad if you could tell me the right answer.
Do you know Manasseh Azuri Awuni?
No, please.
Do you know Taga IPI?
No, please.
So you don't know Anas Arimia Anas?
For him, I know.
You know him?
Yes, please.
Do you know Kwame Sefakain?
Yes, please.
And you know Kweku Baakun?
Yes, please.
Who are they? All of them together, who are they?
For the people I mentioned, Anas Arimia.
Anas Arimia Anas.
Kwame Sefakain.
Kwame Sefakain. Kweku Baakun.
Kweku Baakun. These are the group of people, if I'm supposed to categorize them together, would be people who talk against anything relating to corruption. And
who are they?
They are media personnel.
They are media.
Yes, please. Media.
They are media professionals.
Media professionals.
You know Peace FM?
Yes, please.
Joy FM?
Yes, please.
Adom FM?
Yes, please.
Atenka?
Yes, please.
They are what?
They are media houses.
What is their core responsibility in the spirit of the 1992 Constitution?
They are supposed to uphold the Constitution, also make sure that through their media houses, educate the citizens to understand their individual rights.
Do you know they are another arm of government?
No, please. In my previous submission, I mentioned only 3, and I'll be glad if you be telling me that.
So I'm asking you, and I'm putting it to you. Do you know the media is another arm of government?
Right now, I know because of you. Thank you very much.
What happened in 1992 when the Constitution was drafted in relation to media?
I have no knowledge about it.
You have no idea?
Yes, please.
Okay. Who is the Secretary General of UN?
I don't know the current secretary. Yeah.
On Wisconsin campus, 2019, entering into 2020, do you remember one notable event that happened on this campus?
Yes, please.
What is it?
The SRC float.
The SRC float?
Yes, please.
Okay. Apart from the SRC float, what was the other thing that affected students so much that students wanted to do something?
The flexibility of online and reduction of fees.
Okay. What did you do in that regard?
In that regard, Honorable Chair, you happen to lead a group of students to
who?
In the capacity of a student by then. The name was Honorable Stephen Akwa, was able to advocate on behalf of students having a group. So I was on this said group whereby we were supposed to embark on a peaceful walk from Identity to make sure that our voices are being heard. And
do you know at the time of doing that I had paid my school fees and I wasn't owing?
No, please.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you this information. Do you know at the time some students sent my pictures to management that I was the one behind that demonstration?
No, please.
As an SRC president, if you were to be in that place, what would you have done different apart from what I did?
I would have gone the extreme end of this to involve anything, and I'll make sure that I do anything under my power. And to also say this, I've never been in that position of being sacked at the exam, so but I still go to the extra mile of advocating for students to get their papers.
Do you know there were examination malpractices in the last exams, which a lot of students were culprits, victims?
Yes, please.
Do you know there have been administration of punishment? There have been punitive measures that have been meted against these students.
No, please.
You are not aware?
Yes, please.
Okay, there have been punitive measures. in the constitution and in the structure of the SRC and that of the school management, representative of the student body are supposed to sit at the student management, the council of the school. But this time around, there were no student representative. Would you petition the management if your class rep had been victimized and his or her result has been cancelled because he or she was a victim to examination malpractices? Taking into context, there wasn't any student representative at that committee.
So I'll be able to petition my management, and in this context, the SRC happens to be the voice of this student, which means acting in the form of a lawyer. So how can you take someone to court without allowing someone to defend or accept whether you are sure?
Some of them went to the disciplinary committee with their lawyers.
I'll still petition.
Why?
Because as part of making sure that student needs or interests are being met, they deny the fact or never give the fact that a representative from the student body is supposed to be present. And if for that matter, if there was supposed to be a steering committee, I also petition and make reference to the fact that steering committee chair would have been nominated or should have been part of this. Thank you.
Advocate and collaborate with security team on campus to be extra alert. Are those within your mandate to do that?
No, please. That's why I said in my previous submission, I'll liaise with management to ensure that this is actually being done.
But advocate is within your mandate to do that.
Yes,
so
please.
So it is not out of place.
Making sure that it's being implemented.
Advocacy doesn't mean you are instructing.
Yes, please.
You are pleading to have certain things done. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Who is your girlfriend? Since you said you had one.
For personal reasons, I'll be glad to keep it to myself.
You are going to serve in a public space. You don't have any personal and private life again. Do you agree?
No, please.
So who is your girlfriend?
The answer to the previous question, I said no, please. Which means I don't agree.
Who is your girlfriend?
For matters or personal reasons, I would like to keep this personal.
Please help me with this. You built and maintained a positive image for WIMSA. How?
Built and maintain a positive image for WIMSA. How? Honorable Chair, in as much as whatever you are saying is true, I'm sure I didn't capture that in my...
You didn't capture that in your CV?
Yes. So
please check on your CV where you have your name boldly written. And you have some, is it a suitcase?
Yes, please.
By something you've written.
Built and maintain a positive image for WIMSA, for the WIMSA.
Yes. How?
So, with the formation of WIMSA, I was part of it.
So you are a founding member of WIMSA?
Not officially recognized, but I will soon be recognized.
You are a founding member of WIMSA? You are a founding member of WIMSA?
I contributed to the founding of it, but not a founding member.
You are a founding member of WIMSA?
Yes, please.
As part of my role in serving students, I contributed in coming up with the Association of the Nursing Department in 2018, which means you are a founding member of WIMSA.
Yes, that's why I said I've not been officially recognized, but I will soon be.
You built and maintained good image for WIMSA. You were the PRO?
Yes, please.
Immediate past?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you understand privacy?
Yes, please.
If a company or an organization's image is affected by way of exposing their privacy, would you say that you have maintained the image of that association?
Yes, please.
Have you read WhatsApp privacy policy?
No, please. I've not read.
Can I cite you for exposing the privacy of members of WIMSA?
No, please.
No. Give me the document over there. What is this?
This is my submissions I commented on the platform.
Which platform?
One of WIMSA platform.
What is the essence of this printout here in your vetting?
Okay, an honorable member, because it has always been said on different platforms, and I've always been approached by many students that says, as the acting PRO, I never advocated for them. And I realized that it's because of online. And they never understood that a PRO can't come out with issue communique with a signature appended by the president or the secretary.
I am looking for someone to kill, and you've given me a number that I can call to kill, dupe, and scam. You have exposed the person's privacy. Do you agree?
With that, I do agree.
Will you apologize to this house for exposing the privacy of the association you've helped to maintain and build an image for?
Yes, please. In the presence of this house, I would like to apologize on behalf of others.
Are you scaring us that giving the opportunity to man the SRC office, all of us as Wisconsin students are at risk with our privacy?
No, please. Initially, I had a double check. When come here, it was printed to and highlighted the numbers with a marker.
Did you put on that platform that you were sending information on that particular platform out?
Honorable Chair, no, please.
So tomorrow I'll go and find my name. But on a more serious note, do you know there are a lot of high-profile dignitaries on this campus?
Yes, please.
Are you aware?
Yes, please.
So assuming this particular number happens to be the PA to the Minister of what is his name? The PA to the Minister of Interior. It's in your department. And if this happens to be his contact, what have you done to him?
I'll put him in a position whereby it will incriminate him or her.
So will you agree with me that you have acted on your egos to expose innocent people and their privacy?
No, please.
Why?
And as I stated, after getting this, in as much of the privacy is concerned, it was a true document.
Paul, will I cite you for someone who is very vindictive?
No, please.
You brought this one because you wanted to victimize and be vindictive on your president, WIMSA president, outgoing.
No, please. As I said earlier on, when I was going around doing my consultation and telling the student body that I want to serve them, most of the problem they mentioned was when you were the PRO, what did you do? And this happens to be the fact that it was during the online.
That is why the incompetence of the steering committee, we provided for you your action plan and why you want to be the president of the SRC. So we are too naive, stupid, unwise to print this document for you to state that.
they were asking of the previous and what we actually did. And since I was going to meet a board like this, and in a matter of confidentiality.
So if the WIMSA president were not to be on this panel, would you have still printed this thing out?
Yes, please.
Why?
Because anybody in any other association will say for a fact that, what did you do in WIMSA during the lockdown? And and I am putting it to you that we've provided a portion in this document to state that, rather than printing out documents that are not supposed to be public consumption. Honorable Chair, I would like to apologize for this action. Thank you.
So we should leave the SRC office for you to go and mess up and always be apologizing. Let me give you a critical example. The gentleman who was seated here, Nano Fosu, is one of the best students on UPSA campus. He is the GAPS treasurer. Okay? I vetted the aspirants not too long ago, the UPSA elections. And some students went to print out an aspirant transcript, result slip, and brought it to the committee that they are petitioning the committee that that person does not qualify to be an SRC president because his GPA doesn't meet the requirement. Do you know what I did to the person?
No, please.
Ask him.
Honorable member.
So the person who brought the petition was asked to sit down. So we called the academic directorate to confirm if he wrote a letter to seek the people involved results. Please, I hope you get it. So he was asked to sit aside so that we call academic affairs to ask if he indeed wrote a letter that he wants the following students' results. That's what we did.
Can I call the people on this document to come and ask you why you printed their names, their charts on a platform that they thought it was private, to come and question you on that basis?
Honorable Chair, with respect to confidentiality and matter of privacy, that's why I said I apologize to this house, and right from here to I'll also do the needful as well.
If I am blessed to be in the school, I take pride in two things I have learned on this campus. First, to have the opportunity. At first I thought I was that brilliant communicator. If I hadn't enrolled at Wisconsin Communication School, I wouldn't have known I was that poor communicator that I thought I was. Two, I had taken time to study a noble gentleman who is seated by my right side, to calm down and take decisions not in a haste, but become and be able to analyze situations even at the heated level, so that you can take a good decision. So Mr. Paul, you have taken a wrong decision which would have affected you even this elections if you had a competitor.
I understand, Honorable Chair, and I actually have.
What would you have done differently?
What I would have done is to add them on the nomination forms, then I'll leave it into the hands of the vetting committee to make their references to confirm whether those things as stated as achievement are actually true or not.
Have you entered the SRC office in recent times?
Yes, please.
Do you like the setup?
Yes.
Do you like the setup?
Yes, please.
There are no computers in the office. Do you know that? The chairs are broken. Do you know that? There are no good tables in that office. Are you aware? Are you aware?
I happened to be there recently.
The rails and the curtains are in poor state. The place is damn dirty. Are you aware?
With the dirtiness, I can't attest to that. But I can attest to the fact that there are supposed to be things that will be put in place.
Do you know the JCR?
Yes, please.
What is happening to it?
It has been locked down, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't know the details of it.
All right. Mr. Paul, can you please stand up? Sing the national anthem.
God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of right. Fill our heart with true humility.
Thank you very much. Sing the Wisconsin anthem.
Honestly, I've not heard of the Wisconsin anthem before.
But do you know Wisconsin has an anthem?
No, please.
You are not aware?
Honestly, I'm not aware.
Really?
Yes. Before the voting, I was even equally asked.
Your running mate to be or your vice president to be says if she comes to meet you in the SRC office having a sexual intercourse with your girlfriend, she will slap you. Would you agree to her slap?
First of all, that conduct is not a good moral conduct, and she has all the right to even take that immediate effect.
She's a lady. Look at her. Will you propose to her?
No, please.
Why? She's too beautiful. Will you propose to her?
No, please.
In a situation whereby your girlfriend is seriously sick for 3 months, you've not met her, will you use her as a substitute?
No, please.
Can we trust you on that?
101%, please.
We can trust you on that?
Yes, please.
But she told this committee that she is highly in love with you and really admires you.
I respect that.
You respect that?
Yes, please.
So when she makes advances, you give in?
No, please.
Please take your seat.
Thank you very much.
My last question. Look at this lady in the purple. Is it purple or green? Lemon. Lemon na maybe can you colors the menyade. You know her, as Honorable Sadat said?
Yes, please.
You know her?
Yes, please.
What can you say about her?
She's one of the students that I happen to come across in the line of leadership, and I've actually learned a lot from her. She's very hardworking, energetic, and always ready to give a helping hand.
Mr. President, please stand up. Madam, please stand up. Come forward. Take the microphone. Be honest and truthful to this committee. You are not swearing an oath. Would you recommend Paul Edujemfi to be the president of the SRC, having worked with him closely?
Yes, I would.
Why?
Because I feel when given the opportunity, he can prove to do his best, and with a little guidance, he can really do it. And in as much as Honorable Sadat said, maturity is a role or a key factor to maybe lead the students. He's one difficult person, that I can say, but then he's always ready to listen and always ready to
All right, thank you. Mr. WIMSA President, will you recommend and ask students of Wisconsin to accept Paul Edujemfi as the next SRC president?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will recommend him if he will accept, okay, to take instructions or make sure the rules of the games are applied. Yes, I have my reservation, but if only he will listen. Thank you.
So, Mr. Poledu Jemfi, based on these two comments that has come to the floor, you need the overall consent of the rest of the students on this campus to endorse your candidature, whether or not to accept you as the next SRC president. That is why you are competing, or you'll be competing if you go through vetting clearly with Mr. No. Please be on your feet. Tell the Wisconsin community what you tell everybody here when you have been sworn in as the next president of Wisconsin International University SRC. What do you have for the school?
Honorable Chair, please, should I make my submission in the form of delivering maybe a first? Good morning to the good people of Wisconsin International University College. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you will permit, I would like to deem it my interest to thank the whole student body for coming up in their numbers to support this vision of making sure that their voices are being heard. And as a matter of fact, together with my AOS, as a matter of fact,
I'm saying we won't listen to you. You are spending the SRC money and you are coming to talk to us. And
as a matter of fact, we will make sure that your voice are actually being heard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jemfi. We wish you the best of luck. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the panel members here, the steering committee members, members of the public, our able technical team. You've been awesome since morning. You've stood on your feet to help us go through this. In fact, not even the famous UPSA could do what Wisconsin has done in recent times as far as vetting is concerned. This is the first time in the history of SRC elections that a radio station has carried it live, and it has been live on Facebook since we started in the morning. It's a plus for Wisconsin. Thank you so much. We are grateful. Thank you. Please give us the closing prayer.
Please, can we all be on our feet? Our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for making sure that whatever agenda of this program was, right from the beginning, in the morning till now, you've been by us. We've gone through this vetting, and we hope that by the end, we should all be proved as students who are capable to occupy office. Father Lord, guide and protect anyone from here who is going to their various homes, and make sure that the student body, Wisconsin as a whole, is being heard over Ghana and internationally, and make sure that our needs are being met. Thank you very much.